Welcome to Fantasy Audiobook, American Comics. Create the Man in Black, start interviewing the three-body problem. Chapter 61, 220,000. Chinan smiled when he saw the system's final arrival number. Get rich, 220,000 points, what can you do? A C-class small battleship costs 30,000 points. One can easily deal with the entire current coalition government. Even in front of Trisolaran's fleet, it is the top-notch ship, the kind that can fight with their frigates several kilometers away, even with a ship of a few hundred meters. According to the division of the system, Level C corresponds to elementary level civilization, Level B corresponds to medium level civilization, and Level A corresponds to high level civilization. As for the top level S level, it corresponds to the God level, or detachment level civilization. Elementary level civilization is divided into many worlds, and it is probably level 1 to level 3 civilization. Medium level 4 to 6, high level 7 to 9. The three-body civilization is the civilization at the end of the second level. In other words, 30,000 yuan is enough to buy the top combat power of a second-level civilization. With some extra money, 100,000 system points, you can buy a C-class large warship. Large battleships, because of their large size, are equipped with completely different equipment. Class C large battleship, 2,200 meters long and 500 meters wide. C-type large deflector shield, power 500 megabytes. Latitude blur shield, power 300 megabytes. C-type antimatter reactor, power 2,000 megabytes. Weapon system, main cannon, annihilating cannon J-star. Space fighters, 120. Curvature engine, 30 times the speed of light normalized, can be overclocked. Plasma cannon, 30. Phase cannon, 12. Photon antimatter torpedoes, 300 pieces. Takeoff mass, 190,000 tons. Compared with the small C-class spacecraft, this is simply something from two worlds, and it can already be said to be something from a third-level civilization. Main cannon annihilation cannon is somewhat similar to antimatter cannon, but the principle is different. He uses the quantum properties of particles. Once the target is concentrated, it will directly explode the quantum properties of the other party, causing its deconstruction and collapse in the physical world, and its self-destruction and collapse. The most outrageous thing is that the star destroyer he mentioned is not a planet like Earth, but fixed star. That is to say, even something as big as the Sun is a one-shot O2 thing, and it will be annihilated directly, leaving at most some radiation residues bursting out due to the annihilation of matter. Not only that, even the power of the ordinary deflector shield of this ship has reached a terrifying 500 megabytes, and it can even drive into the fixed star for 2 laps before coming out. There is also a new type of technology, the latitude blur shield. This kind of defense technology can cut itself into a virtual state, similar to existing in the interlayer of space. All attacks cannot damage it. If it is said that the spaceship that represented the second-level civilization before, if the ants kill the elephant, as long as it attacks enough, it can also destroy its shield. With it, it is almost impossible to be hurt by one's own low-level civilization technology. It's like the water droplet detector of the Trisolaran civilization in the original timeline. Even the coalition government with thousands of warships can only be put into firework one by one in front of the small water drop detector. This is the horror of the generation gap of civilization. Although the firepower of this ship was fierce, its speed did not hold back. It can sail with curvature at 30 times the speed of light, and it is difficult for ordinary third-level civilizations to reach this level. Only ships close to fourth-level civilizations may have such speeds. With 220,000 yuan in hand, Chinan can even directly buy 2 such warships now. With him, almost no one can compete against any civilization below the third level. If Chinan had this thing in hand a few days ago, Chinan wouldn't have to fight with the Trisolarans at all, and he would have just sailed there and wiped out the Trisolarans in no time. However, Chinan thought about it and held back. Because he is not sure what level of civilization the civilization that launched the two-way foil is. Now that I bought this boat, I won't be able to use it for the time being, maybe I can keep it and use it at critical times. Very good, I accepted the item, there is no problem, I am very satisfied. Chinan is indeed very satisfied with the reality of Trisolaran. They said compensation, that is real compensation. This small storage body is basically the most valuable thing in the entire Trisolaran civilization. It can only be said that this trip was really rewarding. You found us a place to live, and you are willing to protect us. The three-body civilization should thank you. Tomoko bent down, appearing to be extremely sincere. Then, let's start moving first, and I'll come again when you finish moving. Chinan is satisfied with the results of today's talks. Not only did he get the long-awaited resurrection equipment reward, he also got more than 200,000 system coins. For Chinan, who used to spend only a few dollars, it can almost be regarded as an overnight fortune. Although there is still the problem of the two-way foils attack to be solved, it will be a year later. Chinan brought a group of people back to the Marvel world. Worth mentioning, and Ancient One are staying. Ancient One stayed because she wanted to maintain the portal, and she was also very interested in the new world and wanted to learn more about it. It's different, boss. Isn't this world going to keep some people working? I want to apply to stay. To keep in touch with the world, and to deal with some daily affairs, people are indeed needed. Jay decided to be the guy. There are two reasons. First, he found that he actually fell in love with this world a little bit. As he grew up in the United States, the atmosphere in this world is obviously completely different from that controlled by the capital world. The coalition government has united the whole world, and everyone is working hard for a common goal. There is no black man discrimination, just from the people he has come into contact with. This is undoubtedly a very idealized world, and he likes this feeling. In particular, the chefs at the Mars base are really delicious. The second point is that he found that when the man in black opened the door to a whole new world for him, he didn't know how to face it. Multiple worlds, aliens, all kinds of terrifying and unimaginable weapons. All of these are not related to his former policeman's ability. Especially, after watching Ancient One's ability, I felt inferior. Compared to other colleagues, he found himself to be nothing. He doesn't have a smart brain, nor does he have powerful magic. So, he felt that he might as well stay in this world and be a liaison officer. Anyway, it's not impossible to go back, just change jobs. Okay, then you will be in charge of the diplomatic work with Trisolaran from now on. Chinan can understand Jay's thoughts and attitudes. Indeed, this is also a problem that the organization will inevitably encounter when it develops slowly. From the lack of people at the beginning to the increasing number of agents, Chinan must develop the man in black as quickly as possible. Some of these people can't keep up with the rhythm, and sooner or later they will be marginalized. Maybe even Ancient One will face such a problem in the future. Chinan didn't know, and didn't bother to think about it. After arranging everyone's work and waiting for the Trisolarans to move, Chinan began to study another civilization. Pioneer. It's time to solve this giant beast nomadic civilization. Don't panic if you have money in your pocket. With 220,000 system points, Chinan feels that Pioneer may already be a guy who can face it. Just as Chinan was browsing the system store, studying how to deal with the Pioneers. In the universe, above Holy Place number 1, it seems a bit messy. No trace of being invaded can be found. The database security system didn't respond at all. It doesn't look like it was done by a hacker. Is it magic? What kind of magic can interfere with electronic databases? Thanos sat on his throne, watching the little technicians under his hands in a mess, with a gloomy expression on his face. Can't find the problem. ... Sorry, Master, we, quote. The technician being questioned was in a cold sweat, and before he had time to beg for mercy, Thanos pinched his neck tightly. Then use your thumbs slightly. Crackling. There was a crisp sound, and the whole person lost the breath of life without struggling. My holy place number 1. Someone deleted the data in the database, but you told me that I can't find the reason, and you can't find who deleted it. Seeing that a person died, all the younger brothers present were trembling, and hurriedly clicked on the control panel, not knowing what they were pressing. They just knew that if they didn't satisfy Thanos, they might be the next one to die. It turned out that one day ago, Thanos checked the information of infinite gems as usual, but suddenly found that the data about the person in Time Gem disappeared. Time Gem is in the hands of Sorcerer Supreme, which is actually something that many people know. Thanos is no exception, but the power of Ancient One is also well known, so even knowing that the Time Gem is on Earth, on Ancient One's body, Thanos never thought of grabbing it directly. Maybe he will wait until he has collected several other gems, and then he will use the power of the gems before he starts. However, this well-known record about Ancient One, which existed in the Holy Place number 1 database, has disappeared. Thanos almost subconsciously thought that someone had hacked into his battleship system. How can this be? You know, this Holy Place number 1 is not only the strongest battleship in his hands, but also one of his strongholds. A place where he can feel safe. Where is the couch for others to sleep? My master, I feel that maybe the system is not really hacked. On the side, an ugly-looking alien said in a very graceful manner. This person is none other than Ebony Maw, one of Thanos' 5 obsidians. Proficient in magic and superior intellect. Also one of Thanos' advisors and most trusted people. Not an invasion. Thanos also frowned, and began to think. What could be the reason if it wasn't an intrusion? Let the database information that only he was qualified to view just disappear out of thin air. I once heard a rumor that Sorcerer Supreme borrowed the power of the Dark Dimension Dormammu. Ebony Maw began to analyze. As a magician, he paid a lot of attention to Ancient One. In fact, it felt like an industry expert met an academician. Everyone who played magic was looking at Sorcerer Supreme. After all, the Supreme Magician didn't come up with the name himself, but it was recognized by everyone. Even no matter what, as long as it involves Ancient One, he will inquire about it. Dormammu. Is that Latitude Mephisto? Both are villains, but Thanos and Dormammu don't have much contact. As a wanderer in the main world, he has nothing to cooperate with each other in depth. Yes, I suspect that the Ancient One may have disappeared. There's latitude power involved, and there's time power. I suspect that Ancient One used some kind of forbidden magic to fail, so she made herself disappear. She is probably dead. No wonder Ebony Maw thinks so. Because there are not many magics that can cause this phenomenon, and they are all taboo magics. The name of Ancient One, as long as it exists, can shock many people. There is no need for her to hide herself at all. To make her name disappear from the world, it must be because of the use of some taboo magic that failed, and disappeared. This will happen. After all, in magic, Gong Maho is a professional. Hearing this statement, Thanos' originally bad mood suddenly became better. Ancient One is dead. How sure are you? 90%. I used magic to explore the Earth, and the prestige of power that originally shrouded Ancient One has completely disappeared. Ebony Maw said affirmatively. What he didn't know was that Ancient One's prestige of power disappeared only because she traveled to another world and was working as a doorman. This is indeed good news. If everything is true as Ebony Maw says, then Thanos subconsciously glanced at the corpse that had just died and hadn't had time to be carried away. Then he died a bit unjustly. If Ancient One is dead, Time Gem is likely to still be on Earth. It is the god of their magician holy place. Ebony Maw said again. Speaking of this, Thanos was moved. I have collected infinite gems for so many years, and now I only have power gems in my hands. Most of the other gems only know the approximate location, but I can't get it. Originally, Mind Gem was also obtained, but was thrown to the earth by that silly road deer Loki. Now it looks like the Time Gem could be on the list. Then, let's go to Earth. Ancient One is gone, there are 3 gems on Earth now. Time, Mind, and Space. The rest, that is, the Soul and the Reality Gem, are added with the Power Gem in his hand. From this point of view, if this trip to the Earth goes smoothly, doesn't it mean that they will have 4 gems in their hands immediately? Such a temptation is hard to resist. However, Earth has been under the watchful eye of Asgard. Odin is not easy to deal with. Ebony Maw talked about another person. Strictly speaking, there is not only the Ancient One on the Earth, Odin is also one of the protectors of the Earth. Ragnarok has been rumored for so many years, it's time for it to come true. Thanos did sneer. Odin has reached his twilight years. If it is the prime of life, Thanos may have to think about it. But 5,000 years have passed, and even a powerful god will become fragile. There has always been a legend of Ragnarok in the plus starry sky. It's fine if Odin doesn't show up. If he does, I don't mind becoming a practitioner of starry sky legend. Go, target, Earth. No one can stop him from fulfilling his goals. Holy Place number 1, with huge amounts of propellers, burst out a powerful thrust. On Earth, Thanos has already experienced one defeat. The last time Thanos had bad intentions for the Earth, he sent the Kurita army over through the portal constructed by the space gem. It's just that the result is very unsatisfactory. However, this process is indeed a huge scene. It is Thanos who let most people on Earth know the existence of aliens. Even though there was such a big commotion, Ancient One still didn't make a move in person. So, is it possible that something happened to Zanyi at that time? The Earth is out of control. Fortunately, at that time, he was still scruples about Ancient One and did not dare to make a move in person. Otherwise, the space gem would have already arrived. So, going to Earth this time, there are only two possibilities for him to fail. First, Ancient One is actually still there. If it really wants to be like this, then wait. Second, that old man Odin went crazy, and he wanted to save the Earth even if he was close to death at an old age. That's okay. According to Odin's age, he will get GG in 1 or 2 shots at most. The gods of Asgard, although the older they get, the stronger their divine power is, but they are only stronger. The body that drives the power is close to decay, and they can't suppress the ability in the body at all. Odin made a move, almost sending himself to death, even if he knocked himself back temporarily. After he hanged on the wall, Thanos' revenge is unknown. Will Asgard be able to resist without Odin? Therefore, Thanos concluded that Odin would definitely not make a move. Master, we will be able to reach Earth in about a month. Although the spaceship is surprisingly large, its speed is not slow. It can enter the warp space and advance at 100 times, 1,000 times and 1,000 times the speed of light. Definitely, the space navigation systems in the Marvel world and the Trisolaran world are different. Marvel is a creation universe, and many creation universes will have some convenience laws. Like warp space, that is an independent space, connected to the whole universe like a honeycomb. It's like the world's highway. Break the honeycomb, drill in, drill out, and it will appear where you want to go. The warp speed of the original universe uses powerful power and technology to forcibly distort the space to accelerate, and the basic technological conditions that the two need to meet are simply vastly different. To enter the highway, the required technology is not high, and even a first-level civilization can do it if it finds a way. Advanced civilization is nothing more than walking faster in warp space. It is said that in the hands of Collector, there is the fastest shuttle in the universe, which can sail in warp space at 1 billion times the speed of light. Therefore, with the file size of tens of kilometers on Holy Place 1, it takes 1 month to reach the Earth, which is already very fast. No, this ship is not called Holy Place number 1, but Holy Place number 2. Because, Holy Place 1. Was blown up by Tony during the Battle of New York. This is why Thanos can't wait to do it immediately when he mentions the Earth. It was also one of the reasons why he was so angry when he saw the loss of system data. Having destroyed his hometown once, he obviously cherishes Holy Place number 2 even more. Even he only has 2 ships of this level. At this moment, Chinan didn't know that Thanos was ready to set off towards the Earth. He's really busy right now. The result of the interview with the Trisolarans, generally speaking, is nothing more than the merger of the Trisolaran civilization into the coalition government. Becoming a vassal race of human beings is actually not as simple as it seems on the surface. There are countless details that need to be dealt with, especially when the Trisolarans are moving. Fortunately, Zhang Beihai has officially joined the Men in Black. As a person who is very smart, has a strong learning ability, and his ability is not bad, he has no pressure at all to deal with the establishment of diplomatic relations and doorways involving different civilizations. In addition, Agent J has also been stationed in 3-body world. In fact, Chinan didn't need to spend too much energy on the matter of the 3-body problem. Now, the main focus of Chinyan's work has been placed on the pioneer Xiuan Pacific Rim. In this world full of giant beasts and large mechs, Chinan both attaches great importance to and fears it. Once, when I was still outside the 4th wall, I also read the stories of this world. It's just that in that story, there are almost very few introductions to the pioneer race. Even the only time they met and got to know each other was just a flash and ended in a sentence. Therefore, the first thing Chinan has to do now is to increase his understanding of the civilization of the pioneers. The moon base, Chinan has brought a C-class transport ship, docked near the base. It is also a C-class spaceship, and the transport ship has an advantage that the battleship does not have. That is, it has a stealth function, optical and radar double stealth. This trip to Earth, our purpose is very simple, to find Newton Goetzel and Hermann Gottlieb. Both of them should be in Hong Kong now. The Hong Kong subbase of the Joint Pacific Rim Defense Force. Machine Curry, Chinan controls the T-1000, and Wanda stood together. This time he still did not choose to go in real body. After all, in case the base has something to deal with, he still needs to be able to go back as soon as possible. So here I choose to control the T-1000 as my duplication. These two people, are they important? Wanda asked curiously. If the two of them are not wrong, they should communicate with those giant beasts in the next 2 days. Chinan recalled the timeline, and then continued. Synesthesia is a relatively special technology in this world. Although the technical content is not high, it can connect the minds of two people, and get all the memories and pasts of each other. Quote, if the two of them communicate with the monster, we may be able to know the situation on the other side of the wormhole. This is the first step in our understanding of the pioneers. If you want to understand the civilization of the pioneers, you must have a method. Can't you just drive a small spaceship and rush towards the wormhole? Therefore, using the synesthesia technology of this world to communicate with the memory of monsters is also the key to the first step in understanding the pioneers. I will control the T-1000 and go together. This mission, as an old man, will be the first mission for you newcomers. In the future, except for the more important ones, you will have to come by yourself. After all, it was the first mission for Wanda and Quicksilver. The two were not deeply involved in the world, and they still had super abilities. It was a bit uneasy to throw them directly on the ground like this. So Chinan decided to control the T-1000 duplication to go with them. Okay, the two seemed a little restless. This is different from the three-body problem, this is a brand new world. The man in black has never been in contact with anyone in this world. In other words, they came to open up wasteland. It's almost like Columbus discovering the new world. It's very exciting and exciting. By the way, before you go, put on this watch. With that said, Chinan handed them 2 watches. We have the communication form. Seeing the communication watch that was exactly the same style as her own, Wanda stretched out her hand subconsciously. This is a modified version, the old one can be taken off. Revision. The standard watch of the agent in black has a very simple function, it can only be used to contact the base. However, the world needs to have the signal receiver of the man in black. It is equivalent to a very strong smart watch with a long battery life. Used as a mobile phone. As for the modified version, the moment the two put on the new wristwatch, a beam of light shot out from the wristwatch, enveloping both of them. Then, a projected font prompted. The quantum data has been backed up and stored in the brain. Quantum data backup. Both of them looked at the interface on the watch with some confusion. Not sure what that means. Chinan just smiled. There is no doubt that this is a new watch modified by using the life backup technology rewarded by the Trisolaran. Quantum data means your whole person, your mind, soul, memory, and body, will be backed up and recorded. If you encounter any force majeure, death or serious injury, the watch will automatically activate and bring you back to life with full blood. Hearing Chinan's explanation, Quicksilver nodded subconsciously. I see, it's the archive resurrection in the game. However, after he finished speaking, he opened his mouth belatedly. Wait, resurrection. Wanda also stared blankly at the watch on her hand. This thing, can it be resurrected after death? She had never heard of such a thing. In almost everyone's cognition, death is death. Death is already one of the most common phenomena in human beings. However, Chinan now told them that the man in black could actually bring dead man back to life. This simply collapsed their 3 views. We can resurrect dead man. So, then, can you resurrect my parents? Quicksilver heard that the man in black had such outrageous skills, so could his parents who died innocently back then be resurrected? No, only those with backup data can be revived. Chinan shook his head. Their parents have been dead for so many years, how could they still be alive? Hearing this, both of them felt a little disappointed. However, although you can't be resurrected, it's actually not difficult to see your parents, just travel through time and you can go to the past to see them. Chinan laughed. Life and death, time, space. In the face of a real advanced civilization, it has long been something that can be manipulated and used at will. Sooner or later, the men in black will involve these forces. Travel through time. Are you talking about a time machine? That thing really exists. Even though the two of them haven't gone to much school, they still know that things like time machines are fantasies in science fiction stories. After all, what kind of grandfather-grandmother paradox? It is obviously impossible to have a time machine. Although we don't have a time machine yet, this thing does exist. When the organization develops and grows in the future, I will find a way to get one for you. Chinan started to draw big cakes. I didn't feel like I was bragging at all. After all, the timeline, spaceline, multi-universe, etc. of the Marvel world are much softer than other worlds. It's not that strict at all. If you can't beat it, it's okay to travel through the parallel world and let your subordinates meet their parents. Hearing that there is an opportunity to travel through time and to make up for the regrets of the past, both of them breathed a little short. For them, their parents are pains that need a lifetime to heal. But now it seems, the men in black have this ability. After all, even if they are already members of the Men in Black, they still don't know much about this mysterious organization. From time to time, there will be a thing that destroys the three views. This thing will be something that every agent of ours will be equipped with in the future. Chinan pointed to the watch and introduced the usage and function of the watch to them. Every day at 12 o'clock in the morning, it will automatically back up the data again. Definitely, active backup is also possible, but if you are not doing something particularly dangerous and important, active backup is not necessary. The backup resurrection is just the worst result, and the good resurrection should be resurrection with the current quantum information. So the backup function Chinan doesn't really care much about it. Secondly, if you are trapped in a certain place and cannot leave, or you have suffered huge amounts of trauma, you can also use the active resurrection function. This is equivalent to teleportation. It will disintegrate your body and let you return to the main base. This function is equivalent to the scroll to return to the city. Chinan thinks it is still very useful. Another point, which is very important, is that you have to protect the watch well. Don't let it get damaged, because once the watch is broken, you will be forcibly disassembled and sent back before it breaks. The quantum speed is the fastest speed no matter where the universe is. Therefore, even if the mechanical structure is broken, the watch can also achieve the effect of resurrection and transmission immediately before it breaks. Therefore, this quantum backup resurrection device is still very complete and easy to use. The most important thing is that the current watch, after being transferred by the quantum mastermind of the life backup instrument, there is no signal problem anymore. Even in different universes, the watch will not be disconnected and can always be connected to the base. This will be a great convenience for the agents who will work in the heavens and worlds in the future. Okay, we understand. After everything was ready, 3 people boarded the transport ship. This is one of the 5 C-class small transport ships presented by the system. It is said to be small, but the interior space is actually very large. It looks like it can hold a dozen cars. After detecting someone boarding the ship, a hole opened on the originally empty ground, and several seats stretched out. The function of the transport ship, Liao Nuo, is very complete. In addition to being able to load cargo, when needed, it also has an internal structure that can carry people and act as a passenger ship. Agents are on board, starting main engine. In the cockpit, after seeing the 3 people seated, the pilot also started the spaceship. Stealth mode activated. While speaking, the surface of the transport plane gradually became transparent. Then, it slowly disappeared, as if it had never been there. However, the stealth function of the C-class transport ship still has some shortcomings. If you observe it in the air, you can vaguely see some jelly-like feelings, but this is enough to deal with most scenes. Subsequently, the transport ship slowly lifted off. In a few seconds, it soared into the sky and headed towards the direction. Current destination: Hong Kong. Estimated time of arrival: 12 minutes. It only takes 12 minutes to go from the moon to the Earth, which is a terrifying speed. Much faster than the underground high-speed rail. But the price is there too. A set as huge as the high-speed rail is only 1,500 yuan. Although this C-class transport ship is not as expensive as a combat ship, it also costs 5,000 won. However, if you really want to buy it, the price-performance ratio is not high, and Chinan will most likely not buy a new one. 8 minutes later, they entered the atmosphere. Started to slow down. From the high altitude, you can vaguely see the vast land and many urban buildings. The most interesting thing is that Chinan even saw a monster with huge amounts of fighting yang with a mech on the coast. This is the latest monster that is preparing to attack Hong Kong, and he is fighting against China's Storm Crimson Mech Hunter. Soon, the logistics agents of the lunar base passed on the information collected from the internet. Is it such a coincidence? Chinan frowned. How could it be so hard to come to Earth just in time for a monster attack? Didn't the monster attack it a few days ago? According to common sense, it should be stable for a few days. These monsters are called kaiju beasts by people in this world. Their attacks are actually spaced apart. Generally speaking, it only occurs once every few months, and most of the attacks are in coastal areas. It stands to reason that a monster attacked Tokyo just a few days ago, so there shouldn't be any monsters appearing during this time. Chinan didn't even think about the presence of monsters during this trip. How do you say, boss, do you want to withdraw the agent? Chinan thought for a while, but still shook his head. No, continue with the task. The appearance of the monster was just an accident, and my own affairs were more important. However, a monster happened to appear. Let's take some fresh monster body tissue and analyze it. Living monsters are rare, and this is a good time to take this opportunity to form some monster organizations. Analysis can also enhance understanding of pioneer civilizations. Our ship won't be seen by radar. Don't worry, boss, with the existing radar technology on the Earth, it is completely impossible to detect our existence. The driver appears very confident. Then get closer, and see if they can get a little bit of tissue, or blood while they're beating. Although there are many remaining monster bodies in other places. But the living, fresh ones are completely different. This also starts with the role of a giant beast like kaiju beast. Strictly speaking, this kind of behemoth is just a consumable used by the pioneer civilization to pollute the Earth's atmospheric environment. Huge amounts of body size can allow him to decompose quickly after death, and produce a large amount of gas components that are harmful to humans, but the pioneers are very fond of. Therefore, if you have to put a function word on kaiju beast, it is probably just a bottle of dye in the eyes of the pioneers. Cheap, not worth the money, but works. Therefore, the organization of these behemoths is a substance that changes extremely fast. Completely change the nature almost in a few days. Therefore, living and fresh monster organizations are actually the most meaningful for research and analysis. Those that have changed in quality cannot be analyzed. As the transport plane slowly arrived at the battlefield, the battle between the two giants is almost clearly visible. This monster looks a bit like a lizard with underdeveloped wings, and it can't be said that it looks like any creature on Earth. But I can still feel that its appearance is a bit similar to the evolution of the Earth. Storm Crimson is constantly attacking it at this moment. The two are similar in size, but the monster is pressed and beaten by the mecha. Hehehehe. It can be seen that Storm Crimson's pilot skills and combat skills are still good. Tossing and moving, it kept avoiding the opponent's attack, and from time to time it left huge amounts of wounds on its body. The strange color of blood almost changed the color of this sea area. So big. Wanda watched the battle outside the window, her eyes widened. The enemies they usually face are nothing more than the same human beings. But when you watch the battle between such giants at close range, you can feel the shock. Every attack and block can set off huge waves. The sound of the collision exploded in the air, and that kind of vibration seemed to be able to penetrate the hull, shocking their hearts. How about it, Wanda, can you beat this thing? Chinan looked at Wanda and laughed. Ah, this is too big, don't be kidding me. When Wanda heard that, she quickly waved her hands. How could he beat such a big thing? Don't let your size cloud your confidence. Chinan squinted his eyes, looking at the giant beast outside the window. If your strength is fully developed, it will be far stronger than this monster. Although it will take time, but before you are not so powerful, he is still not your opponent. Chinan has a lot of confidence in Wanda. But I can control dozens of tons at most now, and with all my strength, hundreds of tons is the limit. This monster must be several thousand tons at least. I can't even lift it. Wanda compared the power levels of the two sides, and found that she couldn't deal with such a big thing at all. Why do you have to be able to lift it up to kill the opponent? Chinan asked back. You have fallen into a misunderstanding. When an elementary school student faces a strong adult, he also cannot lift him up. But it's actually very easy for an elementary school student to kill a strong man. All you need is a knife, a gun, and even a pen. Wanda listened to Chinan's words seriously, and seemed to understand something. You just need to find the opponent's weakness, and then concentrate your strength to attack the weakness. The strength of dozens of tons or hundreds of tons is even far more than that. As he spoke, Chinan waved his hand, and a scan of a monster appeared in front of his eyes. This is the data obtained by the transport ship's scanner just now. You see, most living things, even robots, have their own control centers. This monster also has a brain and nerve signals. To deal with him is not much more difficult than dealing with an ordinary person. Wanda nodded. Then what exactly should I do? Chinan, I said it all for the sake of meowing, and you still ask me how to do it. Chinan discovered for the first time that Wanda is really silly. Could this be the reason for the lack of reading? Understand it yourself. After this mission is over, I will find a university for you to study. Chinan felt that it was necessary for Wanda to learn basic scientific knowledge. No matter what power it is, it's all about understanding and exploring the world, and finding the power that can be used. Even the magic in your body is the same. Only with more knowledge can you know how to use, discover, and control more power. Go to school. When Wanda heard this, she almost didn't react. Why are you chatting so much that you suddenly want me to go to school? Are we school material? However, seeing that Chinan seemed to be very determined, and what he said made sense, Wanda could only nod reluctantly. Seeing his sister deflated, Quicksilver secretly smiled. Usually, no one can treat Wanda. Even when they were at the Hydra base, they were more like a cooperative relationship. Wanda always thought of what to do. No one can force her to do what she doesn't want to do. This is the first time he has seen Wanda deflated and suppressed, and he still needs to let Wanda study hard. For some reason, Quicksilver suddenly felt a sense of home. Maybe if the parents were still alive, they would let Wanda study hard. Where are you snickering? It's you, Agent K. Later, you and Agent W will go to school together. Quicksilver, isn't this the hell? Why did it involve me? I didn't say a word from the beginning to the end. While the few people were still chatting, the situation of the battle changed. Pacific Rim Defense Force, Hong Kong branch. In the command center, a black man stood on the big screen, watching the battle between Storm Crimson and this monster. It's bad. There's one more. Quote question mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. However, looking at the Storm Red is about to win. I saw another bright spot suddenly appeared in the radar signal. The second chrysanthemum beast. No, how is it possible? How could two kaiju beasts appear at the same time? This unscientific. The expressions of all the people present changed drastically. There has never been a precedent for two kaiju beasts appearing at the same time. Not good, tell Storm Scarlet. Storm Crimson. This is the Hong Kong base. Warning, a second kaiju beast is coming towards you. Soon, it will arrive in 5 minutes. He can fly. It's a level 4 flight kaiju beast. Codename, Tailed Rat. What? Level 4. The classification of kaiju beasts is a very rigorous mathematical problem. Starting from the first level, without raising a level, the body size doubles, and the combat power also doubles. Starting from the first opening beast, the second level was the most they faced, and the third level only appeared recently. As for the fourth level, don't even think about it, almost never seen it. An answer appeared in almost everyone's mind at the same time. Storm Crimson Asia, not its match. The bigger the behemoth, the stronger it is. This is why sports are also divided into heavyweights. Against the third level behemoths, Storm Scarlet may have the upper hand, but against the fourth level monsters, it is hardly against the people at all. What's more, you have to deal with 2 at the same time. How many movable mechs do we have? 4 more. Quote. Send them all. The black man looked at the time and felt that it was not enough. The mecha is expected to arrive in 15 minutes, and the tail mouse will arrive in 5 minutes. Storm Chihong will definitely not be able to handle it. Let Storm Crimson withdraw, pull with that monster and change the battlefield. However, when Storm Crimson's pilot heard the order to retreat, they were a little anxious. I'm going to win right now. Give me a little more time. However, the most lacking thing right now is time. It's too late. Withdraw quickly. Wait until the other mechs are in place. You lead it away to our expected meeting point. Seeing the monster covered in wounds that had already been beaten by herself, Baofeng Chihong felt that her mouth was full of shit and didn't know what to say. Obviously give him another 10 minutes and he will be able to destroy the other party. The movement ability, reaction ability and strength of this behemoth have all started to go downhill. Just hold on for a while. However, an order is always an order, even if Baofeng Scarlet is unwilling, she can only obey the order. Afterwards, after blocking the opponent's attack again, he began to take steps, preparing to distance himself from it. However, he found that the other party seemed to realize that he was about to evacuate, and ran towards the coast without looking back. What's the situation? The monster left itself and ran away. Not good. Can't pull it. He wants to go. Seeing that she didn't draw any hatred at all, Baofeng Chihong hurried forward and pursued. The people in the command hall were also stunned when they saw this scene. The monster seems to be ignoring the existence of Storm Crimson. It has no intention of continuing to fight at all. His target is the city. Seeing this scene, the man in black slapped the table hard. He couldn't help cursing. FK. Originally, according to their plan, let the Storm Red lead the monster to the meeting point, and then concentrate on destroying this small one first, and finally the 4 mech hunters will fight the tail-standing mouse. This way the battle situation is completely in your own hands. No matter how strong the 4th level monster is, you can't beat 4 in one fight, right? However, the tail-standing mouse didn't catch it. Then we can only let the Storm Crimson and this 3rd level one go head to head first, and let the other 3 fight with the 4th level one. Storm Crimson, destroy this monster as soon as possible. Then rush to the rendezvous point. Hearing the new order, the Storm Red pilots glanced at each other, and they could all see the excitement in each other's eyes. Then at Nima, before I had time to cheer myself up, I saw another monster appeared in the radar. Not good. There is a 3rd one. It's still level 4. Codename, Ridgeback Turtle. When the 3rd level 4 monster appeared, everyone was dumbfounded. Some even sat on the ground paralyzed in fright. God, are you giving up on us? God, how could there be a 3rd monster? 3 monsters appeared at the same time. Their target seems to be Hong Kong. At this moment, people's expressions became complicated. There were even a few survivors who had just encountered the invasion of Tokyo and collapsed directly. Tokyo had just been destroyed, and they felt extremely insecure and lost their homes, so they could only come to Hong Kong to live under others. Because, the Hong Kong base is the largest mecha hunter base in Asia, with a total of 4 mechas stationed there. I thought this was supposed to be the safest place on Earth, right? How could there be so many popping up all at once? Not good. Storm Crimson is injured. When Baofeng Chihong heard that another level 4 monster had appeared, she instantly became impatient. Their home is also here. Once those monsters raid and break into the city, it will undoubtedly be a catastrophe. They will not allow their homeland to suffer such a threat. 3 mecha hunters fighting against 2 level 4 monsters, from the perspective of heavyweight, it is definitely not enough. In order to solve the guy in hand as soon as possible, go to support your teammates. Storm Crimson's operations became sharper. However, sometimes, the more impatient you are, the worse things you can do. Just like now, when he opened and closed to destroy the 3rd level monster, the opponent also found an opportunity at the same time. At the moment when Storm Crimson attacked, huge amounts of sharp claws ruthlessly penetrated Storm Crimson's chest. In an instant, Baofeng Chihong's movements became stiff. 12% of the body is damaged. The movement ability is reduced by 23%, and the body is penetrated. Not good. Storm Scarlet is about to lose. At this moment, Baofeng Chihong's eagerness to save his homeland made the situation worse. Come on, Storm Crimson. Everyone was staring at the screen. At this time, they could only watch the driver's performance. Because of the two new level 4 monsters, it was impossible for other mecha hunters to support Storm Crimson. The only thing that can be done now is to silently shout for support. And Storm Crimson must win. Because once it fails, the consequences will be extremely tragic. The other mechs are fighting against the level 4 monster, and Storm Crimson is currently the only hunter who can stop this level 3 monster. Unable to stop it, the third level monsters rushed into the city of Hong Kong. The damage done is absolutely staggering. The battle over there couldn't be over for a while, even if the battle of the 3 stations was won. When looking back, it would be too late. Hong Kong may become the second Tokyo. However, Storm Crimson did not create miracles. Because, the grab just now penetrated the cab, and stabbed a driver, and the strong airflow and seawater instantly filled the cab. In the eyes of everyone, the speed and movement of Baofeng Qihong also began to slow down. It's over. Hong Kong is over. Pilot's vital signs are low, only 60% of the synesthesia connection remains. The driver is seriously injured. After parrying the monster's attack again, everyone found that the storm was a little bit powerless. Originally it was just a simple confrontation between the two sides, but the entire body of Baofeng Scarlet began to tremble. Afterwards, it even flew upside down, went out. Storm Crimson's power began to decline seriously. Get up. After falling to the ground, he struggled tremblingly for a long time, but he was still unable to stand up. The driver's physical condition has almost reached its limit, even if the body can hold it. Without the driver, Storm Crimson is just a pile of steel. And after seeing the Storm Crimson lying on the ground, it seemed that she couldn't pose a threat to herself. The monster didn't kill it cleanly, and continued to attack, but directly ignored the mech hunter who had been fighting with him for a long time, and continued to rush out towards the coastline. As if in that huge amounts of city, something is attracting his attention. For a while, the entire Pacific Rim command fell silent. People's faces were full of anxiety and despair. Something happened. Something big happened. This is the first time in so many years that a monster has broken through their blockade. It's fine if it's in other countries and regions, but here is Hong Kong, where there are 3 mecha hunters stationed there. Even in the era when monsters caused the most destructive power, Hong Kong has always been synonymous with safety and strength. But today, under the accidents again and again. For the first time, Hong Kong has broken through the defense line that they think will never go wrong. It's all our fault. The driver's consciousness of the storm red is a little confused, but he can still see the back of the monster that is fading away. If they hadn't made a mistake just now, the regiment would never have become like this. I don't blame you. No one thought that there would be so many monsters today. The chief of the base still comforted the pilot of Storm Crimson. In any case, Storm Crimson's mistakes also had to do with the unfavorable command of their headquarters. What should we do now? How is the evacuation of the people going? Every time a monster invades, the air defense siren will start to bang. The Pacific Rim Defense Force dispatched mecha hunters, while ordinary people would all be arranged in underground shelters. It is said to be a refuge, but in fact, countless air raid shelters have been built in various parts of the city. After all, both sides in the war are guys with amazing physiques, and the aftermath of any random toss will be fatal to ordinary people. 70%. When it crosses the coastline and sets foot on Hong Kong, the evacuation rate should reach 95%. This is the only good news. Quote, the officer sighed. Although the air raid shelter is not 100% safe, it can still save most of the population. At least, when the monsters start to destroy after logging in, people can lose less. Just when the entire Pacific Rim base was in chaos. Chinan and them, he got what he wanted. In stealth mode, their transport ship easily received the blood and body tissue residues spilled from the monster after being attacked in the air. It is said that it is residue, but it seems that there are as many wash basins as there are. Boss, looking at the current situation, their big robot seems to be failing. Why didn't this monster make up the knife? Just ran away. As the closest spectators of the battle between the two sides, they have a panoramic view of everything. Quicksilver felt that they were watching a blockbuster movie, which was very exciting. It's the result of the battle. As expected of a monster, it has no brains and doesn't make up the knife. They should have some kind of purpose. Wanda, can you feel their emotions? Or read their memories directly? Doesn't Wanda have the ability to read minds? If you can directly read the minds of monsters, maybe you can know what they want to do. I can only feel that he seems to be very anxious to go to a place. As for the specific thinking, I may not know until I get in touch with him. Chinan was a little disappointed when he heard it. He thought that the monster's brain is not as closed as that of a human being, and the structure is relatively simple. Wanda may be able to read thoughts without touching. Now it seems that Chinan just thought too much. As for contact, the heavy weight of that thing is basically difficult to subdue. It can only be killed. It is indeed a bit difficult to contact. Anyone who doesn't pay attention will be GG. Go, follow and have a look. In the current situation, most of the people in Hong Kong must have been placed in refugee camps. They may not be able to find someone now. Might as well look at this monster ready. The spaceship moved steadily above the monster and followed the monster. Soon, we reached the edge of the city. Hong Kong. Hong Kong in this world even seems to be more prosperous than other worlds. Hong Kong was originally a treasure land, with a very good location and high economic development. It is a relatively prosperous city in any world. However, it was also for this reason that the Pacific Rim Defense Forces Asian Mech Hunter Base was chosen in this city. To supply the supporting equipment for mecha hunters requires a very large logistics system, which has caused Hong Kong, which was originally prosperous and developed, to become the absolute economic center of Asia in this world. This is why everyone was so anxious after the sickle head broke through the coastline. If Hong Kong is destroyed, or if there are too many losses, the maintenance work of these mecha hunters will become more difficult, and the combat power will inevitably plummet. It doesn't seem to want to destroy the city. What is it looking for? After the head logged in, it didn't look like those monsters that saw man-made things, and high-rise buildings began to wreak havoc. Instead, he raised his neck and held his head high, as if he was constantly searching for some kind of information around him. Moreover, in order to reach the destination faster, he even chose to bypass the building in front of him. He took the road. Such an operation stunned everyone's jaws. Behemoth can also walk the road. Soon, it found a place, and then, without any hesitation, it pointed at the ground and started waving its sharp claws. What is it attacking? Where is that place? It's a public shelter. Quote question mark question mark question mark. There are so many buildings on the ground that it doesn't attack. Why attack an underground refuge? At a time when the defense forces were a little confused as to why Sicklehead was behaving so strangely. In the shelter that was attacked, a man with spectacles and somewhat dull eyes was looking at the ceiling. Then, a violent shock came, and the powerful force penetrated the reinforced concrete ground, causing a group of people to sway left and right. What happened? The monster is right on top of us. God bless me. Feeling this vibration and the roar of a certain big guy, the crowd began to panic. Don't be afraid. This is a refuge, specially prepared to deal with these big guys. We are absolutely safe underground. Suddenly, a policeman shouted loudly to appease everyone's emotions. Yeah, isn't this an underground shelter? The monster might just pass by. It must be fine. However, before everyone succeeded in comforting themselves, there was another loud bang. Boom. This time, it was far more intense than last time. The ceiling of the shelter was cracked. Thorn. The crack spread to the entire building almost instantly. Even masonry and light fixtures have started to fall, hitting people. None of this is the scariest. The most frightening thing is that with this attack, the shelter was breached. In the middle of the crack in the ceiling, it is almost shapeshifting and distorted, so you can sneak through the gap and see the ground directly. The man with glasses stood up in a panic, and before he had time to find a place to hide, he raised his head subconsciously. Through the gap, he seemed to see the figure of a giant beast. Those eyes, which were bigger than others, were staring at his direction. The moment they looked at each other, he seemed to understand something. They are here to find me. Yes, they must have come to look for me. He grabbed a man frantically and kept repeating this sentence. The man with glasses is Chinan, who is looking for the job of the island. Hearing Newton's nonsense, the lucky audience he picked at random was not happy. Are you crazy? Who do you think you are? A monster is coming for you. Really, what I said is true. Seeing Newton's crazy look, the people around him subconsciously took 2 steps back, and no one believed his words. Threats overhead and a madman beside me. What crime did you do today? Didn't you read the almanac when you went out? When everyone was desperate, the sickle head on the head also found the person he was looking for, stretched out his claws without hesitation, and stuffed it into the crack. Afterwards, slightly exerted force. The concrete ceiling several meters thick was torn apart by him. Countless rubble rolled down, and it is unknown how many people were killed. And the shelter was completely exposed under the eyes of the monsters. Everyone is upside down. For a moment, moans of pain, howls of despair, and the grief after relatives and friends were crushed to death, hovered continuously in this refuge. Newton, on the other hand, stood in the center with weak legs, looking up into the eyes of the giant beast. He even got angry and yelled loudly, "FK. You are coming to find me. My mother is right here. Come on." He stretched out his hands, looking a little crazy. Seeing his appearance, the giant beast stretched out its claws without hesitation, just ready to grab it down. And everything that happened in front of them was seen by the people in the spaceship. "Isn't that man the Dr. Newton you're looking for, boss?" Wanda's sharp eyes were the first to spot Newton's existence. It's true. If that's the case, it can be explained. As soon as Chinan saw Dr. Newton, he understood why what happened today became so weird. Because, the reason why Chinan sought him was also because of this. Newton and the monster had a synesthesia. That said, Newton gained a lot of information about the pioneers. Originally, according to the original timeline, Newton should not have done this during this period. Now it seems that what may have caused the butterfly effect. Chinan didn't know exactly what happened, he only knew, if he didn't do something, this walking intelligence agent would be G'd soon. There are very few people in this world who can bear synesthesia. Not to mention being able to survive the synesthete with monsters. It can only be said that Newton should have a special ability. There are not many people in this world who can have this kind of ability. So, Chinan knew that if he didn't take action again, maybe there would be no future. "Open the hatch." The driver heard the order and even opened the hatch. Chinan stood by the hatch, looking at the giant beast on the ground. Compared to himself, he seemed like an ant. But there are actually many ways to solve it. Chinan chose the most direct one. "Wanda, take care, this is also how to use origin magic power." Upon hearing this, Wanda immediately watched Chinan's operation seriously. Chinan instantly turned into a pool of silver liquid, reorganized in the air, and turned into a small fighter plane. It looks like a remote control airplane model. As a liquid metal robot, T-1000 can shapeshift into almost any form as long as its brain is big enough. However, it's just a shape. There are shapes, but it's hard to have a corresponding function. However, it is different now. It was supposed to be just a small plane, but a red energy flow suddenly spewed out from the propeller port at the tail. This power, Wanda is simply too familiar. Isn't it her origin magic power? Can it still be used like this? Chinan's body is not here, strictly speaking, it's just a lump of metal. However, Chinan attached the origin magic power accumulated for several days to the T-1000 before. This makes T-1000 have infinite possibilities. Because, origin magic power originally has the ability to write reality. Although neither Chinan nor Wanda has reached this level of rewriting reality. Borrowing props can make a part of this feature of origin magic power play out. For example, now, the airplane transformed into T-1000, driven by the magic energy at the tail, soars into the sky. Almost in the blink of an eye, it reached near the ground, above the head of the monster. Seeing that it reached the eyes of the monster, the fighter plane began to change another form in the air. The silver-white liquid flowed, forming a huge amounts of long sword. The surface of the long sword is surrounded by red energy. It is the acceleration of the carrier just now in the form of a fighter plane. It stabbed fiercely into the eyeball of the sickle head. On the ground, the people in the refuge saw that the sharp claws of the sickle head were getting closer and closer, just as everyone was desperately waiting to die. A sonic boom was heard from above. Afterwards, the sickle head subconsciously withdrew its hand as if it had received some stimulation. Two paws began to cover his head. What happened? Did some weapon attack it just now? Pacific Rim Command Center. Everyone who was paying attention to the movement of the sickle head also discovered what happened just now. They thought it was a weapon fired by their own people. No, no, what was that glowing red light just now? Why did the sickle head become like this? In the picture, the sickle head, whose original purpose was very clear, to log in even if he was seriously injured, was lying on the ground and rolling continuously. Painful growls came out of his mouth. The most important thing is that within a few seconds, people discovered that the slighter its movements, almost less than 20 seconds, it didn't let it struggle for long. Synesthesia, this third-tier behemoth that was severely damaged by the storm, broke into the most heavily guarded coastline in Asia. It completely lost its movement. The vital signs of the monster are dropping rapidly. It's dead. The results read by the detector made everyone dumbfounded. Sicklehead, is he dead like this? What the hell, what happened? Wanda, do you understand? Quicksilver was also surprised to see the sicklehead fall. Although he could see the details clearly, he didn't know how Chinan did it. There is such a big gap between the warning of human beings and the giant beast. Chinan actually killed it in just 10 seconds. I understand a little. Wanda has a perception of origin magic power. So I probably understand Chinan's operation. At the beginning, he used the airplane form to accelerate himself. It quickly reached a terrifying speed. Afterwards, the form was quickly transformed into a sword form, and then the surface of the sword was wrapped with origin magic power. This is the energy of the artifact, coupled with the original characteristics and extremely fast speed of the T-1000. At that moment just now, the strength of that sword can be said to be almost indestructible. In an instant, it pierced through the monster's eye socket, penetrated the head, and entered the monster's brain. Afterwards, it even changed into the form of a drill bit, destroying everything recklessly inside the fragile brain. This series of operations are completed in one go, accelerating, penetrating, destroying and stirring. Liquid metal was originally just soft metal. Even if it had a certain hardness, it was far from reaching the level of penetrating monster bones. After all, for such a huge monster, if he wants to maintain his body shape, all his organs and bones are extremely dense. However, under the blessing of origin magic power, the originally soft liquid metal has become an existence that can almost possess many material properties. This is the ability to rewrite reality with the origin magic power of the threshold. Strong. Too strong. Wanda was shocked. Not only Wanda, but the entire Pacific Rim Defense Command was shocked by the scene before them. Look, when the sickle head completely loses its ability to move. Strips of silver-white silk threads began to emerge from the sickle head's body. Came together even faster. Formed a human form. Color at last. Transformed into Chinan in a suit. At this moment, anyone with a bit of brain knows that it is definitely this human who wiped out the sickle head. They all looked at Chinan in awe. Chinan leisurely walked down the sickle-headed corpse. Then, he slowly came to Dr. Newton, where he said, everyone gave way. Even some of the hemiplegics who were smashed were struggling to squeeze to the side. Are you Dr. Newton? Chinan smiled and asked the embarrassed Dr. Newton. I am. Dr. Newton swallowed subconsciously. He looked at Chinan helplessly. This one in front of him is a ruthless person who killed a third-level giant beast within 10 seconds. You must know that even the most advanced mech hunters are 50-50 against level 3 giant beasts. If you don't pay attention, you will lose. I'm the man in black in the 6th sector. Agent Q. I want to consult with you about something. I don't know if it's convenient for you to come with me. The man in black, the 6th sector, agent. A series of self-introductions seemed to say a lot, but Dr. Newton didn't understand a single word. It was as if he didn't say anything. What department are these? How has he never heard of it? If it's not convenient for me. To be honest, Newton was a little scared even though the other party killed a third-level behemoth just now. Who knows what department and organization Chinan is in? However, before he finished expressing his opinion, the smile on Chinan's mouth seemed to disappear, and he looked at him with a serious look. At this moment, Newton had an epiphany. If I'm inconvenient, that's impossible, I'm too convenient. Newton laughed awkwardly. Chinan nodded in satisfaction. Just about to take Newton away, find a place with few people and no surveillance to board the boat. Not far away, a group of soldiers with live ammunition came running. The words of the Pacific Rim Guard Army are clearly written on the clothes they are wearing. This is the arrival of someone from the command center, etc. The leader among them seemed to have heard their conversation through on-site surveillance, and said hastily, "This, sir, because I don't know what Chinan is, after all, his kaleidoscopic shapeshift appearance is still vivid in my memory. I could only call Mr. We belong to the Pacific Rim Defense Force, and Dr. Newton is also a scientist of the Mech Hunter. If there is anything you can actually go to our base to talk about." Chinan's mystery and strength made them dare not say some serious words, but at the same time they were reluctant to leave Chinan just like that. He appeared so suddenly, who knows if he will disappear so suddenly. This is an existence that can single-handedly challenge a third-level behemoth, and it is the kind that can solve the battle in 10 seconds. To be honest, the three views are already broken. If it weren't for the video surveillance, they would all wonder if today is April Fool's Day. We actually have nothing to say, I have more important things to deal with. Pacific Rim Defense Force, Chinan actually has nothing to chat with them. Facing the pioneer civilization, the humans on this earth can't help Chinan at all. Although sooner or later he will have to contact these humans, but that is something that Chinan will entrust others to do in the future. Diplomacy is too tiring, especially with these world leaders who have experienced many battles. Chinan has already thought about the person who will contact the pioneer world and establish diplomatic relations. Zhang Beihai. Therefore, according to Chinan's plan, there is no need to contact them now. No, sir. We see everything you do. You saved Hong Kong and everyone present. Now the situation is more complicated. If it wasn't for you, more people might die, hundreds of thousands, millions. Although what he said is exaggerated, it is also well-founded. Tokyo before is an example. So, you must accept our thanks. His attitude was very sincere, but Chinan knew that maybe they cared more about their own strength, right? Chinan smiled. I come from the Men in Black, and my job is contact of the third kind, establishing diplomatic relations or war with alien civilizations. And you defense forces also have your own job, nothing more than resisting the kaiju beast. You do yours, and we do ours is enough. Hearing Chinan's words, the leader of the defense force was stunned. What the hell? Diplomacy with aliens, and war. When did this happen? On Earth, there is such a department. This, Mr. Man in Black, you mean, you are also from a special department? It's just the scope of work, dealing with aliens. It's about the same. I just had a battle with an alien civilization called the Three-Body Civilization 2 days ago. It didn't just happen that I encountered this incident and solved it smoothly. As he spoke, Chinan pointed to the sickle head's body. Happened to this. Solved it easily. How do you say this? It's as outrageous as going home from get off work to buy a dish and saving the world by the way. Wait, if your job is to deal with aliens, then these monsters are also aliens. The leader looked at Chinan expectantly. Now outside the coastline, there are 2 level 4 kaiju beasts. Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Chinan. Undoubtedly, he saw Chinan's strength, and wanted Chinan to help deal with those 2 big 4-level guys, just like dealing with this sickle head. Don't think about it, I won't make a move, and I believe you have a solution. Although the Man in Black advocates a community with a shared future for mankind, he is not a nanny. 2 4th-level behemoths. With the strength of the Pacific Rim Defense Force, they should be able to stop them. This is also the reason why Chinan didn't want to get in touch with the official power of this world too early. Chinan is very clear about his goal, which is to hide first. He didn't want these so-called behemoths who didn't appear on the stage to involve his energy. But, these monsters are also aliens. According to what you said, isn't this your job? The leader was a little anxious. Near the coastline, the first behemoth has appeared, and 3 mechas have already been engaged. Without foreign aid, the 3 hunter mechs might have to be scrapped if they really won. The 4th-level giant beast is really too fierce. They are not aliens at all, at most. A few dogs, or cloned dogs. Dr. Newton, who was in a strange mood, interrupted suddenly. He looked at Chinan excitedly. Unexpectedly, someone really knows about them. The world is saved. Since he communicated with the monster, he got a lot of information about the pioneers. However, the more he knew, the more desperate he became. He once felt that there was almost no possibility for human beings to win. But Chinan's debut made him find hope again. Perhaps, behind human beings, there is also a power that can fight against the pioneers. The men in black, according to what Chinan said, they are really different from the defense force. Soldiers against soldiers, generals against generals. Miscellaneous fish versus shrimp. Chinan is so awesome, he should deal with the pioneers. Newton simply raised his hands and feet to support Chinan and ignore these beasts. You guys, what are you talking about? The guards were dumbfounded. Newton was excited at the moment, his mouth seemed to be open, and he began to output crazily. Kaiju beast, that's what it is. He pointed to the sickle-head corpse not far away. Although he is from an alien, it is not an alien at all. It is not even an alien life form. It's a civilization called the Pioneer, a monster created by using some biological genes of the Earth. And this kind of monster, what we call level 3, level 4, level 5, even level 6, level 7, level 8, are all rubbish wherever they are. Consumables. Not even a dog. Hearing Newton's words, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. The kaiju beast is on an alien planet, not even as good as a dog. These enemies that make them exhausted and resist with their lives are just rubbish. Impossible. What is this talking about? If it was really that powerful, wouldn't human beings have been extinct long ago? Nothing is impossible. I see it. I see it all. I have synesthesia with the monster. I can see everything there. Chrysanthemum beasts are just sent here to die. The chemical composition in the corpse will slowly transform the atmosphere of the Earth. This is just the first wave, and it's not even a combat unit. The second wave is the real sweepers, fighting. Or, they're going to wipe out all the bugs on the planet, that's us. Newton obsessively recounted the pictures he had seen after the monster's brain had synesthesia. The mind is full of the power of the pioneers, especially those terrifying monsters that can't be seen at a glance. It's hard to imagine how this kind of thing can fight against the enemy. The conversation at the scene was also transmitted to the command center through the leading soldiers of the defense forces. Everyone was stunned. What Newton said. Was true. Newton is a member of the science department of the defense forces, and almost everyone present knows him. Compared with what Chinan said, Newton's words are more credible. No way. Kaiju beast is only the lowest. Outrageous. Humans, is there any hope? For a moment, everyone present was a little desperate. Suddenly someone said, "You say, is what that mysterious man said true?" There has always been a mysterious organization behind human beings silently protecting human beings. Still fighting aliens. This is even more outrageous. That's right. How is it possible? Our defense force almost occupies most of the funds in this world. How can there be a department organization stronger than us? Or, face the aliens. That's right, I don't believe it. Don't tell me, we spent so much money just to beat alien dogs. Isn't this a laughing stock? Yes, if there is such an organization that cannot be hidden, how can no one know? However, just when everyone is unbelieving, Chinan seemed a little impatient with being pestered by the defense forces. With a wave of his hand, a pair of glasses appeared out of thin air in his hand. Set it and handed it to Newton. Put it on. Newton subconsciously took the glasses and put them on the eye sockets. Then, a black pen appeared in his hand. The moment the button is pressed, a bright light flashes. Everyone present was stunned for an instant. This sicklehead, he didn't read the almanac when he went out today, fell to his death while walking, and nothing else happened. After saying this, Chinan took Dr. Newton and left. Only hundreds of people were left staring at each other, and it wasn't until tens of seconds later that people came back to their senses. Looking at the huge amounts of sicklehead corpse, he started to say with surprise and laughter, "Ha ha ha, this is too relieved, he is dead. It's the first time I've been so close to a monster. Isn't this thing so scary? It's the first time I've heard of the kaiju beast that fell to its death. I laughed so hard, I can brag about it for a year." Even people from the defense force joined in the discussion. Seeing this weird and funny scene in the video, everyone in the command center was dumbfounded. What's the situation? Captain of Team 7, what are you doing? Why did you let them go? At this moment, the captain of Team 7, the soldier who spoke to Chinan just now, said with a puzzled face, didn't I come to patrol? Who left? Patrol. He obviously received an order from the headquarters to contact relatives and friends. How could you forget it all at once? They seem to have collective amnesia. Someone has figured it out. Amnesia. With just a flash, the memories of hundreds or thousands of people have been erased. And new ones have been injected. At this moment, the people in the command center were a little dumbfounded. What is this operation? I suddenly believed the man in black and Dr. Newton a little. Tell me, the reason why we don't know about this department, is it possible that the so-called man in black is? Yes. Our memories have also been altered. As soon as such a guess came out, everyone gasped. I just feel tingling in my back. If this is the case, it can be why Chinan was able to single out the third-level kaiju beast, and no one knew what department he was from the man in black. This kind of method that only needs to be flashed to delete the memory is simply impossible to guard against. Everyone. Meanwhile, the space agency. Miles, who had just received a large sum of money from Parliament, also received news about what happened in Hong Kong. Especially when he learned that Chinan had appeared, and single-handedly eliminated a third-level kaiju beast and erased the memory of those present before disappearing. Almost immediately he connected this incident with the memory that suddenly appeared on the moon. Men in black, specialized in dealing with aliens. Miles muttered to himself, does this make sense? If there is really a mysterious organization in this world, it is silently protecting the world without everyone knowing. Maybe only those mysterious people on the moon. Men in black, have you heard of this organization? Miles communicated with colleagues around him. However, almost no one has heard anything related to the man in black. I can't find it on the internet, but there are some informal private forums, that is, where UFO enthusiasts gather, and there are some discussions about the man in black. The so-called UFO gathering places are people who say that they have encountered aliens every day. They have all kinds of fantasies about the starry sky, and no one believes it. Everyone is just watching for fun. According to some people, after meeting aliens, there will be mysterious special departments in suits who will come to inquire and ask them never to mention it. These people have advanced black technology in their hands and high-tech equipment that normal people do not have. Some outrageous people even said that they were taken away by aliens for experiments, and after they came back, they were taken away by mysterious people for physical examination. To be honest, these rhetoric are more like the fantasies of a group of UFO lunatics. No one ever took it seriously. The men in black really exist. Miles was also excited. No one knew that even though he was the director of the space agency, he held a high position and was considered an upper-class person. But in private, he is also an avid UFO lover. He really turned his hobby into a career. But even if he became the director of the space agency, after so many years of work, he still has not discovered aliens. There are only kaiju beasts that occasionally come out of the wormhole, and that thing doesn't look like people's definition of aliens but more like O2 beast. The appearance of the man in black almost ignited his inner curiosity about those mysterious things. It can erase memories. There is a base on the moon, and a single person seems to have a super ability. Isn't this series of information connected together? When is our flight spacecraft going to the moon? Miles said eagerly. It will take 3 days at the earliest. Since they got the funding a few days ago, their lunar module is already on the way. The space agency is incredibly fast. It can only be said that the productivity of this world is still very high. Because of the mech hunters, the industry is extremely developed. As long as the funds are in place, it will take less than 2 or 3 days to build a lunar landing ship. However, the hastily launched lunar landing ship will definitely have many technical hidden dangers. Miles can't control that much anymore. He's going to verify something very important. When all parties were in chaos because of Chinan's appearance. Chinan has already boarded the transport ship with Dr. Newton. Seeing the technological atmosphere in the transport ship, Newton seemed a little excited. Is this a spaceship? The transport ship is extremely quiet, and you can't even feel the movement of sailing. But through the constantly moving clouds outside the window, Newton could see that the ship was moving towards the sky at a terrifying speed. Well, Dr. Newton, you should be able to guess what we are looking for you for. Quote. Is it because I have synesthesia with the monster? Newton nodded. Then can you tell us what you found in synesthesia? Especially the thing about the pioneers. Quote, Chinan sat across from Newton, while Tianda and Quicksilver looked at Chinan calmly and asked questions. Newton seemed a little nervous, and said while recalling, what I feel synesthetically is part of the brain tissue of a dead monster. So the synesthesia is not complete, and I can only see some intermittent pictures and a few thoughts. As he spoke, Newton's breathing became short and his tone became high. Kaiju beast. Kaiju beast is not an intruder at all. They're just pioneer mass-produced cleaners. The pioneers are a powerful nomadic civilization. They found a living planet, colonized it, cleaned everything up, and then destroyed the entire planet's resources. Then move on to the next one. They came here during the time of the dinosaurs. It's just that the Earth at that time didn't seem to be suitable for them, so they waited until now. Newton spoke in a trance, as if he was still reminiscing about the memories he saw in his words. There was a wave of fear. Anything else? The details about the Harbingers originally, their technology, their weapons, etc. Relatives and friends don't care at all about Kaiju Beast and the pioneers coming to the Earth a few times. He just wanted to know what level of civilization the pioneers were. I saw this in a very short period of synesthesia, and there was more information before the synesthesia was interrupted. Newton shook his head. He can know most of these people who are beyond this world. As for more things to do with the pioneers, maybe I can only know after a synesthesia, and I must have a living monster brain. With that said, Newton began to explain. Although the Kaiju Beast is the lowest level monster, all the monsters under the pioneer are actually under some kind of hive effect. That is to say, as long as there is a living monster brain that allows me to communicate, I can link to the hive thinking system of the pioneers. Honeycomb system. If this is the case, it is not surprising. After all, it is a civilization dominated by biotechnology. Cloning and copying various creatures as their daily life. It must be very difficult for these creatures to have their own self-awareness and self-management. Therefore, biotechnology with honeycomb system is indeed the most ideal choice. From this point of view, no wonder the pioneers dispatched 3 Kaiju beasts to invade Hong Kong to capture Newton. The pioneers' hive system must be a very large system, but someone has linked it. The main consciousness of the hive must have discovered something is wrong, so it wants to clean up this uninvited person, right? However, the synesthesia technology in this world does have its own unique place. Technologies that can involve thinking and memory, especially in the case of modern civilization technology, or relatively advanced black technologies. Strictly speaking, synesthesia technology has almost touched the threshold of quantum life. If it goes a step further, the soul is uploaded, and the memory is immortal. Now this thing is used in the driving modules of several hunters, which is actually a big waste. That is to say, if I can find you a living Kaiju beast, you can get more information about the pioneers by communicating with it, right? Chinan asked. That's right, it's just a living Kaijuman. Newton couldn't imagine that scene for a while. The close contact with the sickle head just now was almost the scariest thing he had ever experienced in his life. Is there really a chance for those who are alive to be able to reject the synesthesia? After all, it is far easier to kill than to capture. Up to now, no one has ever heard of Kaijulu being able to fall into the hands of humans alive. Outside, aren't there 2 more now? Chinan smiled slightly and looked out the window. It was only then that several people discovered that the transport ship had already reached the sky above the endless ocean. Directly below the spaceship, 3 mech hunters have started the battle with Kaiju Beast. The situation is very bad. The 3 mechs were almost crushed by 2 giant beasts. Pacific Rim Command Center. Commander Scott's eyes were nearly on fire. After Chinan erased the memories of those hundreds of people and left. They didn't have time to think about it, so they immediately threw themselves into other jobs. 2 level 4 behemoths have arrived. Facing the unprecedented high-level behemoth, their existing mech hunters can only resist with difficulty. Dangerous homeless injuries 7%. Still in operation, the effect of the chainsaw blade on the opponent's armor is negligible. The dangerous wanderer is equipped with a powerful chainsaw blade. As a star mecha, every time he uses this knife to chop off the head of a giant beast, he will win the cheers of countless people. However, when facing the 4th level Kaiju beast, they discovered that the original sharp weapons had become useless. The opponent's body surface is covered with a thick layer of armor. Sparks splashed everywhere when the knife was cut down. Although it left a deep groove, it couldn't hurt its vital organs at all. The defense of the leatherback turtle is too strong. Unless you use the ion cannon, you can't break the defense at all. The ion cannon is the newest weapon on the Dangerous Wanderer, and one of the most powerful. Although the technology is not mature enough, its power cannot be underestimated. High-temperature ions can melt almost everything. It is definitely effective against giant beasts with extremely strong defenses like the leatherback turtle. Cherno Alpha and Eureka Raiders go first. Let the Dangerous Wanderers charge the ion cannon. Scott quickly issued operational orders. Although the ion cannon is powerful, it requires energy storage to use it. And it can only be launched once in a short period of time. Just as the Dangerous Wanderer was accumulating energy, another chrysanthemum animal-tailed standing mouse noticed something was wrong. Want to step forward to interrupt the operation of the dangerous homeless. But it was quickly stopped by the Eureka Raiders on the side. Cherno Alpha and Eureka Raider frantically displayed their abilities, stopping one respectively. It even completely ignored its own defense. As long as the ion cannon of the Dangerous Wanderers can kill one, they will definitely win this battle in a 3-on-1 situation. However, the plan is beautiful, but the reality is cruel. Just when the Dangerous Wanderer had almost accumulated energy and was about to give the leatherback turtle a hard blow. Suddenly, a burst of dazzling blue light emerged from the bottom of the water not far away. Afterwards, the blue light turned into ripples and began to spread rapidly. Almost at the moment when the blue light appeared, the radar of the Pacific Rim Command also detected something wrong. Not good. There is a third one. Level 4 Kaiju Beast, codenamed Thunder Beast. How is that possible? There's a level 4. Seeing the Thunder Beast suddenly appear in. At the moment of the radar, everyone was dumbfounded. Their equipment has been monitoring the wormhole all the time, and any Kaiju beast that emerges from the wormhole will be captured by them. Why did this 4th level Thunder Beast suddenly appear? 3. Couldn't there be a second wormhole? The Ultralisk seems to have the ability of electromagnetic shielding. He just launched an EMP electromagnetic wave. Shield radar can also fire EMP. This kind of ability was unheard of, but everyone felt something was wrong in an instant. Not good. EMP. Eureka Raider is the 3rd generation mecha pure electric. Both Dangerous Wanderer and Cherno Alpha are nuclear powered, so they can at least move a bit when facing EMP. But the Eureka Raider is a purely electric machine. It uses ion batteries. As soon as everyone reacted, they found that the battle situation on the scene also changed huge amounts of at this moment. Although EMP did not completely paralyze Dangerous Wanderer 300 and Cherno Alpha, it still destroyed a lot of electronic equipment inside them. The ion cannon that the Dangerous Wanderer had been accumulating for a long time turned off immediately. The Eureka Raider was in a terrible situation. He was still blocking the tail mouse, but the blue light swept over him, and he was instantly paralyzed. The opponent didn't miss this opportunity, rushed forward, and removed Eureka's attacking head with 2 claws. Then, it was severely crushed into a ball of scrap iron. Eureka Raid's driver death. Cherno Alpha isn't much better. The leatherback turtle seized the opportunity and hit him with the spine hammer on the tail that was bigger than the head, directly punching a big hole in his waist. This kind of injury plus the previous EMP's damage to the internal electronic equipment, Alpha also completely lost its ability to move. For a while, only one mecha of the Dangerous Wanderer was left fighting. And, it's still a 1-on-3. The appearance of the Thunder Beast brought the battle to a desperate situation almost instantly. Dangerous Wanderers, even if they are awesome, how could they beat 3 4th level chrysanthemums? However, at the moment, he could only bite the bullet and go on. Disabled ion cannon launchers. He drew his chainsaw blade again. At this moment, 3 4th level chrysanthemum beasts had already stood in 3 directions, surrounding the dangerous homeless. The Dangerous Wanderer kept spinning his body, but he didn't know who to aim the knife at for a while. How to play this? However, just when everyone thought that they were going to lose a complete defeat this time. Suddenly, the 3 chrysanthemum beasts raised their heads almost at the same time, looking at the sky. You can even feel their emotions and even a little nervousness. They completely ignored the pause posed by the dangerous wanderer. He kept roaring towards the sky. What happened? What happened? Kaiju beast looks like it is facing a big enemy, it must have discovered something. Look, there are people in the sky. As soon as they said that there were people in the sky, subconsciously, the picture of Chinan killing the sickle head in an instant before turning the tide appeared in their minds. Could it be that he appeared again? No, it's a woman. On the screen, Wanda was wearing a black suit. The surrounding red unknown energy dances like wicker in the air. Not Chinan. The man in black, Agent W. As the creation of civilization, you entered the Earth but did not report to the man in black. Now I will officially detain you until your master comes to claim you. Although Wanda looks very small in this battlefield. But what she said was not clearly transmitted to everyone's minds. Even Kaiju Beast also received the message. For a moment, everyone was stunned. Detention. Claim. Who am I? Where am I? What happened? What is she talking about? The current situation makes everyone a little confused. Wanda was suspended in the air the whole time. Seeing a person who can fly out of thin air, for most people, is already a ruined thing. Not to mention, this woman just opened her mouth to detain Kaiju Beast. This is outrageous. Okay. Her tone was as if someone's dog was not on a leash, and then she was going to take the dog away and ask the owner to claim it at a loss. This is the Kaiju Beast. They fought their lives and sacrificed an unknown number of people to block the monster. However, while such a picture just makes people feel ridiculous, no one thinks that Wanda is joking. With the lessons learned from Chinan, they have learned how terrifying this kind of person in a black suit is. Not to mention she is still flying now. Even Kaiju Beast seems to feel her strength. Didn't they even look at the dangerous wanderer after Wanda showed up? After Wanda released her origin magic power, her whole temperament changed. From a young girl to some kind of strong woman in the workplace. In addition to this suit, it makes people dare not talk more just by looking at it. Kaiju beasts are creatures after all, and they are genetically adjusted creatures. Their perception is far more sensitive than that of humans. The red energy surrounding Wanda made them feel an unprecedented threat. Keep yelling at Wanda, which is Beast's first reaction after encountering a palpitating threat. Wanda, just keep one. There is no doubt that Wanda was sent by Chinan. Although his use of origin magic powers micromanagement is far more refined than Wanda's, his volume is still too small. Moreover, the T-1000 didn't have much power originally, and half of it was consumed in dealing with the sickle head before. It's not enough to deal with these three. Although Chinan still has an easier way to deal with the Kaiju Beast, such as using a small pistol. But that thing is too powerful. Even with the smallest power, everything within a radius of hundreds of kilometers will be destroyed. Just send Wanda to test the waters. Although Wanda looked very domineering at the moment, she was still very nervous in her heart. In the face of three so huge, a physique of several thousand tons at will. She looks more like a little ant. Okay, I see. However, Chinan almost gave her a lot of confidence. Just keep one, which means, obviously, that I can kill them at will. Chinan has no doubts about Wanda's ability. Wanda can tear apart almost anything with her bare hands. In the original timeline, the double-edged knife made of Uru alloy in Thanos' hand chopped Captain America's so-called indestructible vibranium shield like a vegetable. When facing Wanda, Jane was still simply crushed by the power of origin magic power. Finally, the founding beast below couldn't sit still. Wanda feels so bad. The tailed mouse raised its wings almost instantly, and as the wings flapped, huge amounts of power even separated the sea water. The tailed mouse soared into the sky, and rushed towards Wanda in a daze. Seeing such a huge thing attack viciously beyond itself, Wanda subconsciously prepared to block it with origin magic power. However, at the same time, the methods of utilizing the power that Chinan gave him during this period also appeared in her mind. Straightforward pinching, lifting, and smashing are the lowest attack methods. Look for the opponent's weakness, to make use of your own strengths. Fighting is a matter of using your brain. How to use the simplest method and the least amount of strength to deal with the enemy is what you have to learn. At this moment, Wanda's heart seemed to calm down. She watched the squirrel. Such a huge body can still fly, relying on nothing but those wings. The wings of the tailed mouse are more like the wings of a bat, with a layer of meat membrane in the middle of the skeleton. Seeing this, Wanda's eyes lit up. I can fly, and so can the squirrel. If he can't fly, wouldn't he have the advantage of being a flight? Thinking of this, she quickly condensed the chaos power that originally wanted to crush the opponent into countless blades. Then with a wave of his hand, the invisible blade glowing with a faint red light quickly flew towards the standing mouse. The blades didn't have much power, and Wanda didn't use them all. It is almost impossible to cut through the 4th level kaiju beast with rough skin and thick flesh. However, it is enough to deal with those wings that allow the squirrel to fly. The tail-standing mouse is getting closer and closer to Wanda, and its wings are flapping harder and harder. As soon as he was about to rush to Wanda's eyes, he had already opened his mouth. Prepare to give her a hard blow. However, suddenly, he felt his body sink. Then, visible to the naked eye, the meat membrane on the wings began to shatter, turning into strips of broken cloth. Oh! The tailed mouse let out a strange cry, and then fell fiercely towards the sea. Looking at the tail-standing mouse that is almost close at hand but getting farther and farther away, Wanda felt enlightened. This should be a high-end fighting style. It turns out that the way I control things and smash things around this is simply too low. Wanda became interested. Above the sky, start a long-distance battle against 3 behemoths. It is said to be a battle, but it is actually a unilateral beating. Wanda's origin magic power, transformed into various forms. Stealing stick electric, ahem. The extremely malleable chaos power has also begun to become more and more handy. Every time the opponent jumped up, Wanda pressed down with a new technique. After the squirrels lost their wings, it was nearly impossible for them to touch and attack Wanda in the air. Seeing Wanda unilaterally killing 3 level 4s, everyone in the Pacific Rim Command Center was stunned. Scott even slumped on the chair, his eyes blurred. He fell into self-doubt about his work. Can humans really be this strong? Is this super ability? Or high-tech? I don't know. All I know is that she alone can defeat all the mech hunters in the world. The man in black, plus the man who appeared before, Agent Q. This is Agent, how many people like this are there? It's so strong. I want to join the men in black, not to mention being like them, even standing behind them doing logistics and serving tea and water is an honor. For the strong, human beings will involuntarily show awe. The man in black appeared twice, 2 people, each of them was so unreasonable. Do you need help from a dangerous homeless person? At the moment, the dangerous wanderer stands by and watches as the woman in the sky who can't see clearly without a device says, "Whack-a-mole." For a while, I didn't know what to do. Are you going up? Or standing here? Why do you go up there? If you are accidentally injured, where can you go to reason? Wanda didn't look like she needed help either. If you go, you might even cause trouble for the other party. Therefore, the atmosphere at the scene became a little weird for a while. Dangerous wanderers stand and watch the show. Chernobyl Law is urgently repairing the body with the help of logistics personnel, and I don't know if it can be repaired, at least it must be able to move. Wanda is whacking a mole in the sky. The tail-standing mouse was the first to fall. As a 4th level kaiju beast that can fly, flight ability also makes his defenses not as thick as those of the leatherback. After all, too many defenses can't fly. He was almost tortured to death. Thunder Beast was also not feeling well. His main ability is related to electromagnetic force. This kind of ability has a miraculous effect against electronic equipment and armor hunters. But against Wanda, who is made of flesh and blood, it is almost useless. Not to mention Wanda also has the origin magic power amulet. Thunder Beast went with Tailashu. On its corpse, there are countless wounds due to its small file size. Blood stained the entire sea area. The strongest one is the ribbed turtle. His defensive power also made him the last lucky one. However, Wanda did not let him go. Chinan said to keep one alive. Just be alive. Kaiju beast will not be beaten and obedient. Therefore, Wanda follows the opponent's body structure obtained through the scan, attacking its central nervous system frantically. It is similar to the position of the spine. The back of the leatherback turtle originally had the strongest defense, but it was almost impossible to see that it was a turtle after being beaten by Wanda. Soon, when his central nervous system was severed and his brain lost control of his body, he also fell to the ground. It's just that he twitches from time to time, which means he's not dead yet. I got it, Wanda said to the communicator a little proudly. She didn't expect that she could be so powerful and defeat such 3 giant beasts. Well done. Chinan didn't hold back on his praise either. Wanda's attack method just now has already begun to involve the high-level application of origin magic power. It is similar to the strength of using origin magic power strengthening T-1000. She is strengthening the air. Knead the air into various shapes and add chaos power to fix it, forming an attack method. Definitely, the strength is definitely not as high as that of metal. But I can't stand the numbers. Chinan was even a little envious. Although the suppression in this world is not as much as 70% in the Trisolaran world, it is still 50%. Wanda with only half power can use his power like infinite bullets. Only about 1% of Chinan expressed envy for the real name system. When can I use it like this without money? This lady, Agent W, thank you very much for your help. Seeing that the battle was over, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. I can't imagine what would have happened if the man in black hadn't made a move. Really let the Rangers win all 3. How is it possible? Therefore, as soon as the battle was over, the Wanderer immediately turned on the radio under Scott's instruction, wanting to communicate with Wanda floating in the air. Soon, Wanda also lowered her height, and then showed off her wealth on the front of the Wanderer's head. I need 2 sets of Synesthesia equipment from the Pacific Rim Defense Force, one of which will be used as a probe, and the length of the probe must be at least 10 meters. What? Hearing Wanda's request, everyone was stunned. But 30 minutes later, Wanda and Dr. Newton appeared on the top floor of the Hong Kong sub-base of the Pacific Rim Defense Force. Chinan didn't come, and he thought that Wanda should take this opportunity and start to take charge of it alone, like Ji to become an agent who doesn't let himself worry about it. So, after he found out he needed the help of the defense forces. After providing custom synesthesia equipment, Chinan handed over the matter to Wanda. Newton, are you back? Seeing Newton's appearance, people who were familiar with Newton were relieved. After he was forcibly taken away before, everyone thought he would encounter some danger. Now it seems that the men in black may be far more positive than they imagined. No, the person came back intact. Wait, the synesthesia device you want to customize is to communicate with monsters. However, after chatting for a few words, when Wanda and Newton explained their purpose, they were a little dumbfounded. I kept a living, just for synesthesia, Wanda said. No, that's not what it means. They're monsters. Synesthete with them, you'll die. Let alone a living monster. It's not like no one has tried this before, but basically either went crazy or died. Few can say a few complete words. Over time, they also gave up this idea. But according to what the 2 of them mean, is this for real? No, Newton has a special physique. He has already had a synesthesia, which shows that he can bear it. There will always be some special physique, and Dr. Newton is like this, one of the few humans who can withstand synesthesia with monsters. But it's a living monster. It's different. Scott shook his head. The monster's brain is bigger than Newton's bedroom, and the human brain is so delicate and fragile. How could Newton possibly bear it? You don't need to care about this issue, you just need to be prepared. It was the first time she came out to do things on her own, and Wanda didn't want to mess it up, so her attitude became tough. I still can't agree. Although I am very afraid of the organization of the men in black. But this is a human life after all. And, anyway, it depends on the intention of the person involved. I think I should be fine. It can be seen that Newton seems to be a little scared, after all, who is not afraid of death? However, he has reasons for doing so. Pioneer. As a scientist, he is also a member of humanity. I hope that human beings can continue victoriously, and the sense of honor of defeating the enemy is still there. There is an old saying in China, if I don't go to hell, who will go to hell? Scott, let me go, only by communicating with monsters can I get more information about those aliens. I can assure you that the men in black are really good people. Newton also began to take the initiative to advise Scott. With Good guy, it's been a few hours since you've seen each other. What kind of ecstasy soup did you drink at the Man in Black? Seeing the conversation began to be long-winded, Wanda was silent for a while and said, "Isn't it just that I am worried that synesthesia will be dangerous and Dr. Newton will die? Then how about this? I'll apply to the higher-ups, and leave a place for Dr. Newton to be resurrected and reborn, and there will be no sequelae. How about it?" Simple words, but they almost didn't scare them to death. Resurrection and rebirth. What are you talking about? I still need to ask my leader to apply for the resurrection. Wanda is also not sure whether Chinan will agree. After all, resurrection is such a thing. However, people around them don't care what Wanda's leader thinks at all. Rather, the matter of resurrection originally. The so-called life and death have fate. From ancient times to the present, life and death have always been a major event. Everyone knows they are going to die, they just don't know when. Immortality, resurrection, etc., have always been just fantasies and legends. But what is Wanda talking about now? Can they really resurrect dead men? It's like a fairy tale coming true. The most outrageous thing is that things like resurrection and rebirth, do you only need to apply to the leader? Why does it feel like an employee is on a business trip and takes a taxi for reimbursement of the fare? They were worried that the synesthesia with the monster might cause harm to Dr. Newton, so I wonder if the application can give him a respawn backup. When Chinan introduced the quantum life backup device to Wanda and the others before, he introduced the principle to them in detail. So Wanda thinks, as long as the current state of Dr. Newton is backed up, even if something bad happened in the later stage, just go back to the file. Application for a rebirth backup for Newton. Chinan didn't expect that Wanda would be enlightened. This way of handling, Chinan very much agrees. He is not the kind of person who would hide anything good and be reluctant to use it. Things are only valuable if they are used, and being able to use all the resources at hand to achieve the goal in the simplest way is exactly what a qualified agent of the Man in Black should do. There is no doubt that Wanda has started to look like the Man in Black. No problem, definitely can. Chinan readily agreed to Wanda's application. After getting Chinan's reply, Yuta also heaved a sigh of relief. It is also a happy thing to be able to complete the task without harming the lives and health of others. The above has agreed. With that said, Wanda stood up slowly, and raised the hand with the Man in Black's communication wristwatch to point at Dr. Newton. For a while, Tenten became nervous. What is this for? You know, the last time I saw Wanda raised his hand, he directly killed 2 level 4 kaiju beasts and paralyzed 1. I will now back up your current quantum life data. No matter what happened afterwards, even if your head exploded, we can restore you to your current state. While speaking, Chinan's authorization also arrived. High-level authorization detected. The current device has unlocked temporary permissions, and can scan other users. The scanning function of the watch is generally bound. 1 person, 1 machine. This is also to prevent some other accidents. Only with Chinan's authorization for remote unlocking can it be used by anyone other than the agent himself. Subsequently, Dao Beam skipped Dr. Newton. Quantum data backup completed. Uploaded to Mastermind. Backup time limit, 30 days. Note, temporary users are not allowed to leave the range of 10 meters of the watch, and it will be invalid if it exceeds the range. Saw Wanda withdraw her right hand. Newton was dumbfounded. Ah, is this the end? The others also looked like they didn't understand. Just take out your watch and scan and you're done. Things that can be resurrected and reborn, isn't it too simple? At least you have to collect something like blood and hair, right? From now on, as long as you don't leave the range of 10 meters from me, it will be fine. There are 2 modes of resurrection, and casual users can only use the second backup mode for resurrection. If it is too far away, the watch cannot detect the signs of life of the user, and cannot break up the original body into a quantum state, so it cannot take effect. Because there is only one life, although it seems that after backing up the data, it seems that a new one can be printed directly. That's just a look. The soul has quantum properties. Once the original quantum state remains unchanged, a new self will appear. According to the principle of quantum superposition entanglement, the 2 must be connected. Then it collapsed. Therefore, the path of copying an infinite number of selves will not work. Okay, so when will the synesthesia device be done? While everyone was still in a daze, Wanda got down to business. Subconsciously, a technician replied, "It will be enough to modify the existing synesthesia equipment and add a probe. It will not take more than 10 minutes. As soon as the technician finished speaking, Scott, the boss of the Pacific Rim Defense Force, gave him a helpless look. The matter of the resurrection has not yet been verified. Originally, he wanted to procrastinate for a while, to find out the details of the Men in Black organization. Now that he said it like this, he simply couldn't do it anymore. They have no reason to reject Wanda yet. You said you were afraid that people would be in danger, so I will give you a resurrection directly. Is it enough for you? Why don't you agree now? What do you mean, look down on us Men in Black?" Scott is no longer a 3-year-old child, and he understands this kind of reasoning. Facing this sweet-looking woman with unimaginable strength ACFI in her body, Scott could only nod silently. 20 minutes later, Wanda and his team came near the corpse of the leatherback turtle. After struggling for a period of time, the scars on the surface of the turtle's body have not deteriorated, and it even looks like it is about to heal. The limbs that twitch from time to time represent that the central nerve that was severed by Wanda in the leatherback's body may also be healing. Vitality is really tenacious. Scott stood close to the 0-hour platform, and said with some helpless emotion, "There is no doubt that if it is given some time, it may resurrect itself with full blood." "Let's start," Wanda urged. Soon, with the help of the instrument, the staff inserted a probe of a portable synesthesia device along the monster's eyes and ruthlessly pierced it in. The 10-meter-long probe can almost string a dozen people together like kebabs. But this size is almost negligible on a 4th-level monster of several thousand tons. It's just that you can feel the other party's pupils start to shrink. Dr. Newton also took a deep breath, then he gritted his teeth and stomped his feet. Suddenly put the helmet on the head. Synesthesia begins. Link succeeded. Sync rate 20%. Generally speaking, even if it is synesthesia with humans, the synchronization rate will start to increase a little bit from 1%. And Newton deserves to have the physique that fits the monster best. Almost at the moment when the synesthesia started, the synchronization rate soared to 20%. And it is still increasing rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. 8%, E270, Z90, 100%. When the synesthesia synchronization rate reached 100%, everyone was shocked. Because they have never seen such a high rate of synesthesia synchronization. For an ordinary person to control a mecha hunter, the pressure on the brain nerves is very high, so synesthesia technology is used to link the thinking of multiple people together. In this way, multiple drivers can share the pressure together, and can have a very high tacit understanding. The synesthesia synchronization rate represents the proportion of 2 kinds of thinking in the brainwaves of 2 people can fit. There are no 2 identical souls in the world, even if it is the 2 twins with the highest synesthesia synchronization rate among mecha hunter pilots, it is only 90%. 100%, even the person who invented the synesthesia technology dare not think about it. Even 2 clones cannot think exactly the same way. So Dr. Newton can have such a high synchronization rate with Kaiju Beast, there must be something strange about it. However, while everyone was still in shock, Dr. Newton suddenly began to tremble violently. The whole person seemed to go crazy and get an electric shock, rolling his eyes. "What's the situation? Stop the program. There is no fluctuation in synesthesia synchronization." But Dr. Newton's brain activity has tripled. At this rate, he will be burned into an idiot. What? Or 100%? Scott almost didn't cuss directly. Generally speaking, it is an accident of synesthesia that will be fed back to the body for a physiological reaction. But Newton's synesthesia is stable like a straight line. The body almost exploded. Scott had never seen anything like it. It can't be broken. Dr. Newton's thinking is almost immersed in the world of synesthesia. Once he is disconnected under such a high rate of synesthesia, his consciousness will never come back. The so-called synesthesia world is actually a memory world constructed by the memory thinking of both parties during the synesthesia. Like a bystander, the synesthetic person will enter the other party's synesthesia world and observe the other party's memory and thoughts. Disconnect before the synesthesia synchronization rate decreases, because the consciousness has not returned to one's own body, and the consciousness that enters the memory world of the other party will change from a bystander to a participant. That is, assimilated. Then it really becomes a vegetable. Wait, let me do it. Wanda felt a very strong desire to survive from Dr. Newton. Something seemed to have happened to his consciousness. Was forcibly pulled. Coupled with the huge amounts of pressure of synesthesia with the leatherback turtle, this has led to the current situation. Saying that, Wanda put her hand on Dr. Newton's shoulder. Agent W, it's useless for you to do this, you need. Generally, when the consciousness is stuck in the memory time, they deal with it by using another set of synesthesia equipment to send individuals to participate in the synesthesia and persuade them to come out. Wanda doesn't bring any equipment. What's the use of just putting hands on shoulders? Before the technician had time to complain, he saw Dr. Newton, who was trembling, settled down almost instantly after Wanda touched him. What the hell? Hiss. What did she do? At this moment, Wanda used her chaos power to forcibly break into Dr. Newton's spiritual world. However, this world is different from what Wanda imagined. In the endless ocean, countless strange buildings stand on the bottom of the sea, looking a bit like a glass culture bottle in a laboratory. Inside each building, there is a monster with a strange shape. It's just that the size is bigger than expected. Any one looks like it must weigh tens of thousands of tons, and the smallest one seems to be dozens of times larger than the most powerful fourth-level kaiju beast currently appearing on the Earth. And buildings like this are densely packed here, and it is almost impossible to see the end. It is hard to imagine, once these monsters appear on the Earth, what will humans do to resist them? And among these countless petri dishes, a platform. Above, Newton was trembling and surrounded by several strange creatures. They are about 3 to 4 meters tall, with carapace on the body surface, compound eyes, a pair of transparent wings, arms and legs, but their structure is somewhat similar to arthropods. At the moment, the surrounded Dr. Newton appears to be being questioned. There is no doubt that these guys who look like they evolved from insects are the reason why Chinan came to this world. Pioneer. Wanda's consciousness appeared. It seemed that they were caught by the gap. Almost instantly everyone turned to look at her. Humanity. Woman. Is her. I saw it. She was the one who wiped out Thunder Beast and Standing Mouse. Why can't I perceive her memory? The communication of the pioneers is very efficient, and there is almost no nonsense. Moreover, almost as soon as the previous person said a word, the next person would immediately pick up. It feels both funny and scary. They can block Newton here, and immediately feel that they can't check Wanda's memory. This shows that the pioneers are very familiar with such things as synesthesia technology. There is no doubt that Newton has fallen into the tiger's mouth. Wanda didn't talk nonsense. As soon as he stretched out his hand, a burst of red energy spewed out from Wanda's consciousness, rushed into the middle of several pioneers almost instantly, wrapped Newton up, and then pulled 10. Speed. How is this possible? This power. What a powerful mental power. The head is so small, why is it so powerful? And it's red. Wanda originally just wanted to save Newton and take Newton away. Unexpectedly, the random power of chaos almost stunned the jaws of the pioneers. The power level of origin magic power is very high. In the eyes of the pioneers, the red energy just now is simply a substantive spirit. Wait, don't go. Let's talk again. Queen, my queen. I beg you. However, when they watched Wanda take Newton with them, they were about to leave this conscious world. Several pioneers were in a hurry. Hastily shouted loudly in human language. Only to find that Wanda has no intention of turning back at all. No, don't go. We'll meet again. It will. Queen. Hearing the voice getting weaker and weaker, the sky was a little confused. I don't know what the hell is wrong with these aliens. How did you start calling yourself a queen? Until the world of synesthesia memory disappeared, the consciousness of the two of them completely returned to the real world. Sync rate, 0%. The moment the synchronization rate dropped, someone quickly stepped forward to help Newton and wiped his nosebleed. It's back. The crowd watched all this in bewilderment. No idea how Wanda did it. Thank you for saving me. If it wasn't for you, I might never come back. Newton said with lingering fear. I just felt that the synesthesia just now was the scariest thing I have ever experienced in my life. As soon as he entered the brain of this living kaiju beast, he realized that something was wrong. Alive monsters still seem to be online. In other words, it is also linked to the deepest honeycomb network. In the hive network of the chrysanthemum, there are still living pioneers. They were so weird and scary that they arrested him directly in the space of consciousness. He even said that he would transform his consciousness and cover it with a certain monster before putting him back. Simply outrageous. If Wanda hadn't appeared at a critical moment and brought him out, he might not be himself now. It is right to save you. Can you tell me where and what you saw? Did you get some key information? Wanda hurriedly asked. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. Speaking of this, Newton stood up strongly. I got a lot of information. This time, because it was linked to the Pioneers' Hive network, although it was discovered, the consciousness almost didn't come back. But Newton still got a lot of very important information. This is also the reason why his brain was overclocked for a while before, all because he was receiving this information. The aliens behind Kaiju Beast. The Pioneers, their home planet. The home planet of the Pioneers is called Antiverse. It is a planet covered with dark clouds, barren land, no rivers and only rock formations. The atmosphere is yellow, the planet's environment is extremely harsh, full of radiation and chemical pollution, and all the creatures on the planet have made great evolutions to suit the local environment. A pioneer is a colonizing creature that evolved from an insect and thrives by continually colonizing other planets. At the same time, they have extremely high poison-making chemistry, biological science and hyperspace technology, and can bridge other planets with the local area by building wormholes to infiltrate and attack from within the enemy. The pioneer is about 3.6 meters tall, looks like an aquatic insect, walks upright, has 4 arms, translucent wings, just like the crustaceans on the Earth. The skeleton grows outside the body, and has a fusiform head crown like an alien. That is to say, those who surrounded you before are the pioneers. Wanda has successfully checked in. Right, Newton nodded and continued. Don't those guys have something like a crown on their heads? That's also an external expression they use to distinguish their ranks. There is a very strict hierarchy within the pioneer civilization. According to the file size of the crown on the head, from high to low, it is divided into bishop, cardinal, ambassador. There is also the ordinary level, which is no level. Quote, the 3 pioneers who surrounded me before are ordinary level. However, it is said that they still have a queen class, but it hasn't appeared in 200 million years. Queen. Hearing this address, Wanda subconsciously remembered what the 3 pioneers called her before leaving. As a biotechnology civilization, the social structure of the pioneers is actually somewhat similar to that of the Zerg civilization. The higher the level of the individual, the bigger the head and the stronger the mental power. It can also create more powerful war beasts. The head of the bishop class is several times larger than that of the ordinary class. However, in the world of pioneers, there has always been a rumor that it is the queen of pioneers. She possesses an unimaginably powerful mental power, but returns to the basics, and has a body smaller than ordinary. It's just that this kind of queen pioneer has not appeared for 200 million years. 200 million years is too long, right? Scott looked shocked. China's civilization has a history of 250 million years, and their theoretical lifespan is also 200 million years. 250 million civilizations. A theoretical lifespan of 200 million years. There is also spiritual power, which seems to be a super ability power. This simply satisfies all human fantasies about aliens. Listening to Newton's explanation to this point, Wanda seems to finally understand why the 3 pioneers called her queen. Dude, this is using her origin magic power as spiritual power. Because the strength of origin magic power is too high, do you think you are the legendary queen? With Newton's slow narration, everything about the alien civilization behind Kaiju Beast is slowly revealed. However, the more you listen, the more silent you become. Make no mistake, this is a ridiculously powerful civilization. They have colonized an unknown number of planets. It has a long history of civilization and powerful individuals, as well as biotechnology that is several levels above the Earth. For a long time, the people who controlled the kaiju beasts to enter the Earth were only the 3 most ordinary or even the lowest level pioneers. Moreover, even at the lowest level, the 4th level kaiju beast they have struggled to resist is not the most powerful beast in their hands. For a while, everyone was silent. How to fight such an enemy? The breath of despair began to spread. However, just when people don't know what to do. Suddenly, Wanda seemed to have received some information, and her face suddenly became weird. Well, I want to ask, where is the wormhole? In Agent W, you don't know where the wormhole is. Scott was suddenly a little puzzled. The location of the wormhole is almost known to everyone, even ordinary people can say more familiar than their families. After all, the world has been fighting for so many years because of this wormhole. I'm crazy, can you take me there? Wanda's words left Scott speechless. Okay, what are you doing in a wormhole? Scott doesn't know why Wanda is going to the wormhole all of a sudden. Is it because he is going to kill him? That's not the case, although Wanda has such a powerful individual mysterious power, but the pioneers seem to be even more powerful. Is it really good to go to the opponent's base camp? Our high-level men in black just sent me a message that the pioneers have officially surrendered to the men in black, and asked me to preside over the surrender. To be honest, Wang Yin was dumbfounded when he received this news. She spent a lot of time here, and finally found out the information of the pioneers, and she hadn't had time to report it. You tell me the pioneers surrendered. What the hell? Upon hearing Wanda's words, the others were also dumbfounded. Surrender, pioneers, what kind of Arabian Nights joke are you talking about? Such a powerful civilization hardly knows how many Earths it can kill. It is still in despair. You told me that the other side surrendered. What kind of fairy organization are the men in black? What have they done in such a short period of time? For a moment, everyone looked at Wanda with a ghost-like expression. Wanda was also very confused. She really didn't know what Chinan was doing when she was not around. Meanwhile, above the wormhole, Chinyan's expression on the transport ship was also very dull. Everyone thinks what he did. But Chinan just wanted to say, he really didn't do anything. Before, when Chinan was still waiting for Wanda to report the situation, the system notification suddenly sounded. One of the 3 pioneer halls chose to join the banner of the man in black, the pioneers split, and the daily tasks were settled in advance. Congratulations to the host, complete the daily task, Pioneer Crisis, declare war or establish diplomatic relations with the pioneer civilization. It is detected that the mission conditions have changed, some pioneers want to join the men in black, and the mission rewards have been issued. Congratulations to the host, get a reward, zoom in and out flashlight X5. Daily missions are updated due to changes in conditions, 3 Kings Contest. Alpha Temple believes that Agent W is the reincarnation of the Queen of the Pioneers, and is determined to let the Queen ascend the throne and rule the Pioneers. The stakes are high, and you gain the favor of the Pioneer civilization, Temple of Alpha. You have acquired the hostility of Gamma Temple and Beta Temple. The current daily task is, establish a cooperative relationship with Alpha Temple, one of the 3 Pioneer Temples, or destroy it. Reward, Light Industrial Mecha I Carlos Special Luck Reward. To be honest, Chinan was almost fooled by this series of system prompts. This leaves Wanda to take Newton to investigate the situation of the pioneers. Why is it so inexplicable to be regarded as a queen by the pioneers? What are the 3 major temples? In other words, in fact, the pioneers are governed by the distribution of the 3 largest forces. And it's the kind of theocracy that's outrageous. As an advanced civilization, does it still engage in such things as religion? Can 1/3 of the pioneers surrender to the banner of the man in black just because of one human? Wanda really gave myself a big surprise. Chinan almost died laughing. On Earth, when everyone is immersed in inexplicable things. In the distant starry sky, a major event also happened inside the Pioneer. Achilles Aries. Age, 800 Hail. Grade, Bishop level. He was originally an ordinary officer in the garrison, and was later selected as a Pioneer Surface Expedition team. Later, during the surface exploration work, all the expedition team except Aries and 3 soldiers were killed. The founder and commander of the Imperial Guard Division, the commander of the Monster Army, and a fanatical follower of the Alpha Temple sect. He is also the current Pope of the Temple of Alpha. Today, he received a message from a herder on a remote planet under the Alpha Temple. The shepherds are also the people at the bottom of the Pioneer civilization. The power in their hands can kill even a child at the ambassador level. Reasonably speaking, with Aries' status, it is impossible to receive news from such a low-level person. But the news of being unable to hold back was too fierce, and it was passed on layer by layer, and almost no one dared to stop it. It didn't even take more than a minute from the time the message was sent to when he received it. The content of the news also made countless people in the Alpha Temple excited. "We found the Queen reincarnated on a planet called Earth," said, also comes with a spiritual aspect. This is the memory they extracted directly from their own brains, and with some spiritual power, it can almost perfectly restore the scene at that time. This is also the most used method of transmitting messages in the pioneer civilization. In the picture, Wanda uses red energy to forcibly take another creature's consciousness from them. To be honest, this level is not difficult. But the key is to get to the red energy. This is substantive spiritual power. When he saw the red energy, Aries instantly stood up. There is no magic in this world, and there is no such thing as super abilities. The so-called spiritual power is also the definition that emerged after their in-depth research on the power of thinking. This is because they started out relying on biotechnology and evolved with a deep understanding of biology. Origin magic power also comes from the soul. In their view, isn't it just a strong spiritual power? The teachings of the Alpha Temple are the oldest of the three pioneer temples. According to the legend of Alpha, the pioneer queen who sacrificed for the race back then possessed substantive spiritual power. Even if the body is destroyed and the spiritual power dissipates, it will not die forever. That huge spiritual power will one day be condensed, attached to a new body, and reborn. So, in fact, countless people are waiting for this day to come. The pioneer civilization was not once divided into three separate forces. It is a unified civilization controlled by the Queen. The Queen is not only the spiritual belief of their pioneer civilization, but also the most powerful existence. She is the only being who can manipulate matter with mental power. And the only herald who can control the fixed star behemoth. The pioneers possessed biotechnology capable of producing level fixed star monsters, but now the entire pioneer civilization does not have one. Because even if a powerful monster is created, no one has the ability to control it. Therefore, the importance of the Queen to the pioneer civilization is self-evident. This substantive spiritual power, Aries has been in the universe for so many years, and has never seen a second person with. At this moment, he only felt tears streaming down his face, as if his lifelong belief had been confirmed. That indescribable emotion filled every cell in his body. Where is the Queen now? Remote sector, Earth, human civilization. Why did the Queen devote herself to a garbage civilization that didn't even finish the first level? I saw the relevant information about the Earth sent by the shepherds, as well as the introduction of human beings. Aries just thinks this is an insult to the Queen. However, soon, he slapped himself hard in the face again. No, the Queen, Aries is wrong. Since the Queen chose to reincarnate here, she must have a reason. How can I question the Queen's thoughts? His eyes were full of fanaticism. From childhood to adulthood, he has witnessed and heard the legend of the Queen, and the teachings of the Alpha Temple are fluent. If he didn't have true faith and love, how could he achieve this position in the Alpha Temple? After all, there are quite a few bishops in the pioneer civilization. There are only 3 teachers. Come on, man. Prepare the ship. Let's go to the Milky Way. Solar system. Earth. Send a message to the shepherds. Let them apologize to the Queen. Accept the Queen's arrangement unconditionally. Annoy the Queen. Put them in the battery when I get there. Aries said viciously. Putting a creature in a battery was one of the cruelest criminal laws in the world for the pioneer culture. As a biotechnology civilization, their use of living things has almost been developed to the extreme. Biopower generation is also the elementary level technology they first used back then. Living organisms that are very affordable producers. Later, after the technological level of the pioneers improved, the bio-battery technology was eliminated, but it became a punishment. The pioneers locked in the battery will lose all mobility, but they can maintain the most basic survival. They cannot perceive everything in the outside world, they cannot move, hear or speak. And, plus their lifespan is very high. This level is tens of thousands of years, hundreds of thousands of years, millions of years. This is a very scary thing. Even some pioneers who have been imprisoned will cry in fright when they hear the word battery. Aries set off in a mighty way. At the same time, the Earth has also ushered in the culprit of so many years of disasters. 3 herdsmen, almost rolling and crawling, ran out on their beasts. Warning, warning, Kaiju beast detected. Level 8. Code name, Big Mac. When the 8th level Kaiju beast appeared on the radar, everyone who saw the news was going crazy. 8th grade, what is the concept? The level of Kaiju beast rises in steps. The tonnage of each level is twice that of the previous level. The 5th level is 200 of the 4th level, and the 6th level is 4 times that of the 4th level. The 8th level Kaiju beast is equivalent to 16 times the tailed mouse. Even when he came out of the wormhole, it gave people a strong sense of disobedience. It feels like a developing pimple has finally been squeezed out. There was also a sound of wave in some people's minds. The huge amounts of body shape even make people feel that it will explode the space channel. The staff who named Kaiju Beast saw it, and even subconsciously named it Big Mac. The dangerous homeless standing next to him looks like a baby. Is this the most powerful power of the Harbinger? Scott looked at the behemoth, shocked and panicked in his heart. Even if all the mecha hunters from all over the world gather here, it is impossible to defeat this thing, right? Isn't this food delivery? No, this is by no means their strongest Kaiju beast. Dr. Newton shook his head wildly. As he once entered the Hive network, his vision is much higher than Scott. Across the wormhole, there is a bigger one. According to our classification, it should be level 10. Grade 10. The 10th level Kaiju beast is 64 times heavier than the 4th level beast. Dangerous wanderers stand in front of this giant beast. It is impossible to hit the opponent's instep by jumping up, right? It should be that the wormhole can accommodate the 8th level Kaiju beast at most, or the 10th level beast will come. Newton was a little terrified. Level 10 Kaiju beast is already an unimaginably terrifying monster. Basically invincible on Earth. And this is only the power that ordinary level pioneers can control. What about an ambassador? What about the cardinal class? What about bishop? It is hard to imagine that the pioneer even has the legendary queen class. Just when everyone was still shocked, Chinan has already been dispatched. The projection device of the transport ship projected Chinan's body in the air. The man in black, Sector 6, Agent Q. Unknown outsiders, you have illegally invaded the territory of the human race, seriously violating the precepts of the universe. Now, please immediately disarm and accept our cross-examination. Chinan doesn't care what the opponent's purpose or attitude is, just give him a wave of pressure at the beginning. Seeing Chinan's projection, one of the pioneers spoke. Tiny human. Before he finished speaking, the companion next to him slapped his wings so hard that he almost flew away. After being beaten hard by himself, he looked a little dazed, staring blankly at his companion. I don't know why he did this, I haven't finished my harsh words yet. Are you crazy? The queen is reincarnated as a human. And, the pioneer looked at Chinan's clothes. Although the dressing style of the pioneers is very different from that of humans. But he can still see that the clothes on Chinan are the same style as Wang Tian. This one definitely has a close relationship with the queen. Dear, Agent Q. We are the herdsmen directly under the 3rd Division of the 19th Army under the Alpha Holy Place Aries of the Herald Empire. It's an honor to meet you. The pioneers looked very much like insects, and they seemed to speak not through their throats, but through the vibration of a vocal organ in their tails. Even if they are two completely different races, others can still see his flattery. Completely looking like a sycophant. As a herdsman, my dog's eyes look down on people, and I mistakenly regard the earth as a pasture. We are here this time to sincerely give you the most sincere intentions. The pioneer who spoke seemed to have a good understanding of human culture. Seeing Chinan's oriental face, even speaking is mixed with some Chinese idioms. Chinan didn't expect the other party's attitude to be so good. Disarm, come to my ship and chat. There are too many people around, and the eyes of countless people are watching here. Chinan didn't want to talk about things in front of so many people. After saying this, I saw a wave of air, and the transport ship released its stealth mode. Then, a streamlined spacecraft with a sci-fi feel appeared in front of everyone out of thin air. This stunned Scott and the others. Spaceship. The man in black still has a spaceship. And when did it appear? There was nothing there just now. As for the pioneers, they heard Chinyun's request. He doesn't even have a hesitation. With a wave. Something like a tentacle under the foot broke off from the sides of the body. This is a way he uses to control the kaiju beast under his feet, and it can also maintain balance by the way. At critical moments, he can also be pulled into the body of kaiju beast, using the giant beast as an exoskeleton mech. Then, he waved his wings and floated towards the spaceship in the air. The other two also learned to keep up. There is absolutely no awareness that such actions will put themselves in danger. The moment they entered the spaceship, they saw Wanda standing behind Chinyun. Afterwards, the leading pioneer even rushed to the front of the two of them. Prostrate and kneel. Ah, great and noble God, eternal Queen. To be able to crawl at your feet is the most glorious moment in our life. It's hard to imagine what kind of picture it would be like for a big insect with a height of about 3.6 meters to crawl on the ground. Even if he is crawling on the ground, his physique is very tall, and he has raised wings. He is even taller than Chinyun, who is standing. Despite his height, he still couldn't hide his enthusiasm. Wanda looked at the big dragonfly in front of her with a dazed expression. Subconsciously glanced at Chinyun. Chinyun was also a little helpless. He roughly guessed why this kind of thing happened, but he still felt it was weird. Is Wanda's charm so blind? Just glanced at Wanda in the consciousness space, then knelt on the ground and called her queen. How could Wanda be their queen? Not even from this universe. But Chinyun is not stupid, how could he break this matter apart? Thinking of this, he suddenly looked viciously at the three big dragonflies in front of him. Glory, do you know what you did? His tone was very severe. Wanda has joined the men in black as our agent. I will fight for a community with a shared future for mankind all my life. And you? Chinyun pointed to the kaiju beast outside the window and said. You actually use this garbage beast to invade the Earth. Stand on the opposite side of human beings. Destroying the interests of the community with a shared future for mankind, you are simply a heinous crime, and you deserve death. Taking advantage of the hat to play this kind of thing, Chinyun never felt that he would be worse than others. Hearing Chinyun's words, the three pioneers lying on the ground immediately began to tremble. Then, one of them even stood up suddenly. Chinyun squinted his eyes, subconsciously started to activate the battle mode. In the palm of his hand, liquid metal slowly drilled out, condensing into a handful of flying darts. Originally, Chinyun already thought that the pioneers were in a hurry and wanted to do something. However, the next operation of this pioneer almost didn't surprise Chinyun. I saw his wings fluttering, and then, the transparent wings sliced towards his head like a sharp blade. During this process, he did not forget to shout loudly, for doing such a thing. I have committed a heinous crime. Shame on her, Lady Queen. Brush. The wings seemed to have turned into sharp blades, cutting off its head neatly. Boom. Then, he fell to the ground. Blue-green blood spurted out. He actually committed suicide just like that. Quote question mark question mark question mark quote. Chinyun didn't expect that its fanaticism would be so crazy. Its movements seemed to resonate with the other two pioneers. In an instant, the other two also stood up, ready to commit suicide, etc. Chinyun quickly waved and called. But don't learn the tricks of the young people. How can you say that you will die when you die? Is this a fanatic? He just wanted to take the initiative in the conversation, but he didn't want to make the person talking disappear. With Chinyun's force, a red energy and the wings of the two people cancel each other out. Chinyun used origin magic power to stop the two from committing suicide. Substantial spiritual power. After feeling this force, both of them looked at Chinyun in disbelief. Chinyun actually has such a powerful mental power. Queen, you are the queen. Chinyun, a queen, almost made Chinyun stagger on the spot. What the hell is this called? According to the records, the queen's spiritual power is as vast as the sea. If a male mates with the queen, he will receive a gift from the queen and possess a part of the queen's power. You are the queen. The pioneer in the middle pointed at Chinyun and shouted. The conversation went to such a point that even Quicksilver, who had been listening silently, was stunned. Then he looked at his sister in surprise and disbelief. Wanda received this sight and blushed. No, it's not like that, we just slept together a few times, no. However, as soon as the words came out, Wanda found that this description seemed to be more misleading. How much sleep? Quicksilver is dumbfounded, this has happened many times. I do not know how. It's been a long time since they came to Men in Black. Why did my sister get together with Chinan? I'll tell you why you don't feel right these days. In contrast to the past 2 days, Wanda has been in a daze from time to time, and occasionally blushes in the middle of a daze. Good guy, it's true. He glanced at Chinan. It is said that an elder brother is like a father, and now he also feels that the cabbage has been beaten. Both Chinan and his sister have reached this point. Then how should he get along with Chinan in the future? Should we continue to call him the boss, or stop? This is embarrassing. Sure enough, the legend in the doctrine is true. Hearing Wanda say that the two were just asleep, they, who are familiar with human culture, immediately understood the meaning. Sleep, sleep, where is there? Just this way of saying. Isn't it the meaning of handing in 12 matches after sleeping? Sure enough, as long as you have a relationship with the Queen, you can also get a step-up evolution. This is the spiritual power that can affect the materialization of reality. They really felt it just now. The Queen is human. The Queen is human. In other words, humans are a race favored by the Queen, and they are the Queen's knights. As an old-fashioned interstellar civilization, the pioneers are still biased towards biotechnology. He is very specialized in genetic evolution and so on. They don't say that their own genes are everything, and they will choose to integrate the genes of other powerful races to evolve themselves. The lower the pioneers are, the purer their genes are, and the more they tend to be the original pioneers. But want to become ambassadors from ordinary pioneers, and become high-level pioneers such as bishops. It must have integrated other genes. There are also many other races within the pioneers, but they are slowly assimilated over time. The race of the Queen's family has integrated human genes. Doesn't this mean that the Queen has decided to let humans become her knights, as one of the future evolutionary directions? Knight is a name within the pioneer. Every pioneer above the rank of ambassador has its own race of knights. Different races of knights have different directions of gene evolution, and the kaiju beasts produced are also different. The combat power is even more different. Since it is the Queen's knight, then it is our god. From now on, the interests of mankind will be safeguarded by us. The only 2 remaining pioneers fell to their knees again. At this time, Chinan also found out. Communicating with pioneers is not like communicating with Trisolarans. If the Trisolarans are an absolutely rational race, pioneers are absolute sensual fanatics. Perhaps it has something to do with the direction of their technological development. However, it is true that they cannot be viewed with normal logic. Thinking of this, Chinan felt that there was no need to drag. Although your attitude is very good, the harm you have caused to the Earth and the human beings cannot be offset. Hearing this, the 2 pioneers began to cry together. We are guilty. We didn't know that humans are the Queen's knights. We are guilty. However, this time the 2 committed suicide without mentioning suicide. One of the pioneers stated, "However, Queen, please rest assured. Although we are just lowly herdsmen, we certainly cannot erase the damage done to the Queen's knights. However, Bishop Aries is on his way. 15 Earth days to the nearest wormhole network. 20 Earth days to Earth." Another pioneer also quickly answered the call and said excitedly, "Yes, yes, yes. Bishop Aries will definitely make compensation and eliminate our crimes." Bishop of Aries. Bishop-level pioneers. Chinan narrowed his eyes. This person may be the biggest trouble he should deal with. Tell me more about this. Aries. Chinan wanted to learn more about this person from them and see how to deal with it. After all, people still have 15 days to arrive. Aries is the bishop of our temple of Alpha. 3000 star level. There are 3 knights. From their mouths, Chinan gradually got a clear picture of Aries. Aries, as the leader of the 3 temples. His age is the youngest, only 800 hail. Therefore, his strength is also the worst. The so-called 3000 stars means that the strongest war beast under his hand devours more than 3000 life planets similar to the Earth. This is also one of the signs to measure combat effectiveness. The other 2 temple bishops are veteran pioneers with more than 9,000 stars. The three knights represent the gene ability that Aries integrated through three different interstellar races. As a low-level bishop of 3,000 stars. The reason why Aries can sit in this position is that he has the same status as the other two veteran bishops. Also because the ability of one of his knights is very BT. However, low-level pioneers like them cannot know what the specific ability is. I only know that the three knights of Aries have never been seen by anyone except Aries. After all, every knight is a force, and everyone hides it very tightly. The purpose of these three grazers to graze the earth is actually to feed the war beasts of Aries. In other words, Aries is the culprit who invaded the earth. Chapter 71. As the lowest level of herders, the Earth, a high-quality life planet, certainly does not belong to them. What they have to do is to understand the native civilization of a life star, and then slowly transform the planet into the environment they need. Planting a special genetic plant. Until plants cover the entire planet, the geological structure and so on will be changed under the action of this plant. Turn the Earth into something like a chocolate bean coated in icing. At this time, bishop-level pioneers will be able to bring their war beasts to Earth. Digest it slowly. No one knows how this model started in the first place, but basically all the war beasts of the bishop are bred in this way. Although inefficient, it is very stable. As long as time goes by, more and more life planets will be devoured. His strength will also become stronger. Moreover, there is a very critical point in this. After the war beast devoured the planet, it didn't mean it melted directly in the body. Instead, it still looks like a complete planet. In a part similar to the wormhole space, use that special plant to connect with the body to supply power to the beast. Therefore, each living planet is not only a material supplement for the war beast, but also an existence similar to a battery. The more batteries, the more power. Pioneers have powerful biological technology and wormhole space technology. The combination of the two, plus the bonus of the knight gene. The fighting power of creatures like war beasts can almost be said to have touched the edge of advanced civilization. As for why it has not been promoted to a higher civilization after so many years, it is still a medium-level civilization. According to them, it's because the queen never showed up. The queen is not only their spiritual belief, but also the key to their slow progress in the main technology tree of their cards. Only under the leadership of the queen can we take one step closer. Queen is all we have. The herdsman shouted for Queen Hail, and looked at Wanda with a look that he wanted to die for her. Okay, I got it. Chinan nodded. There should be no breakthroughs for these two low-level pioneers. However, Aries, the bishop-level pioneer, is coming to Earth soon. That's the most important thing about O2. Whether you want to make use of the topic, or have further exchanges with pioneers. We can only find a breakthrough from Aries. Go back, let's talk about the rest when Aries arrives. Oh, by the way, the chrysanthemum beast is here to stay. Although herders are only the lowest level pioneers, they are a part of a civilization system after all. The kaiju beast can also be regarded as a battle beast. There is an 8th level kaiju beast in hand to study and research. Maybe he can find something that can make Chinan more confident in the face of Aries. Good queen. But an 8th level chrysanthemum is just a consumable for the herdsman, but at this moment the herdsman has some hesitation. This chrysanthemum beast was originally prepared to be thrown in after cleaning up the earth. Its body organs have been specially modified, and every minute of its existence on the earth will cause parent star-like transformation, which is what humans call pollution. The specially modified kaiju beast, with its 8th level body, only needs a few days, and this sea area may suffer irreversible damage. It doesn't matter. Chinan didn't care about this. Isn't it big? With that said, Chinan opened the hatch. Slowly float up. He used the few chaos magic powers on this body to suspend himself. The two herdsmen watching this scene felt envious again. If they have this kind of substantive mental power, no matter how bad they must be a genius, right? Worthy of being a queen. System, get a zoom in and zoom out flashlight. This is the system reward that I just got before. It comes from a certain two-dimensional universe with a god-level civilization. Although the dimensional level is low, the civilization technology is still powerful. The universe does not distinguish forces at the dimensional level. The liquid metal in Chinan's palm completely covered the flashlight, only the lamp head of the flashlight was exposed. It's like a palm cannon. Zoom out mode. After turning on the zoom out mode and aiming at Kaiju Beast, with a beam of light hitting Kaiju Beast's body, visible to the naked eye, Kaiju Beast begins to shrink at an extremely fast speed. What happened? Scott and his party are still on the boat behind the dangerous homeless. When the Pioneer and Chinan had a secret meeting, all their attention is on the 8th level Kaiju Beast. Even at the base on the coast, several nuclear warheads have been loaded, and they can be launched immediately if something is wrong. This is the 8th level Chrysanthemum Beast. Once runaway, the consequences are unimaginable. The only thing that comforts them is that Southwest Zong has always been very kunchao. Standing still. However, in their eyes, Chinan floated down from the sky, and when he stretched out his hand, the terrifying 8th level Kaiju Beast seemed to be sucked away by Chinan. Began to change. This scene is extremely strange and shocking. In just a few seconds, the Kaiju Beast turned into a finger file size, and flew into Chinan's hand under Chinan's control. Chinan squeezed it with his hand, then turned and left. What happened? The Chrysanthemum Beast is gone. Where is it missing? It was obviously taken away by Agent Q. But how is it possible, such a huge monster? What kind of magic is this? It's not magic. There is a record of this ability in Chinese legends, it seems to be called Chenkin in the sleeve. What? Isn't that a fairy tale? Hiss. Is it possible that it's all true? The scene in front of him was really too shocking. The gigantic giant of nearly 100,000 tons was grasped by the tiny Chinan as soon as he stretched out his hand. This is just like a fairy tale. The speed at which the Kaiju Beast shrank was so fast that even the seawater didn't react, and a piece was suddenly vacant. It wasn't until the Kaiju Beast disappeared in Chinan's hands that countless seawater began to pour in. A huge wave was set off, and even the people on the boat quickly supported the wall to stabilize their bodies. The Man in Black with the universe in his sleeves, mythical story. Scott thinks more. The strength of the Man in Black was vividly and exquisitely displayed in front of this method. But such a powerful organization, no one knew about it before. Even if they can erase their memories, they can't be perfect forever, right? But if you associate the Man in Black with a fairy tale, perhaps it all makes sense. Is it possible that the organization of Men in Black has existed longer than imagined? Those ancient myths, legends of moving mountains and reclamation of seas. What Olympus, what Eastern fairyland? In the past, would the Men in Black not be called by this name, but those names in the myth? They have been protecting the Earth, and they have been in control of unimaginable power. Occasionally, some information is leaked, and witnesses are not dealt with cleanly. Has it slowly become a myth passed on by word of mouth? Scott gasped. That was the perfect explanation for the organization. If so, does everything make sense? Just when everyone at the scene was still in shock, an uninvited guest interrupted everyone's contemplation. Space Agency Miles, how did you come here? After the helicopter landed on the deck, there was a man Scott never expected to be there. As soon as Miles appeared on the stage, he drank a cigar very badly, and looked at the transport ship that hadn't left yet. Why can't I come? Do you think all the things in the world can only be solved by you Pacific Rim Defense Force? Miles held his head high, looking very proud. In fact, he had already arrived, but seeing the size of the 8th level Kaiju Beast, he was too frightened to approach it. When the 8th level Kaiju Beast disappeared, he let the helicopter land. Scott frowned upon hearing this. I don't know what the space agency is here to join in the fun. There's a reason Miles isn't liked, and his personality is just plain unlikable. What's the meaning? Scott asked anyway. Did you see that spaceship in the sky? Scott pointed to the transport in the sky. A face was almost contorted with excitement. A spaceship suddenly appeared. Are you surprised? Do you know whose ship that is? Whose boat? Scott froze at that. Isn't it the ship of the Men in Black organization? Who else could it be? It can't be the space agencies, right? However, seeing Scott's delay in responding to him, Miles became a little anxious. You really don't want to know? Please, I'll tell you. Scott still didn't speak. Miles couldn't hold back anymore, and said to himself, well, for the sake of your sincerity, I'll tell you. Scott, actually, Miles elongated his tone, with an air of mystery. Finally took a deep breath and said slowly, "They're aliens. And aliens who want to help us with good intentions. Our space agency observed the base they built on the moon." Saying this, Miles was very excited. "As for me, as the head of the space agency, I am definitely responsible for this kind of contact with aliens. Originally, we planned to send the space shuttle to visit them on the moon, but now it seems unnecessary. They must have come to Earth for the convenience of communicating with me. So, now I need you to assist me, as a representative of the Earth, to officially contact these aliens for the first time." With Miles' narcissistic look, Scott felt his scalp tingle, and even wanted to curse. In this world, how can there be such a stupid ex? Seeing Scott's uninterested look, Miles is ready to drop a big bomb. "Do you know that they have a rapid construction technology that can build a large space base in a dozen seconds? If this kind of construction technology is applied to the manufacture of mecha hunters, I can help the sanitary guards build a mecha hunter in a few days." Build a mech hunter. To be honest, before today, Scott would have jumped with excitement hearing such a thing. But after seeing Chinan snatch an 8th level kaiju beast with one hand, Scott suddenly discovered that mecha hunter is simply a child's play. Tool. "Hey, Scott, did you hear me? Scott, someone, tell him to off." Scott really didn't want to talk to this stupid shit anymore. Following his order, soldiers soon came to carry Miles and prepare to send him to the plane. Miles is in a hurry. "Scott, are you crazy? Do you know the consequences of doing this? You really don't want to know who's on the ship." Facing Miles' noise, Scott turned his back and ignored it. Instead, he looked at the spaceship in the sky that had activated the stealth mode and slowly disappeared. He muttered to himself, "They are gods. If there is really a god in this world, there really is a miracle of the god descending. It must be now, must it be them?" Chinan didn't pay attention to the farce on the sea. On the spaceship, Chinan held out his hand. A metal cage appeared in the palm of the hand, connecting the hands. The variability of liquid metal has allowed Chinan to develop many uses. After losing the control of the pioneers, its size was reduced again, and the kaiju beast trapped in Chinan's palm appeared extremely active, constantly attacking the cage. However, it has little effect, as the black technology equipment of the two-dimensional god-level civilization. Zooming in and out of the flashlight is very unreasonable. Items that are reduced in proportion will also be reduced in quality. The terrifying behemoth that could destroy half a city with a wave of its hand and easily kick an aircraft carrier like a ball has lost all the power brought by its size at this moment. Like a bug, because it can look wildly. However, its body structure is indeed very good, even if it becomes so small. In the collision with the metal cage, it did not say that it was inferior in terms of materials. Cage wall damage can be seen with every hit and bite. It's just that the speed of damage is not as fast as the speed of repair. The self-healing ability of liquid metal is unique. Things that were that big just now, can be that small. Wanda and Quicksilver also looked at this little guy with the codename Big Mac in amazement. "I can't understand how Chinan did it. This is the organization's special prop ability. You can apply for it with me if you need it in the future." Chinan smiled. Props such as zoom in and zoom out lights are very useful props at certain times. It will definitely be used again in the future. Anyway, the system rewarded 5, and he planned to keep one for himself, and put the others in the organization as props that an agent could apply for. In the future, the organization will have a lot of things. With the help of these, the actions of the agents will be easier, and they will be much more relaxed. Is it just an item that can be applied at any time? The two herdsmen on the side were dumbfounded. When they saw Chinan making the kaiju beast smaller with a wave of his hand, they were already dumbfounded the whole time. Based on their knowledge, they are very clear about the terrifying technology that can change the file size of matter. Even the pioneer civilization has never heard of such a thing. Although war beasts can devour planets, it is a space technology that uses wormholes to create a space to accommodate more and larger items. Chinan is completely different. None of them understand. Even if it is placed in the pioneer civilization, high-end things that can change the file size and quality of objects must only be accessible at the bishop level. Is it just a common item that can be applied for at the Men in Black? When did humans become so powerful? They have been in contact with humans for so long. Never heard of humans being so fierce. The Men in Black organization, that's why the Queen chose humans as knights. As expected of her Lady Queen. You have a good eye. At this moment, the two herdsmen looked at Wanda with pilgrim eyes. As the pioneers, they have been in contact with human beings for the longest time, but they have never seen the power of human beings at all. Chinan, really Nima, flatterer, go away. Okay, my Lord Queen. This time contact with the pioneers. It has been rewarding. However, although the attitude of the herdsman was good, even a little fanatical, Chinan did not let down his vigilance. He doesn't think that an old medium-level civilization that can last 250 million years in the starry sky is really so simple and easy to get along with. Medium-level civilization, no matter in any universe, is a very powerful civilization. Grades 1 to 3 are elementary level, and grades 4 to 6 are medium level. A civilization with a probability of level 6. No matter how outrageous its culture is, its leadership must not be a fool. Therefore, when Aries comes to Earth, if he doesn't handle it well, it may be the biggest crisis that the Men in Black will encounter. Still, Chinan is back in the Marvel Universe. Because, at such a critical juncture, the dimensional gate unexpectedly connected to the new world again, so Chinan had to come back and deal with it first. And this connected world, how should I put it? Like the Pacific Rim world, it is a link request from the automatic program of the dimensions. In other words, this world is also encountering some kind of enemy that powerful human beings cannot face. Chinan always has a bad feeling. With the lessons learned from the Pacific Rim world, what he hopes more than the automatic connection of the dimension gate is which side of the world will take the initiative to establish contact with the Man in Black. So far, although there are not many connected worlds, Chinan can still feel that the result of this kind of connection will definitely not be very good. No. This world is so weird. After sending out a small team to collect basic information about the world, the feedback they got was a bit confusing. It's still the old way, setting up communication equipment, linking network signals. Solar helium flash, wandering Earth, digital life. 404 looked at these in bewilderment. The information in this world is very rich and sound. Even many things that look very outrageous are put on the internet openly for all ordinary people to see. Boss, the Earth in this time and space is about to encounter a solar helium flash, and the sun will rapidly age and devour everything in the solar system in a short period of time. So, they are going to run with the Earth. 404 raised his eyebrows and gave Chinan a brief description of the situation in this world. However, their technological level is not low. They can almost be regarded as half of a second-level civilization. They even mastered heavy nuclear fusion and can burn all materials as fuel. This is not common in third and fourth level civilizations. The dimensional gate of this world is also on Mars, it shouldn't be reasonable. With this level of technology, the dimensional gate on Mars should have been discovered long ago. 404 is a bit puzzled. With the technological level of human beings in this world, the dimensional gate of Mars should have been discovered long ago, right? After all, the Moon and Mars are almost the first step for humans in all worlds to enter the starry sky. Maybe it's because of the implementation of the plan to wander the Earth, so all the productivity energy is put on the Earth, and there is no time to explore Mars. Wandering Earth, Chinan was also dumbfounded. What surprised him was another aspect. He has also seen the world of wandering Earth outside the fourth wall. This should be a parallel world in the same partition as the Trisolaran world. Solar helium flashes, install a planetary engine on the Earth, and propel the Earth to go through thousands of years of voyage to the next galaxy. There is no doubt that the human beings in this world are very courageous. It can even be said that among so many human civilizations in parallel worlds, there are few who can achieve this level. But, what does this have to do with the Men in Black? It is true that Chinan also feels that the civilization of this world is worth saving, but this is not the responsibility of the Men in Black. The reason why the Men in Black organization was established was not to be a savior, but to act as a reason behind the scenes for all human civilizations when contact of the third kind occurs in the multi-universe. Don't be helpless when you encounter the third category. The so-called community of shared future for mankind has a general direction. If the entire multi-universe human civilization is regarded as a whole, a huge amounts of society, and everyone is a civilian, then, the duty of the men in black is more like that of the police or the army. When you encounter bad people, they will call the shots for you. The world of Wandering Earth is different. The helium flash of the sun, theoretically, this belongs to the crisis of annihilation. It's still the same statement just now, there are too many worlds in the crisis of annihilation. Just like normal birth, old age, sickness and death, there are always some worlds where human beings will encounter some things and be destroyed. For this kind of thing, you should go to a doctor, not to the police. The Men in Black organization is not the Virgin Mary organization either. It can only be said that as the police of the universe, it can guarantee that you will not be persecuted by the bad guys, protect your interests, and other backaches. The Man in Black can't control the kind of accidental fall and death while walking. So, when Chinan saw that the connected world turned out to be a wandering Earth, he really didn't understand why. It's not the same as the sun. Wait. Chinan suddenly thought of something and stopped for a moment. Solar nitrogen flash aging. Yes, the sun is fine, why does helium flash? And still in such a short time. Although the sun is so huge, he is actually not an old man. For humans, the sun should be regarded as a middle-aged man. Only when a fixed star is about to enter the final stage, will a supernova explosion occur. Reminiscent of the world of Wandering Earth and the world of three-body problem, it seems to be a parallel world with a partition. Chinan suddenly had a bold guess. Asterisk 404, what is the link request from the dimensions? Let me see. 404 hastily called out the communication message from the dimension gate of the Wandering Earth world. It is detected that the current world meets the 13 external links of the Men in Black, and requests the support of the current sector headquarters. 13 chains. Chinan flipped through the Man in Black manual given to him by the system. Article 13. When encountering an unknown attack threat, the current world has no ability to fight back, and the threat is unknown, you can contact the current sector headquarters for support. If it was just a guess before, the link request from the dimensions confirmed Chinan's idea. The sun in the world of Wandering Earth has indeed been attacked by humans. That's why a helium flash happens to a middle-aged fixed star. This method. Why does it feel so familiar? Without the knowledge of a civilization, tamper with the fixed star where this civilization is located. Is it so easy to destroy a civilization? The universe of this world should also be a dark forest. After all, it is the same partitioned world as Trisolaris, so it is normal to have similarities in some places. It's just that the Wandering Earth is worse. At least the humans in the Trisolaran world know who their enemies are, and they can take countermeasures. Wandering Earth is different. Even now, they may still think that this is just bad luck for human beings, and they can only find ways to save themselves. This is why Chinan admires the humans in the world of Wandering Earth. The attack methods of higher civilizations are destructive to lower civilizations and cannot be defended against. This method of destroying fixed stars should be a routine weapon in the hands of the civilization behind it. Similar to the two-way foil, if something goes wrong, come here. A first-level civilization, faced with such a situation, has only two options. The first is to stay put and wait for death. Second, do your best to build some spaceships, go wandering in the starry sky, and keep the fire. However, in the universe, there is a reason why the status of living planets is detached. After losing the livable planet, becoming a wandering civilization, the potential of a civilization will completely disappear. The planet can not only raise the population, but also provide the environment and resources for the advancement of civilization. Wandering civilization has no future, especially in low-level situations. It will take thousands of years for a fleet of a first-level civilization to sail to another fixed star, and the living resources on the way may not be enough, let alone develop a stronger civilization. Therefore, the civilization behind the sun is very smart. With the least cost, the future of a civilization can be completely destroyed. Even if it is lingering, it will be cold sooner or later. This is also the reason why Trisolarans are unwilling to drive their warships to become a wandering civilization even if they are willing to sign such a contract with Chinan that has no rights and interests. However, the human beings who wandered in this world of the Earth chose the second way of living. They don't give up on the Earth. They have to run with their home planet. Such courage is simply amazing. Because of this kind of thing, even if it is a second-level civilization or a third-level civilization, it is difficult to do it. How dare a human civilization that has just touched the tail of a second-level civilization really dare to do such a wild idea? Isn't this equivalent to a level planet battleship? You know, level planet warships can only be completed at least until medium-level civilization. A low-level 1.5 level civilization said that it wants to engage in other things on the level planet, can you believe it? It has to be said that human beings may really be a race that dares to create miracles. Backquote, boss, what should we do now? Do we need to establish diplomatic relations with local humans? 404 asked. Chinan was silent for a long time, and after thinking about it, he made a decision. The third type of life in this world is likely to be similar to the sweepers of the Trisolaran world. This kind of enemy is endless. So, we're going to do something big this time. Although it is known that there is a behind-the-scenes driving force behind the wandering Earth that caused the destruction of the sun. But Chinan was too lazy to look for it. Since you are too lazy to look for it, let it come out by itself. So, Chinan decided to create a big scene that can make it stand out. So far, the men in black have faced many enemies. Chinan also has a feeling that the debt is too heavy. Sweeper, Pioneer, Trisolaran. Among them, some have been recovered, and some have a good attitude towards humans. Among them, Chinan has also controlled some power areas that can deal with these crises. As a policeman, after mastering some abilities that can ensure the safety of civilians, Chinan felt that the man in black could no longer keep a low profile. First build a sub-base on Mars, and after it's done, formally submit foreign connotations to the Earth of this world. To do great things, it is inseparable from the cooperation of human beings in this world. After all, the safety of human life still needs to be protected. Okay boss, I'll arrange people now. 404 nodded. It is worth mentioning that Chinan does not need to spend money to build the Mars sub-base this time. Because, there are 3 body people. Trisolaran's technology is not low in terms of safety and technology in building space bases. It is almost the same as the one purchased in the system Deleuze. And because of the elementary level intelligent processing plant, everything in the base is modular, and it only needs to be transported by the dimensions. Just install it in situ. The process didn't even take a day. Although the base of the system is very cheap, why not do something that can save money? After giving the order, Chinan continued to look at the information of the world of wandering Earth. He discovered that there is a reason why human civilization in the world of wandering Earth can do so many things. Because, one of the reasons to avoid becoming a starship wandering civilization is because the starship civilization has no resources to develop life. Therefore, in fact, the human beings who wandered in the world of the Earth made another choice. That is digital life. They have a plan to upload human consciousness into a computer and live as a digital life form. And it has been somewhat successful. Have to say, it's a great idea. Because the energy and resources consumed by living organisms are simply massive compared to computer programs. Moreover, human beings are not a life form suitable for the starry sky. The virtual reality of digital life can be said to be an alternative to the Wandering Earth project. Once the Wandering Earth project failed, according to the normal method of starship wandering, human beings can still maintain a certain level of civilization potential. Even in computers, it only needs to consume energy, and technicians such as scientists can still constantly promote the advancement of scientific theories. Once a place where development can be supplemented is found, human beings can still move forward at high speed. Seeing this, Chinan couldn't help admiring the human beings in this world. I'm starting to look forward to talking and meeting you. The man in black, as a policeman, maintains a community with a shared future for mankind, and will also encounter countless enemies in the future. These enemies may also be something that the man in black cannot deal with head-on. And all of this should not be borne by the man in black himself. The so-called community of shared future for mankind, the men in black are originally part of this community. So, when helping others, the men in black may also get some help, as well as support from various worlds. Only when countless people can stand up at critical moments, raise their hands, and use their strength. This is the sound development of a community with a shared future for mankind. Undoubtedly, the human beings wandering in the Earth world are what Chinan values very much. They have enough courage and enough courage. Moreover, they have a very clear understanding of themselves. Even when encountering a crisis such as a sun explosion, they will first consider the future of civilization, rather than a momentary gain or loss, the life and death of a few people. A civilization with this spirit is very terrifying. If things go smoothly, such a human civilization will definitely go to the end and become the top race in the universe. It can be seen from the technology they have and what they are doing. Earth engine, digital life, heavy nuclear fusion. These are technologies that far exceed their basic civilization level. There is a common saying to describe these things, that is black technology. Black technology is something that exists in many worlds, such as the Synesthesia technology of the Pacific Rim, the flying blade technology of humans in the three-body world, and even the Sophon technology of the three-body people. The continuous emergence of black technology is one of the manifestations of a civilization's potential. Black technologies in the world of wandering Earth emerge endlessly. There is no doubt that their potential is very great. However, without outside help, Chinan is not optimistic about the future of the wandering Earth civilization. Because there is too much movement. As a member of the three-body parallel world, the dark jungle law is unreasonable. Wandering with the Earth is a great initiative, but the movement is too great. Even if it travels at the speed of light, it will be observed by other civilizations sooner or later. Unless it can erase the light of the planet engine, eliminate traces of itself, but this is unrealistic. Even if it takes thousands of years to go to the new fixed star system, the Earth will not be stable for long. Maybe tens of thousands of years, maybe thousands of years, new blows from higher civilizations are bound to come. And this time, it must be the servants who will be wiped out. There will be absolutely no room for human beings to survive. When Chinan was thinking, he was wandering around the Earth world. The basic building materials from the three-body world, after being processed by the elementary level intelligent processing plant, become building modules one by one. Was sent to Mars. The Mars base is also under construction in an orderly manner. This time the Mars sub-base is very large. At least it is 50 times larger than the base that was placed on the moon for a few hundred yuan before. Chinan expected that he might have to do a lot of things in the world of wandering Earth this time, so the size of the base left a lot of redundancy. However, the building also encountered a problem. The location of the Mars dimension gate is very strange, in a mountainous area of Mars. The dimensional gate happened to be stuck under a certain natural stone bridge in the mountainous area. This may also be the reason why people on Earth have not discovered the existence of the dimension gate for a long time. Therefore, if you want to build the base, you have to level this mountain first. The equipment used is a multi-function engineering vehicle produced by Synesthesia, which is of high quality. After all, it is no problem to be able to work in a place with a harsh environment like Trisolaran. The engineering vehicle was rented, voluntarily, by the Trisolarans after they learned that the men in black were planning to build a base on another Mars. Although they are also building Mars in the Trisolaran world as their residence after moving, but the people in black have spoken, can we refuse? The consequences of leveling the terrain and building the base are. Such a big movement was still discovered by people wandering in the Earth world. Although they did not colonize Mars, as a world with an extremely developed aerospace industry, they still retain some attention for Mars. The United Nations and high-level officials representing various countries are all sitting together, watching images from distant Mars on the big screen. This is the scene captured by our artificial satellite on Mars. Someone is building a space base on Mars. There is no logo, no national flag, no spacecraft to transport supplies, and even construction vehicles are models that have never been seen before. The scene that suddenly appeared on Mars left everyone confused. You must know that the forces that can log into Mars are only a few countries present. It is impossible for other people or forces to have the ability to build a base in such a remote place. For a moment, the eyes Shendu looked at each other became different. I don't know who is here who chooses to establish a base on Mars at this time, but I say on behalf of Mao Shang, if it is for self-help, please disclose it, we will not interfere. If you want to do it at this time, we will never turn a blind eye to some vicious political plots. The tall and burly bear spokesman spoke first. Gained the support of many people. On behalf of France, I agree with Mao Shang's opinion. I would like to add that at this time, with such productivity, it is better to help China build the engine first. The French spokesperson was a little eccentric, making everyone present frown. Even China's spokesperson is no exception. This thing has to start from a few months ago. A few months ago, an unknown force attacked the space elevator that people had built with great difficulty, causing huge amounts of casualties and uncountable material losses. The role of the space elevator is to better build satellite engines on the moon. To carry out the Wandering Earth project, the ball is the first problem that must be dealt with at present. As the Earth's satellite, it is impossible for the Earth to take the moon with it when it runs away. The gravitational force of both sides will cause great burden and damage to the Earth. So, they need to build 3 engines on the moon to push the moon out of Earth's orbit. Moreover, these 3 engines are not only used as engines, they are also the key to the success of the Wandering Earth project. Because, until now, the plan has been literal. Even in the United States, more than 90% of people still don't believe in this plan, and don't believe that humans can take the Earth out of the solar system. This is true in most Western countries. Even a minority in China is skeptical of the plan. Therefore, the lunar engine is also a proof of the Wandering Earth project. Only when it is proved that the planet can really be promoted will the plan become popular. However, since the space elevator was destroyed, construction on the moon has been in a very uncomfortable situation. Although most of the building materials can be obtained in situ on the moon, there are still a lot of equipment that needs to be precisely processed on the Earth and then transported up. Without a space elevator, the cost of transportation would be horrific. This has made many countries, no, basically all countries except China, have chosen to give up. They felt that their economy might collapse the moment the space elevator was destroyed, continuing to invest endlessly in an unproven program. Therefore, the lunar engine that was originally built by multinational cooperation, only China is still insisting on it. In addition, the moon does not have the protection of the atmosphere, and it will often encounter the baptism of solar storms. They must build the lunar engine within 7 months, that is, before the next solar storm comes. Even for a large construction country like China, this is very huge amounts of pressure. Therefore, when I saw that someone actually built a base on Mars, and on such a large scale, I was so excited. The solar system is about to be destroyed. With such spare resources, productivity, and transportation capacity, they will go all the way to Mars to build a base. Heavier might as well help China continue to build engines on the moon. You know, because of the distance, the resources consumed to transport materials to Mars and to the moon are simply dozens of times more. With so many resources, it may be enough to build an engine. Representative of France, don't you blush when you say this? It's as if you have helped China build engines. Aren't everyone here the same? The representative of the United States was a little uncomfortable listening to the yin and yang of the representative of France, and said something strange. ACBC. However, this sentence made the French representative go back directly. Hee, what's the matter? Are you the only one in the world who disapproves of the construction of planet engines? If I remember correctly, your domestic support for the mountain removal project, formerly known as the Wandering Earth project, is only 8%. Ours in France are 19%. I see, the base on Mars was built by you, the United States. You are the only ones in the world who have this ability except China. You don't think that you can't do the same thing as before on the Earth, and you want to go to Mars to experience it. As a former hegemon, the United States is indeed the second country besides China that has such a strong economy and construction ability to establish a base on Mars. For a moment, everyone turned suspicious eyes to the American representative. Fart. FKU. The U.S. representative was in a hurry, and immediately began to swear. Is it because we have the ability? What kind of logic is this? It can be said by a national spokesperson. Then why don't you say that it is made by China? Hearing that he pointed the finger at China and began to bite people, the Chinese representative also frowned. Delegate of the United States, please pay attention to your statement. All our productivity is spent on the lunar experiment engine. It is meaningless for us and human beings to go to Mars to build a base. Everything we do is for the future of human beings, and we will not do this rich nonsense. As for the explanation of the Chinese representative, everyone present is well aware of it. This base can be built by everyone, except that it cannot be built by the Chinese. Because the construction progress of the engine on the moon is visible to the naked eye, and there are still many technicians from various countries working on the moon. China's carrying capacity and distribution of materials are transparent. How is it possible to still have the energy to go all the way to Mars to build a base? Everyone, I think that maybe everyone present is right. Suddenly, a secretary of the United Nations headquarters spoke. We conducted the most launch vehicle record, and found that there are not so many resources to travel to Mars to build a base. Quote ? What's the meaning? These words made the people who were noisy and attacking each other stop swearing. Materials can't be created out of thin air, and so are rockets. Based on our calculations, it's like a base of that size. As he spoke, the secretary pointed to the picture on the screen. Counting the transportation cost, it will cost at least the capacity resource of an entire lunar engine. For so many years, all of our capacity resources have been traceable, and there is no redundant base that can build such a level, and whether it is our satellites, telescopes, and various screen records, there are no records there are rockets going to Mars. Hearing this, someone was in a hurry. What do you mean? You mean, the base on Mars was not built by us? It can't be an alien, right? Ha 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 ha. Speaking of this, he laughed out loud. The laughter affected other people, and many people laughed along with him. Ha 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 ha. However, the laughter didn't last long. They found that laughing and laughing, everyone else began to become serious. Ha ha ha. No, are you serious? However, it is. There are no resources shipped from Earth to Mars. It is impossible for such a large base to appear out of thin air. Alien. For a moment, everyone held their breath. A little overwhelmed. Even if you are well informed, one day you will be told that aliens have come and built a base on Mars. It takes a while for everyone to digest. However, it has not waited for everyone to react from the shock. Suddenly, a clear voice emerged from the air. It reached everyone's ears. We're not aliens. The one who speaks Chinese. Fortunately, most of the people present brought simultaneous interpretation equipment. I heard the meaning of this sentence clearly. Subconsciously, everyone looked at the Chinese representative. I didn't say that. The Chinese representative is also very confused. This sentence is really not what he said. Look, in the center of the round table in the meeting room, the air suddenly twisted. Then, a silver-white human face appeared. The face looks like an Oriental person, but this person is Chinan. Who are you? This is a 3D projection. Doesn't the meeting room have this equipment? The sudden appearance of a human face startled everyone. Chinan didn't care about everyone's reaction, but said with a smile. Everyone, let me introduce myself. I am the Men in Black organization, the head of the 6th Sector Division, and Agent Q. As he spoke, he turned his head to the side of the Chinese representative. It's a pleasure to be here and meet you, especially the Chinese side. Everything you do, we all see it. After everyone in the world chooses to give up, they can still insist on doing what they think is right, and try their best to save this dying civilization. Your spirit is not easy, rare and precious. A civilization needs such people who can stand up at critical moments, take responsibility and turn the tide. Chinan originally thought that this world is one where everyone works together as one. But when he really came here in person, and distributed sophons to the earth, after learning more, he found that this was not the case. There are still politics, struggles, and selfishness in this world. However, this is a common problem of human beings, understandable. Chinan once said that the reason why the Men in Black choose to be a behind-the-scenes organization is that they don't want to be known by ordinary people. It is also to be the person who made the right choice at that critical moment and turned the tide. This coincides with China in this world. Compared with the unity of the whole world, in fact, China's insistence on independence is more difficult and more commendable. In this tight meeting, a human face suddenly appeared in the air. When he appeared, he praised his own country fiercely, and even the Chinese representative was a little unresponsive. However, his good professionalism allowed him to quickly sort out his emotions, and asked tentatively, the Men in Black organization. Are you the base being built on Mars is yours. According to Qin Yun's few speeches, he also quickly connected the two. Qin Yun didn't deny it either, and nodded. That's right, Mars is indeed the base we're building. Hearing Qin Yun's confession, everyone was excited for a while. They didn't worry about why Qin Yun appeared in their secret meeting. After all, this meeting was held for the base that appeared on Mars. The American spokesperson said even more forcefully, the men in black are organized. What kind of anti-human organization is this? What are you doing? Why do you want to build a base on Mars without the consent of the United Nations? Also, we have never heard of this organization. Is your organization legal? Facing the Americans' barrage of questions, Qin Yun smiled. It's interesting, even in this life and death situation, some people still think about whether their rights are stable. I have to say that the thinking of people in your country is really unflattering. The Wandering Earth Project. Oh no, it's called the Mountain Removal Project now. What a grand salvation plan. It's almost the greatest salvation plan that a low-level civilization can think of. But it can still maintain 91% opposition rate. Qin Yun shook his head in amazement. Every sentence is a mockery of the United States. Let the U.S. representative blush. We've put a lot of money into this project. And, now it's all about you. What the hell are you doing? The U.S. representative forcibly interrupted Qin Yun's topic. Because what he said is true. We are the men in black. The responsibility of the man in black is to be responsible for all contact with the third type of life, and to protect and maintain the community of shared future for mankind. Contact of the third kind. A community with a shared future for mankind. This sounds. Why is something wrong? The third kind of contact. Isn't it aliens? I said that I am so tall, why haven't I heard of your existence before? It's a community with a shared future for mankind. You said that our support for the project to move mountains is low, and your organization, how about it? It took so many resources, and I didn't see how much you helped the construction of the ball engine. Going to Mars to build a base. It's really a doctor. The U.S. representative began to mock. The men in black, hearing Qin Yun's introduction, he is quite tall, and he is still such a positive organization, but I haven't seen what you guys are doing. Generally speaking, when there is no third type of life, we will not show up. The survival of all human societies is within the human body, and you can solve it yourself. This is also your job. And the job of our men in black is to prevent the human race from being defenseless when the third type of life appears. Facing the ridicule of the American representative, Qin Yun didn't say anything, and even explained. It's just that it's not explained to him, but to everyone. In Qin Yun's heart, the United States has been silently thrown into the cold palace. This country does not deserve to be saved. If there is a real crisis, Qin Yun even thinks he just needs to take China away. Just this one country can represent the majority of the great human spirit in this world. Some people, Qin Yun is not willing to argue with them, regardless of age and education, just simply quarreling with some idiots, he will try to pull you on the same level as him, defeating with idiot thinking you. The so-called donkey lips are wrong with the horse's mouth. This is the situation. Human thinking is the most difficult thing to change. Wait, what do you mean? People in black will only appear when they come into contact with the third type of life. You mean, there are aliens? The Chinese representative suddenly said that he had discovered the key points in Qin Yun's words. Have you never thought of a question? Sun, why does it suddenly start aging and have a helium flash in just 100 years? A still young fixed star, what caused him to have such huge amounts of change? Qin Yun's words seemed to be a slap in the face, shocking everyone present. Yes, the sun, why does it suddenly age? It is necessary to know that the formation of a planet, especially the fixed star, has experienced at least an unknown number of billions of years. With such a huge volume, the material structure in the planet should have entered a stable state, and the probability of such a drastic change is very low. However, no one had ever thought about this before. Ever since humans discovered the great changes in the sun, they have been thinking about how to solve the problem and continue the survival of mankind. Now that Qin Yun brought it up like this, it can't help but make people think carefully. You mean, someone did this? The Chinese representative looked at Qin Yun in shock. That's right, the change of the sun is a means of the sweeper. The law of this universe is the dark forest. Don't you think that this universe is so big, but it's too quiet? Why is there no second civilization other than human civilization in such a huge world? Is it because life is too difficult to form? Humans are the only ones in this universe. Chinan laughed. Human civilization is ready to step into the starry sky. You should still maintain the idea that the Earth is the center of the universe and human beings are the only intelligent life. Chinan's words caused everyone's silence. It is because the amount of information in these languages is too large. They are so big that with their status and rights, they will also feel afraid. In the universe of the dark jungle, every civilization is hiding itself, and once discovered, it will be destroyed. However, the Earth has been born for so many billions of years, why now? The US representative didn't quite believe Chinan's words. The Earth has been standing here for so long, what kind of Cambrian and Jurassic, that can be regarded as ecology? Since it is going to be destroyed, why wait until now? Hearing this, Chinan rolled his eyes. Isn't it related to you idiots? How many broadcasts does the United States send out of planets each year? Broadcasting Earth's unknown. And that Voyager, there are always some stupid people who like to make their existence known to the world. US representative, since there is this country in the world, how little shit have they done? As far as Chinan's memory outside the fourth wall is concerned, there are countless worlds that have attracted aliens just because of Voyager 1 and those deep space broadcasts. Some people like to have a sense of presence, but they pull everyone's back together. It turns out that the helium flash of the sun was caused by you. Group pulling human beings to be buried with me, M. When Representative Mao Shang heard this, he flew into a rage, staring at the nose of the US representative and scolding him. FKU, how dare you say that you bears have never done deep space broadcasting? How can you blame us? Besides, there is no guarantee that what this person said is true. I'm *****. The American representative was not to be outdone, and started to fight back frantically. For a while, the meeting room was like a noisy vegetable market, messy and endless. Although it was noisy, in fact, most people had a lot of trust in Chinan's words. Because, no matter how much you say, it is not as strong as the reality given by the Mars base. The base on Mars is actually built there, without any moisture. This is not something ordinary people can do. Since the men in black can do it, it means that they do have secrets and abilities that no country in the world can discover or know. One day later, I will send agents to Earth and formally submit a diplomatic complaint to the United Nations. And formally participated in the project to move mountains, in line with our plan to deal with the third type of life. This is the first time Chinan has to actively participate in the internal affairs of a world. There is no way, because Chinan may make a big scene this time, and if there is no cooperation from the Earth, it may cause some serious impacts. After all, the men in black are here to help, not to destroy the world. Hearing that Chinan was going to send someone for a formal meeting, even Mao Shang and the representatives of the United States stopped arguing for a while. Compared with this way of communicating with the air, speaking face to face is more authentic and convincing, and they can also use this to find some loopholes to prove whether what Chinan said is true or not. You want people to come, on Earth. In which area? I can send people to pick them up. The Chinese representative said very proactively and enthusiastically. Hearing Chinan say that he would come one day, he thought that the Men in Black organization had someone on Earth. No need, our spaceship will leave tomorrow. Quote ? How is this possible? The spaceship leaves tomorrow. Will it arrive tomorrow? These words almost didn't scare everyone stupid. You know, it will take about a month or two for the fastest spacecraft on Earth to reach Mars. From Mars to Earth in less than a day. How is this possible? Chinan smiled slightly at everyone's shock, but did not explain. He just said, "See you tomorrow." After finishing speaking, Sophon's projection was turned off. Seeing Chinan's profile picture disappear, everyone stood up. For a while, everyone stared wide-eyed, and then said almost at the same time, "Come here. Come a technician. Dismantle the meeting room." The sudden projection of the secret meeting made them wonder what equipment might be placed here by the Men in Black organization. However, when an hour later, even the grounds were removed except for the weighing section, they found nothing. This is unscientific. There is not a single suspicious third-party device in the conference room. How did he show up? Everyone present has some basic scientific literacy. In this era, there is no technical theory reserve and it is impossible to achieve such a status. They all know that projection requires at least a projection device. What's the matter with just popping out of nowhere? The men in black. This organization is more powerful than we imagined, at least with this level of technology, and the speed of construction of the Mars base shows that they have many technologies that we don't know. Mars satellites have been synchronously sending back images of Mars. In such a short period of time, the Mars base has expanded a lot, and it seems that the construction is almost complete. Even faster than the speed of the planet engine. It's outrageous. Now the question. The key is not this. They will come tomorrow, how should we deal with it? Speaking of this, everyone fell silent for a while, and began to think about their own calculations. Definitely yes, such private organizations cannot be allowed to run rampant anymore. The representative of the United States said definitely, no matter what technology they have, they are all human beings. And we are the United Nations. The future of human beings should be determined by us. Instead of some mysterious organization that popped up out of nowhere. Oh, that's right. What makes people different is that the representative of Mao Shang actually expressed his agreement. Private organizations are not advisable. Human beings are currently facing such a serious crisis. We must unite. Point 0. That's right, that's right. For a while, the conference room was filled with condemnation of the man in black. Looking at this posture, it seems that tomorrow everyone will ask the parties to question the feeling of the trial. The Chinese representative shook his head silently. Did not speak, just walked out of the conference room. Now that the matter has come to this point, there is no need for this meeting to continue. Everything is waiting for tomorrow. Time flies. Tonight, no one sleeps. Wait until early in the morning. On the top of the United Nations building, a group of people gathered early. It was the representatives of various countries who broke up unhappy yesterday. However, everyone looked at the Chinese delegation with weird eyes. I saw that besides the speaker, the Chinese delegation also had a few more attendants, holding a red banner in their hands. It read impressively, "Warmly welcome the man in black to guide you." That's called enthusiasm, that's called beaming. Seeing such a banner, the representative of the United States turned black. Chinese. What do you mean? Didn't we agree that we can't indulge such a private organization? What do you mean now? Do you think that such an organization not legally recognized by the United Nations is enough to win our warm reception? Can we have the same status as our countries? You are an insult to the United Nations. A trampling on the laws of the United Nations. Faced with the questioning of the U.S. representative, the Chinese representative appeared very calm. Yesterday, the Chinese side didn't seem to express their views at the end. Besides, we welcome that as our business. Although the men in black are just an organization, they have the ability to build such a huge space base on Mars, on behalf of them. Qualified to communicate with us positively. The trial ignition of the lunar engine is only a few months away. The people in black have made it clear that they will join the mountain removal project and support it. You, the United States, have status, and the law recognizes it. But at this critical time, what use are you for? Aren't they all involved? The words of the Chinese representative mercilessly tore open the scars of the American representative. It is also a fact that he quit the project of moving mountains halfway. There is no way, with an approval rate of 8% in the country, before the mountain removal project is confirmed, it is impossible for them to continue to spend such a huge amount of resources to continue investing in it. In other words, China is now almost maintaining this huge salvation plan on its own. However, before he found a point to refute China, he discovered that delegations from other countries warmly welcome the men in black to communicate. Welcome back to Earth, our fellow man. Except for the U.S. delegation, almost every country has its own banners. Although the content is different, it probably means that people in black are welcome. Even the Bear delegation hung its own banner. This scene completely dumbfounded the American representative. No, the content of the meeting yesterday was not like this. Isn't everyone boycotting the men in black? Why did it suddenly become like this? Co-author, now in the whole world, we are the only ones resisting. This is playing snakeskin. You are an insult to the United States. Are you going to start a world war? However, the words of the representative of the United States did not even cause any waves. Everyone goes in the left ear and out the right ear, so there is no fear at all. Mao Shang's man even said directly, "Oh, a big fight as soon as you fight, who is afraid of whom? If there is no crisis of the sun, maybe this kind of threat is still useful. But now it's almost the end of the world. Whether there is a war or not, no one is afraid of it at all, and no one even cares. Even if there is a real fight, win or lose, does it matter? In times like these, no one can win. It is true only if you try your best to survive. So, no matter which country it is, they believe that no one will fight at this time." Seeing that no one paid attention to him, Representative Mi held his breath and blushed, only feeling an urge to kill. Just when everyone was still watching the performance of the only fool on the scene. In the sky, the air suddenly began to twist. Coming. Everyone quickly looked in one direction. I saw a small spaceship suddenly appear above the building. Optical cloaking technology. Smart people quickly analyzed the reason why this ship could suddenly appear. Optical invisibility, a thing that has always remained on paper and has never been researched by anyone. You must know that even the so-called stealth fighters developed by various countries before, the principle is to prevent radar from being detected through coding and shape. There are still thousands of miles away from real invisibility, and it is not even a thing at all. This ship seems to have completely brought fantasy into reality. Although the man in black hadn't shown up yet, everyone became serious just seeing the ship. Was a few years ago, and there was no such thing as the sun. The stealth technology of this fighter alone is priceless. You must know that the spaceships drove over their heads and stopped, and they didn't even know it. The security system of the United Nations building is not bad, almost having the most advanced surveillance and radar detection in the world. After all, almost all the top leaders in various countries work here in this era. But there is still no reminder that the ship can be found. If it does not seem to have lifted the stealth mode by itself, they may not know that there is a ship so close to them. If there is such a ship in the era when countries are independent, it can hit almost any country and person in the world. Even now, maybe, Chinan didn't know that just a simple stealth mode could make all kinds of speculations spring up in the minds of the people below. The reason why he let the transport ship come to the Earth in stealth mode is just for fear of trouble. "Let's go." Chinan opened the cockpit door and waved his hand. Let the fellow agent go down with him. This time when he came to Earth, Chinan brought only one agent, that is, Zhang Beihai. That's right, Chinan didn't even bring Wanda and Quicksilver this time. The reason is simple, Chinan did not come to Earth this time to fight. A C-shaped spaceship plus AT-1000 with some origin magic power remaining is enough to protect itself. He's here to talk peace. And what they are facing is the high-level officials of various countries on the Earth. Now in the Men in Black organization, after much deliberation, only Zhang Beihai is the most suitable for this kind of scene. After all, the fifth wall is not kidding with you. When I met Zhang Beihai for the first time, if Chinan didn't know too much, I would almost have been entangled by him. When I got off the spaceship, I saw a lot of people around the landing pad on the roof of the building. Someone even pulled up a banner. Those who didn't know thought it was some leader who came to investigate. But standing here is almost the biggest leader on Earth. When Chinan got off the spaceship, he used origin magic power to slightly drag himself and Zhang Beihai up. The two floated down slowly. This move once again shocked everyone. Looking left and right, I didn't see how Chinan did it. There is no trace of propellers or other equipment at all. Just flew down like that. It seems that the mysterious veil on Chinyan's body has become more serious. Welcome. Just when everyone is still in the thinking stage. Mao Shang's representative, however, actively and enthusiastically pushed away the honest man from the United States beside him, and shook hands with Chinan as if he had missed him for a long time. "We've been looking forward to meeting you since yesterday. Sure enough, you are as handsome in real life as in the video." Surprisingly, as a bear man, his mouth feels a little sweet today. Chinan smiled without saying a word, while Zhang Beihai at the side stepped forward and said, "We are also very honored. I am Agent Z of the Men in Black. This time, Agent Q and Agent Q will fully represent the Men in Black organization to discuss with you about the third type of life form in the era of the sun. Okay, let's talk inside, it's cold outside." A group of people walked down from the rooftop in a mighty manner, surrounded by Chinan, and walked towards the meeting room. Along the way, it is inevitable to meet some ordinary workers. I saw representatives from so many countries gathered together. For a moment, I thought something big had happened. Is this because all the representatives are here? It's almost there. What's going on here? In this building, there is no small thing. Hey, wait, who are those two in the middle? Why haven't I seen it on TV? Have no idea. This building handles countless major events from all over the world every day. Many people are used to it. When they see the representatives get together, they just glance at it and get ready to do their own business. But there are still some curious people who took a second look. But it was easy to pay attention to Chinan and Zhang Beihai. There is no way, in this team, the two of them take the C position. Just who can occupy the C position among the representatives of various countries? Chinan ignored the gazes of the people around him, and just calmly followed the flow of people into the conference room. After everyone was seated, Chinan also sat next to the Chinese representative. Afterwards, Zhang Beihai took the initiative to take out a square box and put it on the table. The square box quickly projected a light curtain. The content of the light potato is a PPT. Zhang Beihai didn't talk nonsense, and he never had stage fright in the eyes of many big shots. He took the initiative to say, "This time our Men in Black organization is here. There are only 3 things. First, opinions on the mountain removal project." Everyone did not expect that the people of the Men in Black organization spoke so directly. Is it just an opinion on the Yishan project? Hearing this, Representative Zhang frowned directly. You know, the Yishan plan is almost only maintained by the central government. What does the Men in Black organization mean? Targeting China. Representative Mi gloated when he heard it. Yesterday, their conversation between Mi Fang and the Man in Black almost ended badly, and they didn't have any good feelings at all. On the contrary, they seemed to appreciate it very much. They thought they were the same breed, but now it seems that maybe the Men in Black organization are actually their own. With all due respect, do you have a different view on the mountain removal project? Don't you also think that the mountain removal project cannot save the planet? Representative Zhang frowned, turned slightly sideways, and quietly asked Chinan next to him. At first, I thought it was because there were more supporters and companions. After all, there is no second person on the whole earth who is willing to continue to move mountains. Did not expect. No, our opinion is. Mountain removal is too small. Needs to be expanded. Chinan smiled slightly, pointing to Zhang Beihai who was explaining on stage. The Chinese representative shrank his pupils, and then turned his head to stare at the PPT in Zhang Beihai's hand. At this moment, Zhang Beihai was repeating the original plan to move the mountain. Push the moon away, then build 10,000 planetary engines, accelerate around the sun, and then accelerate around Jupiter. Half the population lives in dungeons. The mountain removal project is undoubtedly a huge project. Just 10,000 planetary engines are already an unimaginable gigantic structure, pushing the Earth, throwing away the moon, and a series of things just sound enough to shock people. But that's not enough. Zhang Beihai paused suddenly. He said loudly, "It's not enough. The dungeon can only accommodate half of the population, and at such a high price, more than 3 billion people will die. The Earth is so big, but for thousands of years in the future, people will live in underground cities without seeing the light of day." Zhang Beihai shook his head. Even though this kind of plan is the only plan that can save the most people and leave the Earth behind, there are still many cruel places. That's right, I just said that Project Yishan can't be used at all. The representative of Mi Fang laughed out loud. Hee, it's better than your ARC project, right? On the side, Mao Shang's representative pinched his nose and said with disdain. Quote? It's as good as your monthly plan can be. At the very beginning of discovering the crisis, human beings have actually done a lot of research on this and listed a lot of solutions. In the end, 4 proposals were put to the final decision moment. The first is the Digital Life Program. This solution is to turn all human beings into code programs, install them in computers and take them away. However, it involved a lot of moral and legal issues. I was finally PS. The second one is the ARC plan proposed by Mi Fang, which is to build a huge amounts of space station, and use it as an arc for long-distance voyages, that is, to flee by boat. This is also the solution that most civilizations will choose when encountering such crises. However, the ARC project is a relatively selfish plan. Because no matter how big a space station is, with the current technology, the population and resources it can accommodate are very small. It is almost equivalent to abandoning the vast majority of people on the Earth, leaving only a few elites on board. This is impossible to be accepted by the public. Moreover, the space station is sailing in space without supplies, and if it encounters any crisis, it will have to GG. In contrast, Maoshong is much bolder. They proposed a month-by-month plan, which is actually similar to the Wandering Earth. They also put the moon on an engine and took it away. It can be regarded as a small Wandering Earth plan. It's just that the problem of the moon is similar to the ARC project. The moon is devoid of water, and most of the essentials commonly found on Earth. After all, it is just a satellite. Although it can hold many people, the development of human beings cannot be separated from the water source of the Earth. Even if it takes so many years to transport, it will not be able to transport many people. Water is known for its high volume and low density. In the end, it was the mountain moving plan proposed by the Chinese side, which took the Earth away in a package. As long as the plan can be completed, human beings can save half of the people, and in the future, there will still be resources that can be developed when traveling in the starry sky. This bold plan finally convinced many people. However, it is precisely because this plan is bold that it is easier to give up. When the space elevator was destroyed by an attack, almost all countries, even Maoshong, were not very optimistic about this plan. No, I'm not saying that the Yishan project cannot be used, but the Yishan project is not bold enough. It should be bigger. Such a small mountain is not enough at all. However, while everyone was still arguing, Zhang Beihai directly interrupted their argument. What? For a while, both the Rice side and the Mao side, and even the Chinese side were a little stunned. The mountain moving project is not bold enough. Big brother, do you know what you're talking about? The project to move mountains is to talk about the Earth as a ship, pack it up and take it away. This has exceeded the limit of many people's imagination. You tell me it's not bold enough. You must know that 91% of the people in the United States do not believe that this plan can be successful. Facing everyone's shocked eyes, Zhang Beihai just opened the PPT silently. Revised opinions on the plan to move mountains. First, dungeons can be used as backup production bases, rather than as living quarters. The living area can still be placed on the ground, using the deflector shield technology to build a small circle of ground protection ecology, artificial heating and power supply. In the PPT picture, countless translucent semicircular covers are shrouded in the snow-covered ground. The inside and outside of the shield are clearly distinguished into two worlds. On the one hand, the four seasons are like spring, with bright lights. On the other hand, the night is like day, and the sky is full of ice and snow. Deflector shield, ecosphere. Seeing this picture, the representatives were dumbfounded. Someone even asked excitedly, "You mean, a unified force field?" A shield is a force field, which can control force to produce protection and affect matter. Isn't this just an application of the grand unification theory? It can be said that, but it is not entirely a unified theory. But don't worry about this, the deflector shield technology, the Men in Black organization will provide it. Although the deflector shield technology is strictly an application of force, it is not considered unified. It can only be regarded as a theoretical application of weak interaction force and electromagnetic force. This is the technology obtained by the technicians of the Man in Black from the C-shaped spaceship after combining the technology of the Trisolaran. Chinan didn't mean to be mean either. Because although they have only mastered this thing, it will be eliminated soon. Because we are about to face some medium-level civilizations. At that time, space shields or curvature phase shields may be needed to stop medium-level civilizations or even high-level civilizations. The deflector shield can only be used to deal with low-level civilizations. Zhang Beihai continued. So, After solving the problem of living quarters, there is no need for billions of people to squeeze into a small underground city, and everyone can survive. And this is just the beginning. The next thing is the most important thing. Second section. The Men in Black's first modification to the Move Mountain project. It almost completely solved the biggest drawback in the mountain moving plan. That is, to give up half of the world's population. 10,000 planetary engines will consume almost all human productivity and resources, and there are still decades of hard work. The space under these engines is also limited, but it needs to accommodate the production and living areas of the entire society. Can't accommodate everyone, because once too many people live in, food, housing, daily necessities, etc. will not be able to be supplied, leading to a collapse. And according to the revised opinions of the Men in Black organization, if it can be realized, it means that human beings can still live on the ground. And something like a shield doesn't need to be constructed as complicatedly as a dungeon. Just select an area, frame it, and that's it. In this way, even on the ground, it can still resist severe cold and various harsh environments. Everyone thought that the First Amendment to the Yishan project was already very powerful, but the Second Amendment of the Man in Black completely collapsed everyone's three views. The second item, the Solar System Reserve Plan. Earth's materials are also limited, especially to maintain the operation of the engine and the operation of the deflector shield. Whether it is a planet engine, or it can be used as an ecosystem for 24 hours. Oh no, the deflector shield that has been running continuously for thousands of years requires a lot of energy consumption. According to the previous plan to move mountains, the general population will be discarded and people will live underground. The operation of the engine also requires a large amount of material, which is burned in a heavy nuclear fusion reactor to maintain it. When the Earth is where it should be, the surface may have to be hollowed out. Now, because the population has increased by half, the energy required to maintain the deflector shield has to be doubled. It can't be thousands of years, the Earth has no crust, only magma is left. What's the meaning of O2? Therefore, in order to ensure sufficient energy supplies, the mountain moving plan needs to pack up and take away several major planets in the solar system before leaving the solar system. Venus, Saturn, and Jupiter. These planets can guarantee the long-distance voyage of the Earth, and will not affect the development of civilization due to resource constraints. Speaking of which, some planets appeared on the PPT, except for Mars, almost all the planets in the solar system except the Sun. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark question mark quote. How is this possible? Seeing this second plan, someone immediately exclaimed. There is no way we can do this. You know, now they are struggling to even take away the Earth, let alone take away other things. The progress of the mountain moving plan is almost one step at a time, and the bumps and bumps take away the others. This is almost hollowing out the solar system. It is impossible for human productivity to achieve this, even if it is doubled tenfold. This is also, even the Chinese representative didn't know how to respond. They were the first to propose the project of moving mountains, which is already a very outrageous plan. However, it is no scientist who has done precise calculations and concluded that human beings can accomplish the most extreme things. It can be said to be the straw that broke the camel's back in the moon belt. How could it be possible to take anything else? This matter. You don't have to worry, these planets will be packaged by us Men in Black. Since this plan is proposed, it will definitely not be impossible. Seeing everyone was excited, Chinan smiled slightly and interjected. Chinan might not have brought up packing planets before, but now, it's too easy for the Man in Black. Seeing Chinan's confident appearance taking care of such a big matter, everyone looked at each other, and then sat down slowly. Although he seemed to accept Chinan's words on the surface, the complexity in his heart was almost on his face. After all, this kind of thing is too outrageous. Seeing that everyone was quiet, Zhang Beihai continued. With the first two items as the premise, the third item is that we want to change the final destination of the Earth. As he said that, the PPT turned into a star map with two lines on it, one was long and the other was much shorter. Originally, the destination of the mountain removing project was Proxima Centauri next door. But now, our destination will become. Zhang Beihai pointed to the end of another straight line on the star map. Kepler, Seeing the label of the fixed star system, the originally calm representative stood up again. Are you crazy? Kepler is nearly 500 light-years away from Earth. You know, the reason why they used Proxima Centauri as the final destination before is because Proxima Centauri is very close to the solar system. 4.2 light-years away. However, even if it is such a near Proxima Centauri, the Earth will have to sail on the road for 2,500 years. This is undoubtedly a long journey. 2,500 years, nearly 300 or 400 generations. This is already a very brave plan. Kepler, 500 light-years. According to the current situation, human beings will have to walk on the road for at least 10,000 years. The time consumed by the distance is not a multiple of 500 divided by 4.2. Most of the time is spent on acceleration and deceleration. The longer the distance, the more time you can accelerate, the faster the speed, and it takes more time to decelerate. So the time consumption is actually a U-shaped curve with the distance. At least 10,000 years, that's too long. Even the bear representative shook his head constantly. 10,000 years is too long, no one knows what will happen in 10,000 years. It's too dark and hopeless for a wandering civilization without a fixed star. Human beings have only entered modern civilization for 200 years. There is also a reason why the destination is Kepler. Zhang Beihai also guessed how far a galaxy 500 light-years away is to people today. However, some things must still be said. First of all, Proxima Centauri is a 3-star system, very unstable, and at the same time, it is not suitable for human survival. The Earth in Proxima Centauri is like talking about where the furnace goes. It would be better to just float in space without fixed star width. Zhang Beihai took out the materials of Proxima Centauri, including some actual photos from the 3-body civilization. Seeing the harsh environment of those planets, everyone just thought, this CG is really real. You may think, in 2,500 years, the Earth's technology should be able to develop enough for human beings to adapt to the environment of Proxima Centauri. Zhang Beihai asked rhetorically. Everyone nodded, especially the Chinese representatives. They agreed very much. The Chinese believe in blood and descendants very much. They believe that their descendants can be like themselves in the future, overcome all kinds of difficulties, face up to difficulties, and continue civilization. Then unless you can become a civilization of level 3 or higher in a short period of time. The environment of Proxima Centauri is not something that low-level civilizations can forcefully adapt to. Having said that, Zhang Beihai switched to another long slideshow. This is a creature similar to jelly, with 2 forms, one with only a layer of skin left, and the other looks much plumper, but still looks very strange. This is the native life of Proxima Centauri. They call themselves Trisolarans, which means that there are 3 fixed stars in their home galaxy. Quote question mark question mark question mark quote. Wait, what do you mean? Proxima Centauri has aliens. Zhang Beihai's words inadvertently startled everyone. Definitely, moreover, the civilization of the Trisolarans has reached the apex of the second-level civilization. Even so, they cannot continue to survive in the mother galaxy. We have had contact with them before, and now we have even more close cooperation. Although this was something from another world, Zhang Beihai didn't blush at all when he said it. Chinan snickered aside. The selection of Zhang Beihai is indeed correct. This person is bragging. Oh no, when it comes to things, he has a thicker skin than himself. Part of the base we built on Mars is the technology of the Trisolarans, and even many Trisolarans are still working for the Men in Black. If you are curious, we can actually bring Trisolarans to meet you some other day. Zhang Beihai pretended very well, and even proposed to bring the Trisolarans to meet, which made them very excited. Real, even if the people present are all people who have experienced countless storms. But aliens, I have never seen them in my life. And this alien is still from the fixed star system so close. It is definitely true that the duty of the Men in Black is to contact the third type of life. Is it strange that there are aliens? Zhang Beihai asked back with a puzzled expression. That look is just unbelievable. Even Chinan, watching from the sidelines, felt the urge to give him 2 punches. But I have to say that Zhang Beihai's performance really satisfied Chinan. Perfectly localized the organization inadvertently. Even without telling a single lie, it is natural to make people think that the man in black and the three-body man are both from the local universe. This is also Chin-yun's request. In this world, he didn't want to expose the information that the man in black came from another universe for a short time. Because he still wants to do things in this world, he is afraid that he will encounter some difficult problems or a high-level civilization that is too powerful for him to follow the vines to find the door link of the dimension. Therefore, he wants to hang his skin on the earth and give himself a way out. Three-body people, Proxima Centauri Level 2 civilization. In the short talk of less than half an hour, the information revealed by Zhang Beihai during the performance was almost exhausting. Difficult to digest. They all looked at Zhang Beihai and Chin-yun with strange faces. This organization of men in black is really awesome. Under the eyes of so many big countries, no one knows the existence of men in black. They have even had in-depth exchanges with aliens, and some people are working for the men in black. They are the upper echelons of humanity. What a shame. I don't know at all. So, Proxima Centauri is not a suitable place for Earth. Kepler would be a little better. What's more, the distance you are worried about is so long. After you have the resources of the entire solar system, is this still a problem? Moreover, with the protection of the 593 deflector shield, the structure of the planet's engine will be unprecedentedly stable, and you can even use the deflector shield technology on the propeller. Going to Kepler may even take less time than going to Proxima Centauri. Coupled with the technological progress in the process, with such sufficient resources, hundreds of years are enough. Quote question mark question mark question mark quote. I heard that it only takes a few hundred years to get to Kepler. Several people were stunned. Hundreds of years. Can deflector shields be used on thrusters? Definitely. Maybe faster is also possible. Why do you say that the deflector shield technology is the most powerful core technology of low-level civilization? It is because force fields can be used in too many places for low-level civilizations. Under the cover of the force field, even the material of the object will change. Similar to enchantment, without force field protection, the power of the planet's engine cannot be too high, not because the reactor cannot output such a large power, but because the material cannot bear that kind of thrust, and the Earth's crust cannot withstand it and is easily broken. Huge amounts of engines originally have to bear huge recoil forces. Why build a dungeon under the planet engine? It is because the foundation of the engine is very deep and very strong, and the dungeon is only convenient where the foundation is matched. If the deflector shield can be covered on the main keel of the engine, and derived to the crustal plate, the power of the engine can almost be output to the limit under this kind of protection. It is no problem to double it. Trisolaran's mothership is also very huge, but because it is not nuclear fusion, but antimatter, it does not have the pure power of this kind of fusion engine. Therefore, maybe after the deflector shield becomes popular, it is possible that the Earth will fly faster than the Trisolaran fleet. This is the difference between different technologies. Definitely, going faster also consumes more energy. According to normal expectations, if it is really necessary to fly to Kepler within 1,000 years, the engine may have to burn a Jupiter to complete. Definitely, another reason to choose Kepler is, we men in black are going to find the black hand behind the destruction of the sun. This movement may be a bit big, and it may attract other more powerful advanced civilizations in hundreds of thousands of years. Proxima Centauri is too close. In order to prevent the Earth from being discovered by other civilizations, Kepler's distance is just right. Still haven't gotten over the shock of having aliens next door. Zhang Beihai's words in the next round almost caused their hearts to stop suddenly. The man behind the destruction of the sun. The man in black wants to take the initiative to find it. In fact, one of the reasons why they can now sit down and talk with the unofficial men in black organization. It is because of the helium flash of the sun that they also believe that there may really be a certain advanced civilization behind the scenes. But, believe it or not, they didn't intend to do anything from the very beginning, they just wanted to survive and run away. After all, human beings are no match for the enemy that can destroy the sun. It's good to be able to run. The man in black wants to find the mastermind behind the scenes. What is he planning to do, right? This is too brave. You can't do this, in case you annoy each other, we. The representative of MI Feng twisted his face, worrying about Rizao. The civilization that originally destroyed the solar system may just want to destroy the sun secretly, and do it at will. But what Chinan meant was to prepare for a while, so how about knowing who it is? Don't you know that the Earth is saving itself? What if you were repairing the Earth? This time, before Zhang Beihai said anything, Chinan snorted coldly. How to get along with the third type of life is the business of us people in black. As for your task, it is to protect yourself. Running away is enough. The men in black don't need anyone else to teach us how to do it. Whatever you think, that's our plan. Whether you agree or not, this is our responsibility. If you think you can interfere with our decision, then you can try. Chinan didn't even have to guess what the Mafang representative thought. He knows the way of thinking of the people of the United States all too well. It's nothing more than not wanting to take risks, thinking that if the man in black offends someone who doesn't dare to offend, wouldn't it hurt the Earth? The Chinese representative pondered for a long time, and finally nodded seriously. In principle, we agree with the plan of the man in black. Although I don't know what you are going to do with the man behind the destruction of the sun. But, after all, people are already riding on our heads. They have already committed the evil act of destroying the sun, so we are not friends, but enemies. Enemies, we must deal with them in the same way as enemies. It's such a joy to have friends coming from afar, but if it's a bad guest, you have to treat them with sticks. The Chinese representative's speech was full of domineering. Even if it was an unknown enemy, it still did not show the slightest weakness. So, to deal with them, we must not back down, and that's what we need to do. We will fight side by side with the men in black organization. The Chinese representatives could see that the man in black wanted to greeting to the man behind the scenes, and this greeting did not seem like a friendly way to get along. This is obviously a fight. Since it was a fight, and it was because the opponent chose to attack humans, the opponent also wanted to participate. That's not necessary. Hearing the Chinese side's look of wanting to go out to fight with him, Chinan felt a warm feeling in his heart. Even if you think about it with your feet, you know the strength of the enemy, but you still dare to take the gun. Maybe this is the blood of the Chinese. In the revised plan, there are still many details to be done, which cannot be separated from China's productivity. What you need to do is to put all your energy on the Earth and let civilization continue. As for the rest, we will do it ourselves. When the Chinese heard that the men in black didn't want them to participate, they frowned. However, this should be a war, a fierce battle. Without the support of the country and the public, you are alone and helpless. According to Chinan, they will complete the project in a short time and take the Earth with them. And the men in black stay in the solar system to draw out enemies. He doesn't know exactly what the man in black is going to do, but just analyzing it from the tactical level. This doesn't look like a fight at all, but a break. That's right, from his point of view, a civilization that can destroy the solar system is definitely very powerful. It is impossible for the whole Earth to beat it. Even if the organization of the men in black is mysterious and powerful, it is still a member of mankind after all, based on human civilization. How did it survive? So, isn't the meaning of the men in black organization to let the Earth run first, and then they stay to attract the other party's attention? After all, if there is no one to stop and attract the enemy, the Earth may still be discovered and chased to destruction. The reason why he thinks this way is because Chinese people will do this. The bravest fighters and top talents tend to take on more responsibilities, leaving the chance of life to the general public. The responsibility lies. This is our business, you don't need to think about this issue. And, behind me, there is more than one person. After all, the men in black are a large organization. Chinan believes that the organization now has the ability to deal with some difficult enemies. Chinan is not afraid of civilization below the medium level. However, what Chinan said once again confirmed the thoughts of the Chinese representatives. Behind him, there is not only one person. This is a group. A group that, at critical moments, used their lives to make human beings continue to flee, and stayed behind to die with honor. The Chinese representatives don't know how many people there are in the Men in Black organization and when it was established. But they can stand up in this crisis and choose to die for everyone. There is no doubt. This is a group of brave people, eh? He silently straightened his somewhat rickety back. He saluted Chinan with a military salute. Everything you have done, mankind will always remember. Chinan was a little confused when he saw the military salute of the Chinese representative. Why is this suddenly so respectful? He never expected that the image of the Men in Black organization would change from a mysterious private organization to a group of great comrades ready to sacrifice for the world in the hearts of the Chinese representatives. Zhang Beihai smiled slightly when he saw the actions of the Chinese representative on the stage. Compared with Chinan, he can understand the thoughts of the Chinese representatives better. Because he is also such a person. This kind of misunderstanding may be a good thing, and it can better allow the Men in Black to carry out their work. However, just when the atmosphere among the few people became somewhat tragic, Representative Mao Shang whispered with several other representatives, and finally Representative Mao Shang coughed and said, "Your plan is indeed very grand, even several times more exaggerated than China's plan to move mountains. But the investment will also increase a lot. Basically, the productivity of all the countries and people on the earth must be invested. Once this plan is started, the economy will definitely collapse." Hearing this, Representative Yu Fang exploded instantly. Picking up his own crutches, he pointed at the noses of the people opposite and started cursing. "You still have the face to talk about the economy. The world is about to perish. Don't use all your strength to ensure the survival of mankind. Still talking about economics. What's the use of economy when the world is gone? A bunch of stupid dogs." The Chinese representative is so angry, because the reason why the Mountain Yishan project is progressing so slowly is because a lot of capital world is holding back. For some capital predators, the end of the world will be 100 years later, and they will not be alive at that time. I earn so much money in this life, and put it all into saving the world for free, why not keep it and enjoy it? There are many people who have this idea. Basically, rich capital predators think this way. Because if they don't carry out these plans, they can enjoy life beautifully, but if they carry out, they have to pay. Why do I have so much money, and if I don't enjoy life, it will be spent in a future that I can't see in 100 years. Isn't this nothing to look for? Facing the scolding by the Chinese representatives, many people showed shame on their faces. Most of the people present are still inclined to save the world, but they are not the only ones who have the final say in the country, and they are not as cohesive as the Chinese people. Cough. Representative Mao Shang coughed again, and then said, "I don't need to mention economic matters. If the plan is feasible, we will continue to do it even if we don't care about the economy. After all, saving the earth is the most important thing at present, and it must be the first priority." Hearing these words, the Chinese representative breathed a sigh of relief. Slowly sat down. This kind of attitude is what a high-level person should have. But the crux of the matter is that we don't know if this plan will come to fruition. Everyone looked at the PPT next to Zhang Beihai. This plan is too exaggerated, and there are many technical problems to be solved. Do we really have the ability to complete it? Just think about the ecological circle mentioned here, the deflector shield technology. Does this thing really exist? These are all empty plans. Technical problems. No matter what you do, there are technical problems. If you don't solve the problem, it will be fine. If you don't do it, how do you know it can't be done? Wherever the sun is placed, it will become better by itself. Wherever the earth is placed, it will run away by itself. Hearing this, the Chinese representative ridiculed again. Chinan smiled slightly, and gently put his hand on the shoulder of the Chinese representative. "Don't worry, sit down and talk slowly." After pressing the Chinese representative on the seat, Chinan looked around and found that everyone's eyes were on him. Then, a straw-white pistol suddenly appeared in his hand. And without any hesitation, he shot Zhang Beihai. Build. A sharp sound flashed, and then, a light spot shot out from the muzzle of the gun. It hit Zhang Beihai's body. Zhang Beihai was taken aback, and subconsciously wanted to escape. But he ran faster than the speed of light, and was hit almost as soon as he saw the light. At the same time, a ripple appeared in the place of the junior high school. It was as if a stone had fallen into a pond. A certain point of light slowly dissipated in the middle of the ripples. Gun. Seeing Chinan shoot suddenly, even if it was aimed at the person Chinan himself brought, he couldn't help but get nervous. After shooting Zhang Beihai, Chinan fired 3 shots at the ceiling without any hesitation. Pew pew pew. Then, Under the shocked eyes of everyone, 3 holes were broken in the ceiling. Countless gases formed a white mist and dispersed. After a few seconds, the white mist dissipated, and except for the small hole, there were hardly any traces of damage. It seems that a tough knife edge has been cut on the tofu. The B-32 shaped laser gun has a maximum temperature of 30 million degrees at the converging point, which can melt almost all substances. Chinan introduced the laser in his hand. Standard for men in black. This scene made everyone take a deep breath. Some even stood up boldly, walked to the bottom of the cave, glanced up, and saw the sky. Backquote, what the hell? This scene almost made him stare out his eyes. You know, the conference room. On the 8th floor. And this building. Has more than 50 floors. That is to say, Chinan's shot just now pierced through the entire floor. 40 floors were pierced through without any effort. Moreover, this building is not an ordinary building, but a tactical meeting building of the United Nations. The security is extremely high. Basically every floor has protective armor in the floor, in order to prevent being attacked. Even if the missile hits it, it will blow up 7 or 8 floors at most. Such a small gun directly pierced 40 floors and hit the sky. Don't worry, I've calculated, I can't hit anyone. The timing and angle of Chinan's shooting were also carefully calculated with the help of Sofan, which ensured that no one would be hit even if he penetrated through so many layers. Just when everyone was shocked, Zhang Beihai on the side complained helplessly, "Boss, can you tell me in advance next time you shoot? I'm going to be scared to death by you." Just now Zhang Beihai was really frightened. He has also played with the standard gun in Chinan's hand, and he fully knows the power of that gun. If this is really a shot without protection, people will die on the spot. Hearing Zhang Beihai's words, the crowd reacted. At that time, Chinan's first shot seemed to hit him. Are you okay? Someone rushed up and looked at Zhang Beihai, then at the ceiling, then at Zhang Beihai, and then at the ceiling, looking back and forth repeatedly. You can't hide the disbelief in your eyes. He is equipped with a portable deflector force field shield, which can withstand almost all attacks on the Earth today, including small-yield nuclear bombs. As he said that, Chinan fired 2 more shots at Zhang Beihai, scaring the people around him to take a few steps back. However, all attacks were blocked by an invisible transparent ripple on his body. Before departure, in order to protect Zhang Beihai's safety, Chinan lent Zhang Beihai the protective wristwatch he bought at the system store. After all, Zhang Bei Zhao Haohao came here with his real body, and he himself was controlled by the T-1000 remote control. He didn't want any accidents to happen to Zhang Beihai. He was a very useful agent. Miniature deflector shield. Can resist nuclear bombs. See the effect of the shield, and the ripples visible to the naked eye. Nothing is more convincing than this. The deflector shield technology. It is actually true. Besides, has it been applied so maturely? The power is also far beyond everyone's expectations. Can withstand such a powerful attack. It is simply invincible. If only everyone had a. However, this is our special internal product, which belongs to the pinnacle of the 3rd level civilization. The deflector shield technology we gave you is a 2nd level. It can't be so small and still have this power. Quote, although the man in black has analyzed the technology of the deflector shield, he can't make the current individual portable shield purchased from the system store. The technology still needs to continue to iterate. Up to now, there is still only one Chinan watch with more than 1,000 watches, and I am reluctant to spend money to buy more. What's the difference? Someone already looked at Zhang Beihai with bright eyes and asked. The 2nd level deflector shield. There is no way to make it portable, but as long as the volume is large enough, the power can be similar. And it can't wrap organisms, it can't achieve breathability and material exchange, it can only wrap non-living organisms, that is, it is airtight. If you can make a planetary engine as big as it can even wrap the entire Earth and use it as a planetary shield. But it's not necessary. It consumes a lot of energy, and the internal oxygen and heat supply is also laborious. Chinan briefly explained the difference between the 2 levels of deflector shields. However, his words made everyone's eyes shine. How could it be unnecessary? This is a shield covering the whole world. If there is really one, the Earth, wouldn't it become a battleship? Or the kind that can resist nuclear bombs 24 hours a day? taking the Earth on a long voyage. In fact, the most important issue is the strength of the Earth. Strictly speaking, the Earth is a planet with a low density. The structure of the Earth's crust is also unstable. Push it up, and all kinds of disasters are prone to happen. Also, the speed is very fast when sailing, and you will definitely encounter small planets and the like along the way. In the case of one party accelerating, if there is a fish that slips through the net and is not intercepted, it will be devastating to the Earth. But this deflector shield, if it is really a shield that can cover the whole world, doesn't it mean that it is equivalent to installing a solid shell for the Earth? If you encounter something, just hit it. What else to intercept? Brainless. The protection level and safety of the Earth, I don't know how many levels or higher. As for the biosphere, it is actually very easy to solve. Only need to build 2 shells. One large shell does not provide life support equipment, and there are countless small shells that provide life support equipment for people to survive. For a while, everyone subconsciously began to plan the details of the modification plan proposed by Chinan. Zhang Beihai and Chinan looked at each other, and they both saw smiles in each other's eyes. Sure enough, seeing is believing, hearing is believing. No matter how good the PPT is, it will not be as shocking as this shot. That's not right. The second level is airtight. The particle flow of the engine can't be launched into outer space, and there is no thrust. You can make an extension pipe outside the atmosphere, arrange the shield shape along the pipe, and expose the propeller port. Isn't that all right? Do you know how many nozzles reach the engine and how high it is? I don't know how much construction costs such a large pipeline will cost. What cost are you considering at this time? Didn't they all say that they want to move other planets in the solar system? Use those resources to build. Speaking of this, all eyes were on Zhang Beihai and Chinan for a moment. In the plan they proposed, there are 2 very important technical points. The first was the deflector shield, and now, they've seen it, for real. If this kind of black technology is true, what the men in black said, they will pack up other planets in a short time, maybe it is possible. That picture is so beautiful. What we said, we will do. While Chinan was speaking, Zhang Beihai also took out a USB flash drive and said, "Here are the technical catalogs and technical rules of the deflector shield that we wrote together with Trisolaran." With that said, Zhang Beihai carefully handed over the USB flash drive to the Chinese representative. For a moment, everyone looked straight at the USB flash drive. Why is it for him? The Chinese representative saw that such an important thing was entrusted to him, so he quickly kicked it into his pocket 193 very naturally. The Chinese side has the highest ability to execute the plan, and the productivity aspect is also the most reassuring for our organization. I believe that only the Chinese side as the leader of the plan can allow us to achieve the expected goals. There is also a reason why Chinan handed over the USB flash drive to the Chinese representative. Shu said it was worth money and it was worth money, but Yun actually didn't think much of it. However, after all, it is for them to use, and it must be for the most suitable people. Giving something to China must be used to save the Earth, to others. If it was given to Mi Fang, maybe they will continue to use it to build some kind of ark. After all, the ark with a partial shield seems to be more in line with people's understanding of spaceships. This is what Chinan is not happy to see. In the world of wandering Earth, the most worthy of help and salvation is the civilization of the world under the leadership of China. If you really say 123, in fact, most people just make up the number. Quote. Just when everyone was still about to say something, suddenly, a loud siren rang through everyone's ears. Woo, what's the situation? Is this an attack alert? Are we under attack? When the Chinese representative heard the voice, he thought for a while, but his eyes lit up. Something must have happened. The meeting is going on tomorrow. As he spoke, he pulled Chinan and ran towards the door of the conference room. Sir, please follow me, I will protect you. Zhang Beihai also hurriedly followed. The others were also a little flustered, and hurriedly called and asked. For a while, the originally stable meeting room became a mess. The Chinese representative reacted quickly, and disappeared with Chinan and Zhang Beihai almost immediately after the alarm sounded. Wait, assault siren. It's not about the 3 holes, is it? The representatives from the MI side suddenly became smarter, because their leaders were often attacked. So the reaction is faster than others. When everyone heard this, they all put down their hands and looked at the 3 holes in the ceiling that lead directly to the top floor. Then, almost at the same time, foul language began to explode. This is, where are the Chinese? And the man in black? MTFK. This old 6. Take people away. Depend on. And when the people in the conference room were full of foul words, Chinan and Zhang Beihai had already entered the elevator surrounded by the Chinese. When the elevator door closed, the Chinese representative burst out laughing. I didn't expect such an interesting thing to happen in this building. It reminds me of when I was a kid, playing football and breaking the next door neighbor's window and running away. Chinan also smiled slightly. I have to say, are you putting children's means on diplomacy? The Chinese representative quickly said, means, it doesn't matter whether you are an adult or a child, as long as it is easy to use. It's just that I didn't expect that you would directly hand over such an important thing to me, and you trust me so much. He patted the pocket with the U-disc in it, feeling a little emotional. It's an amazing feeling, coming from the trust of an almost stranger. Sooner or later, things will be used. As for who to give them to, who to trust. What I trust is not you, but the country behind you. Hearing this, the Chinese representative not only didn't lose heart, but straightened up his waist, and said with some pride. Then I should be really proud of my country. Understand, I believe in Joe, you can call me Lao Joe. The two reached out and shook hands again. My surname is Chin, you should call me Agent Q. I understand. Lao Joe made a knowing expression. Then he pointed to a girl next to him and said, this is Hao Xiaoxi, you can call her Xiaoxi, my secretary. Chinan looked at the girl beside him with some surprise. The girl is wearing a professional attire, and she is well organized, but she still feels that the internal materials are very good from this formal attire. She is also very pretty. Chinan thought this girl was some kind of nurse bodyguard or something. No way, people always have a misunderstanding of good-looking girls, thinking that they are a flower screen. After all, in the Chinese job structure, high-level secretaries are almost equivalent to successors. With Lao Zhou's status, his successor is so young. Moreover, being able to introduce herself on such a formal occasion without forgetting to introduce her shows that Lao Zhou still values this Xiaoxi very much. Pretty young. Ha ha ha, the world is always going to be handed over to young people. I may not see how this plan will end up. I'm getting old. It will always be you young people who will finally step into the starry sky. What I can do is to lay a good foundation and pave the way for young people and future generations. As for how to go, Lao Zhou shook his head with some emotion. This huge plan also consumes a lot of time. At his age, he probably won't see the end of the plan. When Xiaoxi heard the voice, she shook her head. Mr. Zhou. You will definitely see that day, and we will all work hard for it. Lao Zhou didn't speak, but just patted Xiaoxi on the shoulder. Chinan was a little emotional. This is the handover of generations of human beings, and this is how civilization continues. Especially with what humans in this world are doing right now, it's really amazing to be able to start, to be honest. After all, the final crisis will not occur until 100 years later. 100 years. Few of this generation in the entire world can survive. The so-called dead birds are up to the sky, and they will not die for tens of thousands of years. If they are all dead, let them be flooded. But there will still be a generation of people who choose to work hard for the next generation, even if they have to dedicate their lives and see no hope. Perhaps, this is also the spirit and shining point of human civilization. Chinan is different. He may be able to live for a long time, and he will see countless scenes like this when he is sleepy. Old Joe, you will definitely see that day, I promise. Chinan smiled. He is not prepared to let the Earth take so many years. It may be a bit difficult for Lao Zhou to pick a pick. Hearing this, Old Joe was taken aback for a moment, and then burst out laughing. Okay, Agent Q, I believe you. If I don't believe you, why would I take you away? Hearing this, Chinan rolled his eyes. Needless to say, the reason why Lao Zhou took himself on the road. Isn't it because he wants to win a first move a day? Come on, you want to be the first to take the deflector shield technology into your hands. Hey, to tell you the truth, this technology is so good that it was almost born for the project of moving mountains. Although it will be made public sooner or later, it is always good to research and apply it in advance. In such a big era, self-preservation in terms of technology will definitely not work. After all, only global cooperation can escape the solar crisis. This is also the reason why although Lao Zhou took Chinan away and other people in the meeting room scolded him, he didn't do anything. However, one step ahead also has advantages. At least one can understand the general outline of this technology first, and take more initiative in future production and construction planning. I still have some things to deal with. Let Xiaoxi take you for a walk first, to see this world. What Lao Zhou thinks is that the world may look different in the future. As an old man, he still misses the blue sky and white clouds. However, Chinan got it wrong. Look at this world. Could it be that they guessed that they are not from this world? Can you guess this? Subconsciously glanced at Zhang Beihai. Zhang Beihai shook his head and gave Chinan a reassuring look. From his point of view, no matter whether it is Lao Zhou or anyone else, it is completely impossible to guess their origins. Chinan nodded, and also chose to trust Zhang Beihai's judgment. The elevator door opened, and Lao Zhou left with a few people, leaving only Xiaoxi standing aside. Agent Q, Agent Z, please. He stretched out his hand to signal the two to follow. What Chinan didn't expect was that Xiaoxi took them out of the building and walked towards the seaside. Many people can be seen running nervously on the road. The siren has been withdrawn, but people who don't know the truth still think that the building has really been attacked. Seemingly aware of Chinan's gaze, Xiaoxi smiled and said, "Since the space elevator was destroyed by an attack last time, everyone is indeed a little nervous. But don't worry, someone will explain all this and won't expose you." Chinan nodded. "I'm not worried that the guy who attacked the space elevator got caught. When the Earth is in such peril, is there anyone else who does this kind of thing?" To be honest, this disgusted Chinan very much. There's always someone holding you back when you're doing big things. However, the biggest reason why Chinan paid more attention to the space elevator attack was because Chinan was afraid that these people would delay his plan. Chinan will be very angry if several attacks in the future disrupt the construction progress. No, Xiaoxi shook her head. So far we haven't found the culprits, they are very mysterious. As she spoke, Xiaoxi looked at Chinan curiously. In fact, in this world, there are not many mysterious organizations like Chinan and the others. This is why it is easy to gain trust after the appearance of the man in black. The crisis of the Earth will lead to the differentiation of countless groups within human beings, some yearning for the good side, and some wanting to make things worse, or destroying them. There is no doubt that Chinan's organization is looking forward to the good side. However, this kind of mysterious organization has different strengths, some are strong and some are weak. But they are all hidden under the human society. Like the man in black, he went directly to Mars to build a base, and did not hang out on the Earth. To be honest, this is the first time Xiaoxi has seen it. Thinking of this, Xiaoxi stood by the sea, looked at the distant scenery, and asked curiously, "Hasn't it been a long time since I saw such a scene?" Hearing Xiaoxi's words from the side, Zhang Beihai narrowed his eyes instantly. "You are indeed Lao Zhou's secretary. You speak so well." This simple sentence, but asked a lot of things. Seaside, long time no see. Whether Chinan says yes or no, can reveal a lot of information. If yes, it means that the people in black still often return to the Earth, and even live on the Earth, and the Mars base may be used for other purposes. To put it another way, explain the second. The places where the men in black are located are closer to the sea. If you say no, it means that the man in black has a high probability of putting all the main personnel on Mars, and will not return to Earth for a long time. Even if this is not the case, it means that on Earth, the men in black may live in the outback. This information is very useful for them to analyze the organization of the men in black. Thinking of this, Zhang Beihai quickened his pace, pretending to touch Chinan's arm inadvertently. Chinan didn't think much about it at first, and was just about to answer when he felt Zhang Beihai's touch, and swallowed the words abruptly. "Guys, is this the start of a confrontation?" Only then did Chinan realize that Xiaoxi was talking nonsense. Mada is indeed a beautiful woman with a heavy heart. Diplomacy is no small matter. Zhang Beihai, you and Xiaoxi have a chat first, I'll get back to you. Chinan picked up an old-fashioned communicator. The mobile phone, ready to hand over everything to Zhang Beihai. This is also the reason why he brought Zhang Beihai here. Old Yu Tiao, you should play with Lao Yu Tiao. As your own boss, it is better to control the general direction. Okay, boss. Zhang Beihai stepped forward and inserted himself between Xiaoxi and Chinan. Xiaoxi was also stunned. She didn't expect Chinan to be busy without saying a word. But he still smiled and said, work is important, Detective Q, you are busy first. Talking with Zhang Beihai should be the same, maybe it's better to talk. After all, Zhang Beihai is the younger brother, and I can be considered as the younger brother of Zhou Lao. The younger brother and the younger brother should communicate better. However, for some reason, Xiaoxi always felt a bad premonition when she saw Zhang Beihai's simple and honest smile. However, after only a few minutes, Xiaoxi, who had been smiling all over her face, had already started to smile. You can even feel the stiffness on her face. The brief exchange between the two of them can almost be described as hell. For example, Xiaoxi asked, Agent Z, you should be about the same age as me. How long have you been working? She wanted to know how long Zhang Beihai and the others had worked with the Men in Black, so as to analyze whether the members of the Men in Black's organization were recruited from the society or cultivated secretly by themselves. However, how did you answer Zhang Beihai? I can't remember exactly how long it was, but it must have been a long time since I joined the Space Force in 2008, right? 2008. Space Force. Xiaoxi only felt that Zhang Beihai seemed to reveal something, but it seemed to be nonsense. You know it will be 2070 soon. You started working in 2008, now you are in your 80s or 90s. No matter how you look at it, it looks like a person in his 80s or 90s. But he didn't know that what Zhang Beihai was talking about was a date from another Earth. For another example, Xiaoxi asked, this portable shield on your body looks very powerful. Does each of your agents have one? That's not true, only I have it now. Oh, is it because the technology is difficult? The smaller things are more difficult to make, this is known to all technical people. Not to mention that although the portable shield is small, according to Chinan, the power ratio is even higher than the large one, I don't know how many times. The third level and second level shield technology. The Men in Black have it, but they are only given the second level. Therefore, they really want to know if it is possible to get the best of the third level, even if the cost is high. Originally, this was just a simple temptation, but what did Zhang Beihai say? His answer left Xiaoxi speechless. The technology is not difficult, but all of them are not equipped, because I am the weakest in the whole bureau. Other agents can resist nuclear bombs and are not afraid of danger. There is a magician who can tear open the space with his bare hands, stepping on thousands of light years, and another who can run at the speed of light, and nothing can hit him. I equipped this just to protect my safety. Chinan introduced other members to Zhang Beihai, and Zhang Beihai also had some understanding of Wanda Ancient One, Quicksilver and the others. Knowing the potential of these people, Zhang Beihai seemed very innocent. But are these words human? Tear open space with bare hands. Running out of light speed. Xiaoxi only felt that Zhang Beihai was running the train with his mouth full. Why don't you say that you can destroy the universe with just one snap of your fingers? Zhang Beihai's words were true and false, and they were spoken very seriously, as if they were true. Instead, Xiaoxi only felt a headache. Can't we have a good chat? Cough cough cough. Agent Z joked. Ha ha ha, you really have a sense of humor. Xiaoxi said awkwardly. Sense of humor. Boss always says I'm too straight, but you're the first one to say I'm humorous. Zhang Beihai seemed very happy when he heard the compliment. Xiaoxi. Chinan was playing with his mobile phone at the side, but his attention was on the two of them. Listening to the conversation between the two, I almost didn't laugh out loud. Zhang Beihai is really a talent. There is not a single lie in his mouth. But when these things come out of his mouth, it makes people feel like they are talking nonsense. Is this the art of conversation? Seeing Xiaoxi like this, she probably won't want to say anything again, right? Agent Q, do you want me to show you around? Xiaoxi gave up completely, and was not going to deal with Zhang Beihai anymore. This person is simply not good at anything, and does not leak at all. Seeing that Chinan had already put his phone in his pocket, he thought it would be interesting to chat with Chinan. Wait, however, Chinan stretched out his hand to signal, and then looked at the road beside him with interest. The road is very close to their beach, which is less than 5 meters away. I don't know when it started, but the road that was a little deserted started to become lively. This road, usually there aren't so many cars. Chinan suddenly looked at Xiaoxi and asked. Yes, because this is near the United Nations building. The street next door is actually a very wide 8-lane street, which diverts all the nearby traffic, and most people will not take this small road. Xiaoxi was asked by Chinan, and subconsciously replied. Chinan nodded thoughtfully. What's the situation? It's. Looking at Chinyan's expression, Xiaoxi also sensed something was wrong, and her expression changed. Could it be that someone is really going to attack here? Thinking of the recent series of attacks, Xiaoxi dare not be careless. Hastily pressed down on his earphone, and then said, "Attention the security team, Wait, don't worry." Chinan interrupted Xiaoxi's behavior. Actually, this matter is quite interesting. As he spoke, Chinan pointed to the street on the right. In the block 300 away from us, on the road with the most traffic, a serial car accident happened 7 minutes ago. A white cargo truck lost control in the automatic driving lane, broke through the railing and hit 19 normal cars one after another. One of them was loaded with a foam building. Chinyan's eyes seemed to see through countless buildings, as if he was standing at the scene of a car accident. The self-foaming building material vehicle happened to hit a fire truck filled with water, and it expanded when it met the water, blocking the entire road. That kind of building material belongs to the world that has been researched for the construction of various giant structures. It can expand rapidly after encountering water, and it can be shaped. The self-foaming material of the truck can block the entire lane of the platform. Is that why there are so many cars here? Hearing Chinyan's explanation, Xiaoxi heaved a sigh of relief and put her hands off her ears. If it was just caused by an ordinary car accident, it would be acceptable. Chinan shook his head. This is just the beginning. The automated road squad arrived at the scene 3 minutes ago and checked the autopilot chip of the car that was out of control. The chip caused a breakdown due to overload, which was characterized as a natural accident caused by an electronic device error. Chinan recounted the scene almost verbatim. You know this as well. Xiaoxi was stunned. The autopilot troubleshooting team had just checked the scene. How did Chinan know? He was standing here just now and didn't see anything at the scene. How come it's as if he saw it with his own eyes? Speaking of this, Chinan pointed to a red off-road vehicle at the end of the road. This car had an accident a month ago. Although it was repaired, the suspension angle was offset by 0.4 degrees. Zhang Beihai and Xiaoxi also turned their gazes to an off-road vehicle that was waiting for red on the side of the road, about 100 meters away from them. The owner of the car is a person who likes to drive by himself. He rarely uses automatic driving. People who like off-roading always have some minor problems with the car, and he doesn't care about it. After all, he usually goes to various places. He was going to the repair shop today to do a new wheel alignment. But last night, he drank with 7 beauties until the early hours of the morning, so he activated the autopilot for an unprecedented time, and at the moment he was screaming in the car sleep. Xiaoxi, what exactly are you going to say? Xiaoxi was in a daze at the moment. Chinyan's sudden topic made her at a loss. How did she start talking about it? Chinan smiled slightly and continued. On that road just now, the automatic driving judged that it could not pass, so I chose this road, but when the vehicle left, the left front wheel was stained with a small piece of self-foaming glue of about tens of grams. Because his suspension angle was offset, and the autopilot hadn't been driven for a long time, it wasn't calibrated. So, after 12 seconds, he would press on the curb, close to the sidewalk. Under Chinyan's explanation, the red off-road vehicle began to move slowly. Surprisingly, after walking for a while, the car actually began to tilt to the right, getting closer and closer to the sidewalk. Quote question mark question mark question mark quote. Xiaoxi looked at Chinyan's look of a prophet, although he didn't know why he said these things. But it feels really awesome. Later, the cup of coffee will be spilled on the ground, and it will be crushed by the self-foaming wheel. Coffee. What coffee? Xiaoxi fixed her eyes on the red off-road vehicle, and then stared at Xiaoxi in surprise. The off-road vehicle really touched the curb. The time is also a full 12 seconds. After feeling the scratch, the automatic driving also started to calibrate. Angle offset detected, calibrating. Subsequently, the off-road vehicle is ready to return to the correct lane as soon as the direction is hit. However, when the vehicle rubbed against the curb, a pedestrian happened to pass by with a cup of milk tea, and was taken aback by the movement of the vehicle. "Your sister. Can you drive? Why are you driving on the sidewalk? You don't have eyes. FK. However, looking through the window, there was no driver. He actually scolded even more fiercely. FK. It's I again. Bunch of idiots. As he said that, he threw the coffee he just bought and hadn't taken a couple of sips towards the red off-road vehicle. The coffee spilled on the wheels of the off-road vehicle and flowed down. As the wheels turned, soon, I touched the lump of self-foaming glue that was stained on the previous highway. Quote question mark exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. The scene in front of me was actually predicted by Chinan. Before Xiaoxi was surprised, Chinan continued. 5 seconds later, the styrofoam will absorb water and suddenly expand, hit the car, and then the dump truck will lose control. 5 seconds is very short. It is exactly the time for the foaming agent to take effect. Before anyone could react, the red off-road vehicle suddenly slanted on the spot, and then directly hit a dump truck. The driver of the dump truck did not expect that he was driving normally, and someone could hit him from the side like this. Hastily turned the steering wheel. Tear. What? Everything that happened before my eyes was really too fast. In the blink of an eye, the red off-road vehicle lost control and the dump truck headed sideways. Then, under the horrified eyes of Xiaoxi and his group, the huge amounts of dump truck rushed towards them in a daze. Not good. Get out of the way. Xiaoxi was startled, and was about to drag Chinan to hide aside. However, it didn't pull. I saw Chinan continued to look at the dump truck calmly, as if the huge amounts of construction truck wasn't hitting him, and said, "The driver of the dump truck is not in a good financial situation. A few days ago, because he had no money to pay back because he gambled with others, he removed the automatic driving system on the car and exchanged it for 10,000 yuan. I decided to drive myself to make money for a few days. It's just that what he didn't expect was that when disassembling the automation system, his brake fluid pipe was knocked off. 9 seconds ago, the last drop of brake fluid leaked out, and the brakes had already failed." Effect. Quote. Following Chinan's explanation, the driver of the dump truck constantly honked his horn and stuck his head out. "Get out of the way. The brakes are out of order. Get out of the way." Xiaoxi is also in a hurry. It only takes 2 to 3 seconds. Why is Chinan still not moving? Get away. However, Chinan still stood there calmly. Seeing that it couldn't be pulled, Xiaoxi gritted her teeth and prepared to hide by a nearby tree. But he found himself held back by Chinan. Chinan's somewhat cold hands tightly grasped Xiaoxi's arm, motionless as a rock. "Zero. What you do?" Just when she was about to struggle, the dump truck suddenly turned 180 degrees. Then, it rolled fiercely into the flower bed beside it. The huge amounts of weight instantly crushed the flower beds, and then countless construction cement poured up. This scene, however, frightened Xiaoxi to the core. The dump truck bumped into it just now. Her first reaction was to hide in that flower bed. If Chinan hadn't pulled herself back, she might have been broken to pieces and buried in place. The ground stakes on the sidewalk are raised at exactly 12 o'clock every day. Chinan's words brought Xiaoxi back to reality. At first glance, it turned out that the automatic piles of the sidewalk were raised. It is because of this ground pile that the dump truck changed its direction 2 seconds before it hit them, and it rolled over under the action of generosity and gravity. Xiaoxi just felt that what happened just now was too dreamy. Everything seemed like a coincidence, but it was extremely accurate. As long as there is a 1-second error or a little accident in the middle, none of this will happen. Xiaoxi's tone was still a little trembling. The amount of information was really too much in just over 20 seconds. I didn't do it. I didn't have to create these accidents against myself. Chinan shook his head very seriously. Accident? It's not an accident. It's a murder. Xiaoxi took a deep breath and said very seriously. If one thing is a coincidence, then it makes sense, but everything, all together. Is there really such a coincidence? No doubt. They were attacked. And it was a very sophisticated attack. At the door of the United Nations building. If it wasn't for what Chinan said, who would be here this time? Who would be the one who died? Even after the fact, the investigation might just think it was a coincidence. Come here, arrest that, the man in the blue down jacket at the door of the Judean convenience store. Also, all the drivers and vehicles involved will be taken away for investigation. Including the styrofoam truck on the nearby highway. Xiaoxi said into the earphone. Soon, a lot of plain clothes appeared out of nowhere and rushed towards the man who threw the coffee before. Among so many coincidences, the water thrower is the most suspicious. The one who threw the water, and all these people, are actually fine. Chinan said with a smile on the side. The reason why that person threw water was because he used to be a taxi driver. After the popularization of automatic driving, he also lost his job. So what he hates the most is the intelligent AI. When he finds out that the red off-road vehicle is self-driving, so it just rubs against the side of the road, his fiery temper will definitely make this kind of action. Xiaoxi slowly stopped her movements. The eyes looking at Chinan are full of complexity. How? How do you know this? You mean these were really just accidents? Definitely not. Chinan narrowed his eyes, looking at the dump truck beside him. It's interesting. Chinan was able to know this in advance, and everything came true according to what he said, definitely because of Sophon's reminder. Sophons have been placed on the Earth of this world. As a two-dimensional supercomputer, Sophon's computing power can almost handle most of the things that will happen on the Earth. Definitely only for a short period of time. After all, people's subjective consciousness is still the main reason that affects everything. However, this matter was not done by Tomoko. Behind, there is another black hand. This black hand also has the ability similar to Hazizi, or the computing power is not low. This is undoubtedly a murder, but the planning is so precise. From the beginning to the end, the black hand never showed his face, but hid in the dark, making a series of coincidences connect together, and recalling the outside world. This method is also the most defenseless. Perhaps, the only thing that can show this black hand is the car that got out of control at the very beginning. However, the self-driving chip of that car was burned, and it was difficult for Sophon to trace the source. This accident was extremely meticulous, and even the situation and psychology of each participant were accurately predicted. Just the right amount of suspension offset, just the right amount of rage ex-cab driver, even at the last second, allowing for the victim to dodge. And the pedestrian automatic pile that rises on time will overturn the dump truck and crash into the flower bed. All these calculations, for any person on the Earth, will be intimately contacted by that dump truck. However, maybe the mastermind behind the scenes didn't expect that Sophon had already analyzed everything before the incident happened. Chinan didn't move either. At this moment, Xiaoxi only feels that her scalp is numb. Even though she had seen so many great scenes with Lao Zhou, she still never expected that there would be someone who could create such a perfect accident. 960. Thank you very much. Agent Q. If it wasn't for you, I would have been assassinated. With lingering fear in her heart, Xiaoxi bowed to Chinan. Thank you for saving my life. Although I don't know how Chinan managed to understand everything, it is an indisputable fact that Chinan saved her. Without Chinan holding her back, she was already buried in the flower bed. Do you really think this is intended to kill you? Chinan smiled, then shook his head and said, our whereabouts are random, no one can predict where we will go, and we will stand here and watch the sea. Besides, if someone with such a method wants to kill you, I will never know you, and I will not stand here with you. You are already dead. When Xiaoxi heard this, her pupils shrank slightly. You mean, this is directed at you? Chinan nodded. This method doesn't look like a human method, but more like a program or an intelligent life. Because Sophons can do the same thing. Their activities are random, no one knows how long they will walk to the beach and how long they will stand there. To be able to arrange such a sophisticated drama in such a fast time, perhaps only Sophon's kind can do it. Who is it? Numerous suspects appeared in Xiaoxi's mind, and even representatives from various countries were included. Could it be that Mi Fang did it? By the way, didn't you say before that there were many attacks, but the murderer was not caught? Space elevator or something? After being reminded by Chinan, Xiaoxi seemed to have thought of something. All the previous attacks were clueless, and there was not even a single evidence or suspect. In comparison, today's accident can already be regarded as a small scene. The ones who attacked us, the space elevator, and the digital life laboratory, are all a group of people. Chinan tentatively murmured to himself. Perhaps. Not human. Not human. Reminiscent of Chinan and their identities, Xiaoxi couldn't help coming up with a bold idea. No. It's. The sun. As she spoke, Xiaoxi pointed at the sun, but the meaning was obvious. Could it be the man behind the scenes who wants to destroy the sun? After all, isn't the Men in Black an organization that specializes in dealing with aliens? Being attacked by aliens also makes sense logically. It shouldn't be. Zhang Beihai suddenly expressed his opinion. Civilizations that can destroy the sun indicate that their direct strike range has already reached the solar system. This kind of civilization will not look down on Earth people. In their eyes, we are nothing but ants. This kind of small action is only possible when their strike range is not within reach. Now, impossible. If aliens really attacked us, should directly attack the Earth, not this small scene. Zhang Beihai pointed at the dump truck. He is very experienced in this kind of thing. Because, they have lived under the coercion of Trisolarans for many years. Zhang Beihai should not understand too much what these aliens with a higher level of civilization than the Earth think. The Trisolarans also made small moves, but that was because the Trisolarans' fleet was still far away, beyond the reach of the Earth. Especially after fully accepting the Trisolaran civilization, they are too aware of what means the high-level civilization has. Once the Trisolarans can attack the Earth, it is completely impossible for the Earthlings to have the ability to fight back. What Agent Z said makes sense. I trust Agent Z's judgment. Chinan nodded. Zhang Beihai's ability to speak meant that he was sure. Chinan still believed in Zhang Beihai's brain. Then, who the hell is it? Xiaoxi only felt a little pain in her head. Just when she was still trying to analyze, suddenly many special agents came running not far away. Secretary Hao, it's not safe here. We're here to take you out. It turned out that the security personnel who had been hiding in the dark had arrived, and they were worried that they would continue to stay outside when this happened. Agent Q, it's really dangerous outside now, why don't we go in first? Xiaoxi is also afraid of another such attack. Now even if he sees a child passing by on a tricycle, he will subconsciously take a half step back. There is always a feeling that something is going to happen. Okay, Chinan didn't care either. This time he planned to stay in this world for a few more days, anyway, as long as things were done well. Surrounded by security, they were about to leave when they heard a faint cry from the direction of a dump truck. Help! Help! It turned out that the driver of the dump truck woke up and was calling for help in the cockpit. Sir, just leave it to us. Go with the secretary first. The security personnel on the side took the initiative to say. Afterwards, he motioned to the men on the side to save people. I don't know if the dump truck driver was lucky or not. Good luck because someone came to the rescue in a minute. The reason for his bad luck was that when the vehicle rolled over, a steel bar just pierced through his body. At the moment, mud is pouring into the cockpit. The security personnel are not professional rescue teams, so it is difficult to get him out in a short time. Chinan waved his hand. It will take at least 3 minutes to get him out. But in 30 seconds, the mud will drown him and fill his lungs. If it is drowning or something, even if it is suffocation for 3 minutes, it can still be saved with current medical methods. But these are all construction materials. Once the high concentration mud is poured into his lungs, let alone 3 minutes. It took a minute to catch the fish and no one was saved. Chinan ignored the blocking of the security personnel and slowly climbed into the cockpit of the dump truck. Just as the security personnel wanted to stop her, they saw Xiaoxi shaking her head. She also wanted to see what Chinan could do without any equipment in this situation. The security personnel had no choice but to stop their actions, but their hearts were full of motherly criticism. We can't save it, but you can. It's better to hide quickly to avoid accidents. If something happens again, you might lose your job. These second generations are really difficult to serve. Some people have even said bad things in their hearts, but their good professionalism still makes them keep watching their surroundings to prevent other suspicious people from approaching. Chinan identity, these security personnel do not know. They only know Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi is Mr. Zhou's secretary, and the person who can be accompanied by Xiaoxi must be a big shot, and even ordered to die by the superiors, even if it is to protect their safety. But Chinan is so young, in their hearts, they already believe that Chinan is a certain second generation. However, what Chinan did next left them dumbfounded. As a construction vehicle, the dump truck has changed the manufacturing process earlier than decades ago. Bigger, stronger, and sturdier. After a round of technological explosion in alloy technology, even the cockpit is made of special alloys. Now in this world, special alloys can already be made cheaper than steel. Although cheap, the strength of the material is much higher than steel. It is almost impossible to break open without tools and equipment. However, Chinan just stretched out his hand and grabbed the door. Then, just swipe, quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. There was a sharp metal friction sound, and the alloy door was torn off so abruptly. This scene almost scared the security personnel next to him to death. They are all elites from various armies, otherwise they would not be responsible for the security of the United Nations building. But even if they have seen many soldier kings, they have never seen anything like this. This man tore open the alloy door with his bare hands, even without any effort. Is this still a human being? Help me, save me. The driver of the dump truck at the moment, except for his head, most of his body had already sunk into the mud. Seeing this scene, he seemed to be grabbing a life-saving straw, and used all his strength to shout. It's okay, don't be afraid. Chinan smiled slightly, stretched out his hand, inserted it into the mud, and grabbed the steel that pierced him without even groping. Then the palm of the hand changed shape in the mud, turned into a sharp blade, and cut the steel like cutting tofu. With a little force, he grabbed the driver's arm and pulled him out with one hand. At this moment, everyone present was silent. Unbelievable to see such a picture. Xiaoxi also opened her mouth slightly. She originally thought that Chinan might just use a gun to smash the cockpit to save people. After all, that laser gun is really powerful. But she never expected it. Chinan's way of saving lives turned out to be like this. Thanks. Level 4 of the dump truck thanked excitedly, but after the car accident just now, I don't have much strength anymore. Even when he spoke, there was blood gushing from the corner of his mouth. Chinan gently put him on the grass beside him, then squatted down, and said slowly. You don't need to thank me. If you want to thank you, please thank your daughter. She got the first grade in the exam today, and the topic of the full score composition is, my dad. Hearing this, the weak dump truck driver was stunned. He didn't know how Chinan knew all this. But the image of her daughter still appeared in her mind. You have a good daughter, but you are not a good father. From now on, don't gamble. Chinan sighed. Here, the driver of the dump truck looks like he is going to die. In the school 12 kilometers away, his daughter is reading her composition on the podium at the moment. In the daughter's world, his father was drinking, gambling, and beating her at every turn, and she was doing the housework and cooking every day at a young age. But, she, who lost her mother at a young age, has only one relative in this world. Therefore, this man is also the whole of the daughter's world. In the composition, the girl did not write a bad word about her father. In her eyes, even though her father is bad in every way. He also buys things for himself, pays for himself to go to school, and takes her to the amusement park, although that was 3 or 4 years ago. To be honest, if it wasn't for this daughter, Chinan wouldn't even bother to save him. After all, Chinan is not a superhero, he doesn't have the energy to save everyone. I just hope that this man can change a little after going through this life and death crisis, right? Hearing Chinan's words, the dump truck driver was also stunned. How do you know? Chinan didn't speak, just stood up and waved his hands. Let's go, send him to the hospital later, and help with the medical expenses. A car accident destroyed a truckload of goods, the car broke down, the family had no savings, and the body was seriously injured. His daughter may be hungry for a long time. This is the only thing Chinan can do. Surrounded by security personnel, Chinan gradually walked away from the building until he lost sight of his back. At this time, the driver of the dump truck reacted. Suddenly burst into tears on the stretcher. "Daughter, my daughter. I will never gamble again." At this moment, no one knew what he was thinking. I just saw him crying and looking towards the place where Chinan disappeared. Weak crying spread all over the street. In the elevator, Xiaoxi also looked at Chinan with a complicated expression. "It seems that there are countless words to say, but I don't know how to say them." Finally asked, "Agent Q. How do you know everything?" Chinan glanced at the camera in the elevator and said thoughtfully, "The development of science and technology can bring unimaginable productivity to human beings. But at the same time, many new problems will arise. The internet is a good thing. But the more developed the internet, the less privacy everyone has. From the beginning of big data, you browse the recommendations given to you by shopping websites, and if it continues to develop, no one in the whole world will be able to survive alone, and everyone will be transparent. Nowhere to hide. If you can become a program and live in the electronic world, maybe you will be omniscient and omnipotent." "Huh, you mean?" Xiaoxi looked at Chinan strangely, as if to say, "Evildoer. I can see that you are not human at a glance. Don't get me wrong, I'm human, well, the kind that can have children." Chinan laughed and teased, but Xiaoxi coughed twice. "Cough cough cough. Good guy, can you say such words?" Chinan continued, "Have you ever thought about this attack? Maybe it was controlled by such a guy who lives on the internet. If this is the case, everything can be explained. I hope everyone will support it and subscribe more."